In 1983, the American home video game market imploded, suffering a 97% decrease in revenue in just 2 years' time. Meanwhile, Nintendo, a Japanese company that had been dabbling in consumer electronics since the early 1970s, was taking the world by storm. Since the success of the arcade hit Donkey Kong, they had expanded into the Japanese home console market through the family computer, capable of playing numerous interchangeable carts. Nintendo had been looking to bring this device into the American console market, but the road ahead was treacherous. Years of oversaturation in the video game market, loads of expensive unsold consoles, and generally poor quality games had caused both retailers and consumers to distrust the industry as a whole. Nintendo had a plan. The company removed any mention of the word video game from their console, instead naming it the Nintendo Entertainment System. They designed it to look more like a VHS than a game console. They bundled it with Rob the Robot and the NES Zapper, two toy-like peripherals that allowed them to skirt the dangerous shelves of the video game aisle, instead positioning the NES in the toy section. Most importantly, their software was designed to avoid all of the pitfalls that previous game consoles had fallen into. Every one of their 30 games released between 1985 and 1987 featured an iconic black box design with a prominent screenshot from the game to avoid any false advertising, an issue that plagued the previous market. They added a seal of quality, assuring that each game met with their strict standards. Of course, this doesn't mean every game was an unequivocal critical or commercial success. However, from Super Mario Bros. To Slalom, each title has its own important part in video game history. Gumshoe, one of the games utilizing the light gun, was one of the first endless runners ever produced, paving the way for a genre populated by popular modern-day games like Subway Surfer and Flappy Bird. Wrecking Crew gathered a dream team of Nintendo developers and designers together, the same team that would expand on their previous ideas and produce Metroid just 2 years later. By analyzing these games in a historical context, providing gameplay descriptors and examples, and looking into how these games altered the landscapes around them, I hope to identify the importance of the black box set, not just to the success of the NES's launch in America, but to the video game industry as a whole. Hello, my name is Avery Beckett, and welcome to Unpacking Nintendo's Black Boxes. This is the combined effort of months and months of work, and a lot of sleepless nights, and blood and tears, and killing at least 4 Rob the Robots. So, I really hope that you guys enjoy. The video is going to be broken into a bunch of parts. 1 for the introduction, 30 for the games in the black box set, and 1 for the conclusion. There were 7 series designated for the games at the US launch. Sports, Robot, Programmable, Light Gun, Action, Arcade, and Education. I'll be going through the games chronologically within the series. So in other words, I'm going to do all of the 1985 releases of the sports, and then the 1985 releases of Action, etc., followed by 1986 sports, the 1986 Action, and so on. So if you take a look behind me, actually, this is all the 1985. Over here we have 1986, and then this little pitiful corner, 1987. There weren't a whole lot in that year. So I've included all of my sources for both my research and the gameplay footage that I've taken in the description, but I also have little things that will present themselves on screen that give information such as the release date in Japan and America, as well as the publishers and developers of each of the games. Without further ado, I present Unpacking Nintendo's Black Boxes. Nintendo's company history is an incredibly interesting story that's been told more times than I can count. This section touches on the important parts needed for me to give context to the rest of this video, but for more thorough analyses, check the description for recommendations. With that out of the way, let's begin. Nintendo was founded in Kyoto in 1889 by Fusajiro Yamauchi as a Hanafuda company. These Japanese playing cards were used for a variety of games, not unlike American cards. However, after Japan banned gambling in 1882, Hanafuda saw a surge of popularity, often used by the Yakuza in under-the-table gambling parlors. Yamauchi took advantage of this rise in demand, and for the first 80 years of the company's history, this was their main specialty. In 1959, Nintendo contracted with Disney to produce cards with their likeness, which were sold in toy stores, the company's first introduction to the industry. In 1964, shifts in public demand for Hanafuda, due to the influx of popularity in other entertainment sectors, such as bowling and pachinko, led to declining sales for Nintendo, culminating in their lowest stock price ever at just 60 yen. It was clear to Hiroshi Yamauchi, the great-grandson of founder Fusajiro Yamauchi, and then president of the company, that they needed to make some changes. Gunpei Yokoi, an employee and member of Nintendo's research and development department who had a background in electronics manufacturing, was made the head of Nintendo's games department in 1969. While they produced several tabletop games during this period, including chess, Go, and shogi, their real breakout was with the release of their first electronic toy, the Nintendo Beam Gun, in 1970. This device was eventually used in shooting range simulations, called the laser clay shooting system, located in repurposed bowling alleys, a trend that had died down in recent years. It was also shrunk down to fit as a peripheral for the Magnavox Odyssey, a new home video game console. Several other electronic toys were made by Nintendo in subsequent years, including the Ultra Hand and Ultrascope, which performed quite well. There was a high demand for electronics, and Nintendo wasn't going to disappoint. In 1974, Nintendo made their first arcade simulation, Wild Gunman. This was essentially a smaller version of the laser clay shooting system. It was exported to Europe and America, where it enjoyed moderate success, but the slow production time and high cost greatly hindered its longevity. Nintendo dabbled in game console distribution, produced the first microprocessor for video games, and made several other arcade cabinets, but the next notable event occurred in 1977, when Shigeru Miyamoto was hired. 1979 saw the opening of Nintendo's first subsidiary in New York, as well as the company shifting their focus to arcade cabinet production. The Game & Watch, a series of handheld video game and alarm watches developed by Yokoi, came out in 1980 and proved to be widely successful. Releases would continue into 1991 and sold very well both in Japan and overseas, featuring many now iconic high-score-based time-waster games, including Ball and Fire. In 1981, Nintendo's first major success in the video game industry would be released, Donkey Kong. Designed by Shigeru Miyamoto, the cabinet featured a big ape, Donkey Kong, a character known as Jumpman, and would later be known as Mario, and a damsel in distress, Pauline. It was a hit all over the world and would be ported to both Game & Watch systems as well as the Atari in the following years. This financial boon allowed Nintendo to relocate their American offices from a small rented facility on the East Coast to a full-blown building in Seattle, Washington. After the success of Donkey Kong, its sequel, Donkey Kong Jr., and other arcade titles produced by Nintendo, like Mario Bros. And Popeye, they decided to get into the home console market with their own system, called the Family Computer, or Famicom. Released exclusively in Japan in July of 1983, it launched with 3 home console ports of their most popular arcade games, Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Jr., and Popeye. That just about catches us up to the present-day Nintendo, at least for this video's purposes. But, of course, this isn't about the Famicom, it's about the NES. While Nintendo was striking it big in Japan, trouble was afoot in the American console market. Let's zoom into the historical significance of this year for the electronics industry in America, otherwise known as the video game market crash of 1983. America, 1976. General Instruments, an established electronics company, produced a series of affordable integrated chips for video game consoles that allowed for cheap and simplified console production. At first glance, this may have seemed promising. There weren't many home video game consoles in the first generation, the Magnavox Odyssey, Coleco, and home Pong systems among the most popular, but with their lack of games, there left much to be desired. So, more competition could only mean more quality, right? Well, in reality, the affordability of producing these systems flooded the market with tons of poor quality Pong clones and many unlicensed arcade game knockoffs. The second generation of consoles, notably including the Atari 2600, Magnavox Odyssey 2, and the Intellivision, was privy to many issues that severely diminished both consumer and retailer trust. Generally, the market was flooded with a multitude of mediocre at best consoles. The ease of manufacturing led to an astounding 10+ systems being sold, which led to consumer confusion at stores. Many systems didn't offer anything different from their competitors. Lower price points could be synonymous with lower quality, and, worst of all, demand for consoles was overprojected, and thus overcompensated for, leaving many systems to rot on store shelves. This was the first big factor that led to major issues both with consumers and store owners, who would end up having to deal with expensive electronics that would never sell. Another key issue was the lack of publishing control. In 1979, 4 employees from Atari who had left the company due to labor disputes decided to form their own company, Activision, and manufacture carts for the Atari on their own. While there were attempts to stop this by Atari themselves, it was ultimately decided by the court that Activision would pay Atari royalties, but that they would still be allowed to produce their own games. This would soon be taken advantage of by several other companies who did not have the same experience as Activision employees when it came to making solid titles. Companies like Imagic, Mattel, Coleco, and so on sought to take advantage of the cheap production costs and put out as many video games as they could, no matter the quality. In 1977, the year of the Atari's release, there were 0 third-party companies producing games for the system. In 1982, there were upwards of 17. In 1983, there were more than 100. Most games were clones of other popular titles. Few were made with any expertise, and most presented as exactly what they were: cash grabs. In addition to this, competition was increasing with home computer systems. If game consoles cost the same as computers, which play games as well as serve as word processors, why would anyone buy a console? Well, understandably, few did. False advertising also played a major part in the lack of trust in electronic entertainment devices. Many games would have elaborate artworks on the cover, or extremely exciting commercials, but would turn out to be far from what was portrayed. Flag capture is a wonderful example of this. The cover art shows a mystic band of pirates fighting against a British ship in a high-quality sea battle, promising a whopping 10 games in one, while the gameplay looks like this. This really came to a head with E.T. and Pac-Man, 2 highly anticipated releases that ended up as absolutely abysmal games. Pac-Man was an arcade sensation. It would come as no surprise that a home console port would be created. Unfortunately, the console version on the Atari ended up performing extremely poorly due to the terrible graphics and disgusting adaptation of gameplay. It made 8-year-olds around the world cry, according to this YouTube comment. On the other hand, E.T. was developed in less than 6 weeks by a team of 2, rushed to completion to meet the Christmas season of 1982, while still capitalizing on the hype of the Spielberg film. The game's initial sales were successful, but there ended up being over 660,000 returns due to the uninspired gameplay and very poor graphics. While many cite these games as the sole reason for the video game crash, I believe that they may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. As a result of these misguided business decisions and general trend of greed in the industry, the video game market had dropped from $3.2 billion in 1982 to just $100 million in 1985. Atari alone lost around $536 million by the end of 1983 and was shipping massive quantities of unsold product to be disposed of via landfill in New Mexico. Arcades were also hit quite hard. The golden age of the arcade had come to an end, with revenues down by around 40% across the country. Outside of just numbers, the crash had a notable societal impact. People started to view video games as nothing more than a fad. Investors saw the unregulated industry as a dangerous gamble. Stores were unwilling to put any electronics on their shelves for fear of more unsold inventory. However, out of these ashes, a new idea would be born. Nintendo had plans to bring the Famicom over to the States as early as 1984, but knew better than to enter the market at such a dire time. While Nintendo was a name already known in the States, as they had been producing several popular arcade cabinets, the Game & Watch and the Nintendo Versus system, an arcade cabinet featuring interchangeable ROM chips that utilized the same technology as the carts inserted into the Famicom, they had yet to break into the home console market with the same vibrato. They spent the next 2 years identifying all of the factors that led to the collapse of the Western market and attempted to engineer the perfect answer to each of the misgivings of their American counterparts. First up was the physical design of their unit. rather than making it look like a sleek, futuristic video game system as originally planned and presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in 1984. Nintendo of America's lead designer, Lance Barr, tried to frame the NES as a VCR, something that wouldn't look out of place next to a TV. Instead of slotting games on top of the system like the Famicom, they would be loaded into the center port manually, pressed in and down to latch into place. When closed, this would obfuscate any view of the cartridge, helping to conserve its visual status as an unassuming TV peripheral. Its sleek top and two tones also gave it a very futuristic feel, far from the wood-paneled 60s look of the Atari 2600. There really were negative associations with the simple term video game, so rather than call the device the Nintendo Advanced Video Gaming System, its original name, they changed it to the Nintendo Entertainment System, highlighting the entertainment aspect of the system. The games themselves weren't called video games, but rather game packs. The paperwork packed with the console was noticeably absent of any allusion to video games, and all of the manuals were careful to avoid the V word as well. They did everything they could to distance themselves from the idea of a video game. The next step was determining what games should be brought to the system. The Famicom started with home console ports of arcade titles, but the NES would have to launch with a lot more than that to keep it exciting. Nintendo was able to gauge interest in their games through several sources. First off, they had a sort of pre-test market through the Versus System arcade cabinet. This was how America got their first glimpse at Nintendo's console games. By measuring which games did the best in the arcade, Nintendo could cater their launch titles to the new market. Minoru Arakawa, the president of Nintendo of America, also consulted with Howard Phillips, a longtime employee at Nintendo, even if he was only a warehouse manager at the time. Their small team wrote down what games they thought would fit best in the American market. The rest of this essay will be surrounding titles that were among the first to be released on the NES, colloquially called the black box games. On the marketing side, Nintendo of America didn't want to release the system nationwide to see what would happen. Instead, they decided to test the market in October of 1985 by launching the NES with select retailers in New York City. It's not like retailers were particularly thrilled to let a video game console into their stores. They were expensive and had a bleak history to them. In order to entice their managers, Nintendo promised to buy back any stock that didn't sell at full price, giving store owners little to no risk. To accompany the retail launch, a small team of employees had been running around, setting up kiosks to get the public interested in the system. These displays featured a giant Rob and a series of video game screenshots, along with the contents of the test market set. A commercial highlighting the futuristic birth of Rob the Robot was aired. All of these designs and setups had been concocted at the last minute. They rushed to get this thing off the ground, and it was obvious in the poor record keeping that can be seen in the company 35 years later. But we'll go into that soon. In terms of the technology, Nintendo had already identified that one of the major issues in 1983 was the lack of third-party regulation. In fact, since 1984, the Famicom had already begun seeing its fair share of low-quality releases from unaffiliated game designers. While many third-party titles were solid, the sheer amount of companies that wanted to get in on the console's success were very quickly muddying up the market for both producers of new, high-quality games and consumers looking to buy solid titles. The Famicom had no device to identify unlicensed games, but this would soon change for their launch of the system in America and Europe. By including a lockout chip in the console, developers would be forced to go through Nintendo before having their games approved, allowing the company to verify each and every title before it made it to market. This also made developers go through Nintendo's production facilities in order to actually produce games, allowing them to control the amount of titles any third party put out while standardizing the designs for the carts. There were some drawbacks to this as well. If the pins that read the NES carts became loose or broke off, a common phenomenon when children begin handling expensive electronic equipment, games would become entirely unplayable and the console would necessitate complex repairs to resume function. Also, some of the games that used custom software with more complex graphics and sound that came out in Japan would have to be reworked in order to function properly on US and European systems. Overall, though, this strict standard was a welcome one. Each game approved by Nintendo would receive the Nintendo seal of quality. In their own words, assurance that Nintendo has approved and guaranteed quality of the product, an implementation intended to quell any fears those suffering from the PTSD of just a couple years prior may experience. This doesn't mean that every game was fantastic. There were still plenty of duds on Nintendo's first home console, but it was a far cry from what was seen with the Atari or Magnavox Odyssey 2. There were also several companies, most notably Tengen, a subsidiary of Atari, that were able to skirt these regulations by getting past the lockout chip. At this point, though, Nintendo had already secured such a hold on the market that their approved games were selling incredibly well, and customers had been programmed to check for the seal of quality before purchasing a title. In addition, if retailers tried to sell these unlicensed games, Nintendo would threaten to pull all of their own officially published ones. This was a pretty serious threat considering the popularity of their own games were rivaled by no other companies. By 1990, Nintendo would achieve a nearly 90% share in the home console market in America, not only revitalizing the industry and reconnecting all generations with the relatively new and exciting medium of video games, but building a foundation from which all future consoles would be built. While Nintendo was hardly the first to do anything, they remained the most iconic console from this era, their name synonymous with retro games and parents who never learned the names of any other game companies. Also, just to get it out of the way, I am fully aware of the predatory business practices that Nintendo had, especially during this time. But that's not really the focus of this project, so I will not be going into that with any more detail. Anyways, this is about the Black Box set. They were the NES's launch titles and would be the only first-party developed games until 1987. Although Nintendo didn't have control over all box designs for third-party companies, leaving quite a lot of variation, they made sure to have a very standardized design for their own releases. They all featured a sleek black box, speckled with a starry sky, allowing easy identification as a first-party Nintendo title, and reinforcing the futuristic design of the console and its accessories. A screenshot from the game was put on the front cover, rather than an artistic rendition of gameplay. This was an intentional decision by Gail Tilden, Nintendo's head of advertising, and Don James, an executive within the branch, in order to diminish any sense of false advertising. The game's title was boldly lettered and underscored with a reminder of the console it was made for. In the bottom right corner lay the seal of quality, while the bottom left showed which series the game was from. There were always several screenshots of gameplay along with a quick blurb on the back, another seal of quality just to make sure that nobody missed the first one, and another reminder or two that the game was, in fact, for use with the Nintendo Entertainment System. Well, I mean, all of these seals of quality must have meant that they were thoroughly vetted by Nintendo, right? All of these were fantastic games, pinnacles of their time. Well, while most of them have aged pretty poorly by today's standards, I argue that almost every game in the set does actually have some impact on the future of their respective genres. But before we delve into the games, I do have to talk a little bit about the historical significance of print importance. I'd like to briefly touch on a complex issue in regards to pinpointing both the start and end dates of production of the black box titles. Determining print runs of each game is a very difficult feat, but it is nonetheless important for getting a sense of market trends where paper trails are often missing. There were 3 years in which the first printings of each black box game occurred: 1985, 1986, and 1987. Games that were part of the test market launch in 1985 weren't usually sealed with cellophane, but rather had a matte sticker seal keeping them closed. There are, of course, exceptions to this. For example, this matte sticker seal copy of Stack Up has the original cellophane on it, but this could just be a game-specific example due to the many stealable parts within the box. They also came with built-in hang tabs on the backs, intended to be punched for easy hanging on store shelves. Games launched in 1986 had a gloss sticker instead, and second prints of 1985 games followed this trend. Sticker seals may have been cheaper than plastic wrap, but they did have their fair share of issues. Someone could open up the box, take the game out, replace it with another cheaper title, and then put it back on the shelf. This wouldn't be too noticeable without close inspection of the sticker. This likely contributed to the end of this style of seal well before the official launch of the NES in late 1986. Third print games, estimated to be released in Q3 of '86, got rid of the stickers and were instead always sealed with cellophane, but otherwise had no further differences to the box. The majority of games appearing on store shelves during the NES's official launch were fourth prints. These added NES-GP to the back to denote their status as Nintendo Entertainment System game packs, while 5th print games added a code at the top of the box that distinguished the games from each other. At the 6th print, the Nintendo Entertainment System's trademark was filed and added to the front of each box. 7th print games added Rev A to the bottom of the boxes, as this coincided with a redesign of the game packs, which eliminated the need for the top 2 screws. This is what's known as a 3-screw cart versus a 5-screw cart. Around this same time, Nintendo stopped attaching hang tabs directly to the boxes and instead put them on the cellophane. 8th prints and beyond adopted Nintendo's oval seal of quality and had various smaller differences from then on. A lot of online sources like to portray their guides as a definitive source for identifying black box printings. Nothing is that simple. Let's ignore the fact that some of the most, quote, reputable sources on the matter, like the game grading company Wada's guide, have clearly false statements on print information. For instance, Wada notoriously labels star codes as being promotional copies, which is outright false. These were the first known prints of popular black box and other games that simply recognize the fact that a warranty was added to include Mexico with Canada and America. But regardless, black box prints didn't follow a simple linear release like many believe. To take a look at one specific example of a game that breaks all of the rules of black box prints, let's take a look at Gumshoe. The first printing of Gumshoe featured a gloss sticker, like all other 1986 games, but has an NES-GP on the box, which is characteristic of a 4th printing. This could obviously be treated as an outlier, but there are other instances of games having prints that don't line up with their release dates. Balloon Fight came out in September of 1986, which is supposed to be around the time that Nintendo was printing their NES-GP boxes. And yet, there are 2 prints of the game before this one, as shown here. The list goes on, but the reason I'm bringing these up is to clarify that, unless someone gets a hold of manufacturing and production dates from the plants where these boxes were made, the true timeline of releases will remain hazy at best. In fact, not even Nintendo knows when they put out certain titles. For example, on their own website, as well as countless fan pages, Soccer is slated as having a 1987 release. However, we know that this is false. Because there are examples of Soccer coming with a matte sticker seal, it's been confirmed that it came out in 1985, along with the rest of the launch lineup. This evidence is corroborated with newspaper articles from the era mentioning the release of Soccer along with the other 1985 games. This is just one example, but I'll provide some more specific ones in the game sections where this becomes relevant. Basically, this is all to say that you should take the print dates as a loose suggestion rather than a hard fact, even when they come directly from Nintendo. Now you sat through a bunch of technical terms. But for what? Why does this even matter? Well, knowing when a game came out is extremely important for historical context. For instance, because we know Soccer came out in 1985, we can then look at the impact it had on other soccer video games in the late 80s, which is particularly crucial when it comes to early video game history. If we thought that it came out in 87, all analyses of the game would have to change. It could be gathered that Sega's Great Soccer, which came out in 87, actually influenced Nintendo's Soccer, and not the other way around. Needless to say, this would alter our understanding of the genre quite a bit. Print identification also helps us determine when reprints stopped. A good example of this is Stack Up. There have only been 5 identified box prints of the game, meaning that production must have stopped in late 1986 or early 1987. This can be contributed to several factors: increased price compared to other titles, poor quality of the game, and lack of interest in Rob, to name a few. But we can analyze the poor performance of the game because we can identify what the final print was. Nintendo didn't put out official sales figures for US releases, so this is the best that we can extrapolate. I'll be going into more depth on both of these games in the near future, but in a nutshell, these are just a couple of reasons why cataloging boxes and identifying print variants is important. Maybe I just use this as justification for spending the amount that I have on this set, but I like to think I'm contributing to something other than my own collection. One of the first games to launch with the Famicom during its 1983 debut in Japan, baseball is a sport popular both overseas and in the United States. Its relative simplicity made it a go-to option for home console release. While there are over a dozen baseball-themed games for various other platforms, most of them were significantly more rudimentary than Nintendo's. Featuring stick figures running from base to base, as seen in this footage from the Intellivision ECS's World Series Major League Baseball, too much automation in the gameplay, or complex controls that didn't fit the simple controllers well. Thus, while from today's perspective, NES Baseball looks and feels lackluster at best, it still managed to be the best at-home experience of the sport available at the time. Nintendo didn't attempt to portray each player as an anatomically accurate wireframe, but rather used more cartoony visuals to smooth out the look of the game, a hallmark of the designer Shigeru Miyamoto. This design choice has been utilized throughout many Nintendo games. See Wind Waker as a notable example, and usually helps the game age gracefully as a result. In addition, baseball is chock full of small, detailed animations, such as the pitcher turning his head to look at the bases before throwing his ball, or the outfielders' catching animations changing depending on the ball's positioning relative to their bodies. While these aren't particularly notable by today's standards, they certainly do help bring the game to life. Featuring both single-player against the CPU and two-player versus mode, the gameplay is solid enough for a sports title releasing in 1985. Most of it comes down to pitching and batting. From the pitcher's side, you have control over where the ball goes, how fast you throw it, and what spin you apply. Batting, on the other hand, just has you press A when the ball comes at you, but the timing is quite strict, and as the press of this button doesn't take into account the pullback animation of the swing, the player has to include this into the equation. Outfielding is almost entirely automated. The computer will move the fielders into position, but the player gets to control which base they throw the ball to. Other than the beginning screen that allows the player to choose their team's colors, there isn't any further customization regarding CPU difficulty or anything else, although that may be too much to ask for a launch title that's named after the sport that it portrays. Regardless of baseball's simplistic design, it has been re-released on several Nintendo consoles since its American launch in 1985, including an abysmal port on the Game Boy, a purchasable game in Animal Crossing for the GameCube, and an e-reader card pack. Nintendo also decided to Mario-ify the title through Mario Superstar Baseball on the GameCube, as well as its sequel, Super Mario Sluggers on the Wii. This would be far from the last time Nintendo added their mascot to simple sports titles, with the quirky addition of items and a story mode in order to spruce things up. Baseball was also a direct source of inspiration for many titles following it, such as RBI Baseball on the NES, a series releasing yearly titles to this day. It didn't cause a massive splash in the field of baseball video games, but it certainly did set a higher standard of quality than any game previously released. A recurring theme you'll notice throughout this section on the sports series is how much inspiration Nintendo took from themselves when releasing new titles. The most notable of these, in my opinion, is with Wii Sports, launching with the Wii in 2006. Fundamentally, baseball on the NES and baseball on Wii Sports were almost identical. Both utilized these more cartoony graphics, although the Wii version uses self-insert Mii characters. Both came out at launch with a collection of Nintendo-published sports titles, and gameplay for both consisted almost entirely of just batting and pitching. Though, whereas the NES version allows for some control in the outfield, that part of the experience is automatic on the Wii. Yes, Nintendo actually simplified the NES version 21 years after it first hit store shelves. Wii Sports Baseball functioned largely as a tech demo that showed off the many ways that the Wii Remote and its motion controls could be utilized. These motion controls had the player mimic the motions made by the sprite, which allowed swinging and pitching to feel a lot more natural than the button pressing of an NES controller. While not perfect, motion controls do allow for much more room for error in the timing of batting. However, NES Baseball wasn't too far off from a tech demo itself. As an early release, it did a great job of showing off what the NES was capable of, both graphically and functionally. The Wii launched 21 years after Nintendo first put out the NES in America, and after playing both of these games back to back, it's easy to see where Wii Sports Baseball took its inspiration. In the end, both set out to make a simple sport as accessible as possible to a new audience of video game players, and by each of their relative sales numbers, it's hard to claim that either failed. While it may have been eclipsed by a flood of baseball-related titles in the years following its release, it is undeniable that, as one of the launch titles for the NES, baseball created a new baseline for baseball as a video game. I wouldn't recommend playing it today. It hasn't held up that well compared to some other black box titles. However, at the time, it was a home run to many. The gameplay of tennis is one of the oldest concepts in all of video game history. While the definition of video game does have a lot of room for interpretation, it is largely agreed that the first video game was Tennis for Two, created by physicist William Higginbotham. Featuring no sprites of any kind, but rather just a ball and a net, this incredibly rudimentary game was a pretty good adaptation of tennis to electronics, considering its creation in 1958. The first commercially successful video game, 1972's Pong, followed a similar set of rules. At its core, Pong is, again, a basic form of tennis, albeit on a smaller scale. This title set the baseline for all video games that followed it throughout the 1970s, and while there was a lot of genre diversification in the following years, just about every company producing video game consoles had some sort of take on the tennis genre. Each new year a Pong clone was released, a new feature was added. Tennis on the Intellivision added better controls for sprites, while Tennis on the Atari VCS did a good job of increasing the speed of gameplay. When Nintendo was choosing games to turn into at-home titles for its new system in 1985, Tennis was a no-brainer. Technically, America had actually seen the release of Tennis in 1984 on the Nintendo Versus system, an arcade cabinet featuring interchangeable ROM chips, utilizing the same technology as the Famicom or NES carts. It was a great example of a single-player or collaborative game that anybody with any amount of video game experience could understand. Nintendo's take on Pong added a multitude of new features. Its vertical perspective is significantly more detailed than previous titles, with the ball shrinking and growing depending on its location in the court. Similar to baseball, the sprites are cartoony, vastly improving upon the more realistic but worse-looking wireframe renderings of previous titles. Mario appears as the official, tracking the ball back and forth across the court and providing judgment on its positioning should a player miss a swing or hit it too far. Speaking of missing a swing, let me speak a bit about playing these black box games on modern televisions. I do not own a CRT. I played all of these titles on my regular TV, a flat screen from the mid-2000s. I'll go into detail about the importance of the CRT in the Rob and Light Gun games, but essentially, the main difference between the two televisions is that the CRT has virtually no lag between button press and action. The NES was intended to be played on a TV that was out in the mid-1980s, so with games that require specific timing on button presses, such as tennis, which forces the player to press A in accordance to the ball's positioning on the court, it becomes almost impossible to properly anticipate and correctly return a serve from the CPU opponent. From the perspective of someone playing this on the wrong hardware, it is somewhat frustrating. With that aside, now let's get back to the main gameplay of tennis. There is multiplayer, but because of the perspective, both players play against two CPUs, limiting the competitive aspect of the game. There are many other NES sports titles that allow for 1v1 brawling: baseball, soccer, golf, 10-yard fight, and more. Nonetheless, just about every other tennis title that had released previously had seen some sort of versus mode, and Nintendo's lacking one was a bit sad on their very first home console. The trend of later tennis titles improving upon their earlier iterations continued, but after Tennis's initial release, there wasn't much innovation. When the NES was opened up to third-party developers, there were quite a few titles produced for the sport, but none really nailed the graphics or physics of the original. Top Players Tennis, Deluxe Tennis 2, and Jimmy Connor's Tennis were all put out on the NES, to name a few. Nintendo ported their original game to the Game Boy in 1989, but it was decidedly worse than the NES version due to the technical limitations of the Game Boy. It wasn't until Super Tennis on the SNES, also published by Nintendo, that the formula saw another massive leap forward. In later years, Nintendo would take heavy inspiration from themselves and revamp the whole tennis genre with a Mario twist, releasing Mario Tennis in 2000, a game that added a variety of improvements in the form of new controls, great depth of gameplay, and a colorful cast. I'm skipping over Mario Tennis on the Virtual Boy though. Please don't bring that up. Once again, in 2006, with the release of Wii Sports, Nintendo would put a fresh coat of paint on the tennis genre. Utilizing motion controls and the most user-friendly experience at the time, tennis was a favorite of many, and, unlike its 1985 twin, it allowed for a beautifully executed two-player versus mode. While Tennis for NES was meant to be a simple release that many would enjoy, the Wii version also aimed to bring non-gamers into their audience once again. With rules as basic as Pong, it proved to be a simple game that anyone of any age would be able to understand. The Wii Sports version is very similar to Super Tennis, the game that arguably set the standard for all tennis games moving forward. But the lack of button controls in the Wii title made it accessible to those who may not have had great coordination. It would also be the last tennis game Nintendo would publish for quite some time, until the release of Mario Tennis Open for the 3DS in 2012. From then on, it's been a pretty downhill battle for the sport, at least in Nintendo-published titles. While the company tried to capitalize on the Marioification that brought new vitality to their other sports-themed titles, the formula has become quite bland. Mario Tennis Ultra Smash for the Wii U is one such game that was notoriously subject to very poor reviews. A small improvement was made for Mario Tennis Aces on the Switch, but unfortunately the charm of the earlier Mario Tennis titles seems to have worn off. Regardless, in 1985, Nintendo did deliver a well-functioning, popular version of a simple game. While it may not have stood the test of time when compared to other releases, it certainly has its place as an important part of the genre at large. And for that, it deserves much love. Get it? Like love in tennis? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll move on. Up next is one of Nintendo's most polarizing sports titles, soccer. Not polarizing in terms of gameplay, but rather by the literal name that the sport was given. It was released in Europe under the title Soccer, which may or may not have led to some major issues overseas. There has been some debate as to when exactly this title launched, as Nintendo's own accounts have it slated as a 1987 release. This Nintendo Power Pack source guide indicates Soccer's release as March of 1987, but this inaccuracy continued throughout their documentation of important NES dates in their early history. Here's the closest thing Nintendo ever put out to an official timeline of Black Box games, located in the NES timeline of Super Smash Bros. Brawl. As you can see, Soccer has an indicated launch date in March of 1987. However, we know this to be false. Firstly, there are several pieces of print media from the test market launch in 1985 that mention Soccer. It is unlikely that these were false reports, as there is also tangible evidence that the game was released in 85. Although rare, there are copies of the game that come with matte sticker seals, meaning that they were part of this test market launch. My copy is a gloss seal, indicating an early 1986 release, which also reveals that the matte sticker copies weren't just production errors, but instead fit the standard cycle of black box print runs. From all of this information, it can safely be determined that Soccer was a launch title of the NES. Now that we have this established, let's actually talk about the game. Featuring the same cartoonish characters present in baseball and tennis, Soccer was yet another straight-to-the-point sports title. While other sports, namely baseball, had a good amount of competition both in the arcade and on home consoles, Soccer was a game that hadn't really kicked off yet, so to speak. In the arcade, the most prominent title I could find was the 1984 game Exciting Soccer, produced by Alpha Denshi, a middling game by all standards at the time. Although, it did manage to become the fourth best-selling arcade title of the month in November of 1983, at least in Japan. The most recognizable soccer games, such as Nintendo World Cup and FIFA, wouldn't get their start until the late 80s and early 90s respectively. It is also important to note that only Nintendo was publishing for the NES at this time, and no other video game consoles were really being taken seriously. Thus, they had virtually nothing to compete with in terms of visuals and gameplay. As such, Soccer, while quite playable, is nothing to write home about. The player has control over only one character at a time, changing automatically based on proximity to the ball. They can choose which teammates to pass to, where to dribble the ball, when and where to shoot, and how to position the goalie when on defense. While this may be the extent of the gameplay, it is important to stress that, during my playthrough, I never felt either confused or cheated by the computer. Unlike many other sports titles released at launch, Soccer gives a player a whopping 5 different difficulty selections, which adds a good deal of depth to the game. There are also 7 different country-themed teams to choose from, which may all have different color schemes, but all function the same in the end. In typical Nintendo fashion, during halftime, there are short cutscenes in which cheerleaders do a little dance on the field. showing off some nice animations by 1985 standards and helping to give the game some more much-needed personality. Soccer was developed by Intelligent Systems, the studio that would go on to create the Fire Emblem and Advance War franchises, as well as several other black box titles, some of questionable quality, that you'll see later. There really are no major issues with the game. It works well, it's cute, and it gives the player plenty of customizability. It's a nice little experience that gave fans of soccer a worthwhile simulation to enjoy, at least for the time being. That's about all there is to say about the gameplay of this title, but what about its impact? While it certainly expanded upon the graphics of previous games, it was quickly overshadowed, even just 2 years after its release, by games put out on both the Sega Master System and the Atari 7800. Despite the fact that World Soccer looked and performed significantly better than the Nintendo version of the sport, the NES was the king of the video game industry at the time, and so it didn't receive a ton of attention. However, as Nintendo allowed for more third-party publications on their system, it very quickly became outclassed. This isn't to disparage its role as a launch title. The soccer niche had yet to be filled when the NES came out. As one reviewer in 1986 put it, at first glance, Nintendo Soccer doesn't look that good. However, it's graced with oodles of playability, and even though the game is a little on the slow side, there's plenty of scope. The 5 different skill levels combined with several teams of varied ability give plenty of long-term challenges, and the 2-player option, as ever, is brilliant. Nintendo would go on to release multiple soccer-themed sports titles, starting with Super Soccer for the SNES, a much-needed improvement to the black box title. In 2005, soccer would see a Mario-themed revival with the release of Mario Strikers on the GameCube, an incredibly fun and pretty hectic take on the game. Several sequels to Strikers have been published since, and Nintendo even made a great callback, in its boring, uninspired gameplay, to the sport in their 2011 game, Mario Sports Mix, and 2017's Mario Sports Superstars for the 3DS. Even though it was nothing special even by 1985 standards, soccer did serve its purpose as a perfectly functional sports simulation at the NES's launch. It may be a forgettable title today, but it certainly holds up better than many of the other games on this list. I'd still recommend you try the game, at least just for the kicks. Out of all of the sports games that came out with the launch of the NES, the one that seemed to be the most suited for the hardware limitations present was golf. It's a slow-paced, simple game that requires solid aim and timing, but not a whole lot else. However, when put in context with the many action-packed games coming out at the time, it's not surprising that golf wasn't exactly as popular as it is today. Unlike baseball, soccer, and tennis, which all had upwards of 10 previous iterations on earlier consoles, there were only a small handful of golf-themed video games released up until this point. Also, they all looked and functioned terribly. For example, the Atari 2600's attempt at this sport is absolutely disgusting. The graphics, controls, and physics are all abysmal, but in typical Atari fashion, they do have a beautiful artist rendition of men and women playing golf on the box, not at all representative of what the game actually looks like. Nintendo's rendition was refreshing. The game was developed by HAL Laboratories, specifically by a single programmer, at least by his account, Satoru Iwata. Similar to tennis, golf was first released via the Versus system in October of 1984, featuring the same game that would come out on the NES in 1985. The main character, Mario, was a familiar face at this point. He had already been featured in Donkey Kong, Pinball, Tennis as the judge, and many other games. As always, he provided an anchoring point for players to get acquainted with the game. Versus Golf actually came in 2 iterations, Versus Stroke and Match Golf and Versus Ladies Golf. These both boiled down to the same game, but Ladies Golf featured women as the main characters rather than Mario, a silly attempt to appeal to an audience rarely targeted by video games at the time. The game contained 1 and 2 player modes, in which players would compete either with themselves or others to achieve the lowest score. The interface for the game was unlike anything that was made before it. Instead of a shoddy-looking 2D course with the player plopped down on it like in the Atari or Magnavox Odyssey editions, almost akin to what one would expect from a game of mini-golf, Nintendo had a full visual of the course next to a small box with Mario and his clubs. The player had the option to change between several different clubs, all of which had different powers and angles in which the balls would be launched. In addition, a power bar was included, allowing the player to time their button press for different powered swings. This was a groundbreaking addition to the golf genre and would become a staple of almost all future golf games. It would also be the first game of its kind to include a to-scale view of the map. Mario took up an appropriate amount of space on the full view, rather than looking disproportionately large compared to the course. This helped the experience feel more like a real game of golf, rather than the mini-golf-like effect of previous titles. The controls still hold up, even by today's standards. The angles are quite accurate, the wind speed, another feature that made its debut on this title, acts appropriately, the courses are beautifully designed, and the variety of ways to make it through them greatly improve the replayability. There are also an astounding 18 holes present in this game, something that was thought to be impossible to achieve on an NES cart. However, Iwata was quite skilled in navigating data compression, as he would later recall. The sheer amount of courses helps the game feel fresh through successive playthroughs, as it forces the player to master more than a dozen unique designs in order to get the lowest score possible. Overall, golf is certainly one of the best sports games that came out at the NES's launch. Due to both its ingenuity and being one of the first entries of the golf genre, golf had a sizable impact on its successors. There weren't a ton of titles released on the NES, but it did get a sequel in NES Open Tournament Golf, released in 1991. This game included tons more courses, different character selections, a tournament mode, and generally better physics than its prequel. Something just about every golf title had included from this point forward was a power bar, from Link's 386 Pro for the PC to the Hyper Golf Devil's Course for the Sega Saturn. Another part of golf's legacy can be seen within Nintendo and HAL Laboratories themselves. Kirby's Dream Course was a mini-golf game developed by HAL that also drew on many of the mechanics introduced in the NES and Famicom release. While Nintendo has never officially remastered the original NES title, it is playable in Animal Crossing for GameCube via purchase from Red's Furniture Emporium, and the e-reader cards that came out in 2003 for the Game Boy Advance. Of course, I can't talk about a sport without mentioning the Marioification technique Nintendo loves to implement. Starting on the N64, Nintendo introduced Mario Golf, featuring playable characters from all around the universe of Super Mario Bros., similar to NES Open Tournament Golf. The original game actually wasn't all that mechanically different from golf for the NES, but the series began innovating as it continued onwards. For example, the Game Boy Color port of Mario Golf played as an RPG rather than your typical golf game. Items made an appearance relatively late in this franchise, being introduced with the 3DS title, Mario Golf World Tour. The Switch entry, Mario Golf Super Rush, came out in 2021, so the series is still going strong. As far as Mario-themed sports titles go, the Mario Golf series has seen some real standout entries in its history. In 2006, all of the original courses present in the initial release of Golf were adapted into Wii Sports and re-released again as the classic series of Wii Sports Resort Golf. They were actually changed very little, if at all, from their original forms, which speaks to how well they aged. You may notice a theme here with Wii Sports. The sports released in 1985 gave a very solid foundation for all future releases. In fact, many games that include a sports mix utilize some combination of the four: tennis, golf, baseball, and soccer, at least before bowling became extremely popular with Wii Sports Bowling. This was, in part, due to the popularity of these games at the launch of the NES. Golf has its own part in this story, and Iwata's programming and its influence continues to be felt in golf titles released to this day. I do truly think that Golf was a hole-in-one. 10-Yard Fight was a game that seemed almost destined to reach American homes. Unlike most of the rest of the world, Japan is one of the few countries that acknowledges the abomination that is American football, a sport that took its name from a previously existing European sport while being a hybrid between soccer and rugby. This game was also only one of a few launch titles not to be developed by Nintendo. The Japanese company Irem developed both 10-Yard Fight and Kung Fu. Originally, both of these games were developed as arcade titles, but I'll get into Kung Fu's case later. Released in 1983 by the same name, the arcade version, rather than simulating all of football, only allowed for offense to be experienced by the player, while the computer would take up defense. For those who don't know, a team must reach 10 yards ahead of a tackle in order to reset the amount of downs, or outs, and to eventually score a touchdown. Thus, the title 10-Yard Fight, perfectly describing the activity of fighting the CPU to get 10 yards further, fit like a glove. The arcade game did quite well, topping charts in March of 1984. As such, when Nintendo had somewhat open access to game publishing for their home console, it was an obvious decision to port it to a new audience. 10-Yard Fight ended up making it to the Famicom in August of 1985, just a few months before the NES's launch in America. There was very likely a rush to localize it as quickly as possible. The game was a perfect fit for the new market, rounding out the other 4 sports titles quite well. The gameplay of the console version was adjusted quite a bit from its arcade counterpart. To start, both offense and defense were made playable. However, instead of moving down on the screen while on defense, the field would be flipped 180 degrees to keep directional controls consistent. On defense, the player can't actually control which members of the defense they get to move. This is entirely determined by the computer. On the other hand, the CPU gets to control all of their moves on offense, while you're relegated to dealing with the subpar AI determining what you're capable of doing. For a game that is just about as hands-off as baseball, relying heavily on computer decisions, you'd expect for them to be finely tuned. However, they aren't successful at all. The CPUs feel significantly harder than they should, and the gameplay is quite sluggish and frustrating. Graphically, the game is nothing special. There weren't many previous football titles, but all looked pretty abysmal. Real sports football on the Atari 2600 paled in comparison to 10-Yard Fight, but that's really not saying much. The sprites were certainly passable, at least by the standards of the time. The sounds were repetitive and annoying, a loop of the noise channel with a few beeps here and there after plays. By today's standards, the game has aged very poorly. As expected, 10-Yard Fight was hardly an inspirational game. It was never revisited by Nintendo, which notably lacks American football titles in their arsenal. Third parties did tackle the genre on the NES though. Tecmo Bowl was a notable title, starting in arcades and later transferring over to the NES in 1988 with a license from the NFL to use actual professional players in-game. The inclusion of real players would be a genre staple from this point onwards, lending a sort of personal appeal to the gameplay and allowing actual players to be controlled. It was also leagues better than Nintendo's 10-Yard Fight. It effectively rendered its precursor completely obsolete. Most modern players would choose Tecmo Bowl over 10-Yard Fight if they wanted to experience a football game on the NES. As was the case with other sports in early video game history, several other named football players tried to make the genre their own, including Joe Montana and Bill Walsh. However, the genre was ultimately taken over by Madden, with the first entry, John Madden Football, published by EA Sports, featuring a cross-system release on PC and console, coming out in 1988. Football actually wasn't a popular sport title for many years. Its higher tech requirements, due to the fast-paced action and multitude of players, would make sure of that. Nevertheless, come the 1990s, Madden and NCAA Football would each go on to release a title annually, working off of their own formulas completely separate from 10-Yard Fight. Overall, the NES launch title was nothing more than a footnote in the grand series of the genre. The game's main purpose, to provide Americans with a familiar title at the beginning of a foreign country's video game system at launch, was fulfilled. So in that way, it did everything it set out to do. Touchdown. No pun for this one, sorry. Rob, the robotic operating buddy, is a wonderful display piece in anyone's collection. A great conversation starter. Just a little guy sitting there and collecting dust. But what conversations does he start? And what does he do? And why does he exist? Before I delve into the first of only 2 Rob titles, let's first talk about Nintendo's Trojan horse and gimmick extraordinaire, Rob the Robot. We've already discussed a bit about how Nintendo circumvented the video game market crash of 1983 and got into retail stores in America for the NES's launch in '85. Rob is another integral piece to that puzzle. There were 2 main barriers when it came to earning the public's and retailers' trust. 1. Convincing retailers that their product was safe and popular enough to allow it to enter stores, and 2. Convincing the consumer that the NES was not another video game console that would inevitably suffer from a lack of solid releases and false advertising. The concept of Rob sought to quell both of these issues, and based on our continued recognition of its likeness, it did a great job. Rob was marketed as not just a peripheral to the NES, but as an interactive toy, capable of producing hours of standalone fun. While this may not have been particularly accurate, it worked very well for attracting a consumer base of mostly younger kids. In fact, Internal documents from Nintendo surveying why customers wanted the NES show that Rob was one of the main reasons among children. As well as the success from the consumer point of view, Rob's portrayal as a toy allowed Nintendo to skirt the dangerous shelves of the video game section of toy stores, a bleak place at that day and age, and instead locate themselves in the toy section, next to other popular high-tech robot-like models, such as Transformers and laser tag. Retailers were also more likely to allow a toy, tried-and-true products that had not seen much of a decline in sales, rather than the much riskier video game console into their stores. While Rob saw a release both in the United States and Japan, it was specifically designed as a selling point for the NES in the US, unlike its Japanese release, which was little more than a gimmicky afterthought. The device utilized similar technology to the Zapper gun. There were light receptors in the eye sockets of the robot that would register different flashes on the TV's screen as different commands, from turning left or right to moving its arms up and down. The robot was only playable with two titles, Gyromite and Stack Up, called Robot Gyro and Robot Set in Japan. The games weren't actually altered at all from their Japanese counterparts. The Japanese titles remain on the American copies as there weren't any in-game words to translate. As such, Famicom to NES adapters were used to keep up with the demand for certain games, repurposing Japanese carts for the American audience. Nowadays, these converters are quite popular with modders when porting Famicom games over to the NES. Regardless, let's get a bit more into the release of Gyromite and its actual gameplay. Rob was bundled with the deluxe set, along with Zapper guns, Gyromite, Duck Hunt, and all of the Rob parts required to play its game. He also had his own standalone small box release for those who wanted to buy it separately, but for the price point of $50, or $135 accounting for inflation, this was not a particularly popular option. Gyromite also had two releases, a standalone game box and a big box version that came with all the parts required to play. There are two game modes. Game A is a puzzle platformer in which Professor Hector must collect all of the pieces of dynamite on the screen before time runs out. This was much in line with many other puzzle platformers that had already been released on the Famicom, but had yet to make it to the States, such as Door Door and Flappy. Pretty typical stuff in Japan, but more obscure in the US. The first controller is given to the player, and the second controller is given to Rob. Through screen flashes, Rob places spinning gyros on the holder, which presses a button down that alters the blue and red pillars throughout the course. There are enemies called Smicks that lumber around, taking a life from the professor if they're bumped into. Hector can pick up radishes and drop them to attract the Smicks, buying him time to avoid them or luring them under the pillars and crushing them with help from Rob. In order to move Rob, the player has to enter control mode, which does not stop either the timer from counting down or the Smicks from walking around and harming Hector. This is where Rob's slowness really starts to set in. From screen flash to movement, it takes upwards of 5 seconds for Rob to move a single time. This turns into a bit of an issue when there are often several movements that must take place in a single turn. For example, putting the gyro down on the motor, picking it up, moving it left, and then moving it down twice to place it on the stand. These can really rack up when the game requires movements near constantly. Thus, rather than the robot helping the player, it almost seems as if Rob is another obstacle to overcome. Technically, the game can be played with an actual player too. All that Rob really does is press buttons on the controller in a convoluted manner. Unfortunately, this would obviously ruin the entire point of the game. While the level design is solid, and the concept works well enough, this first game mode falls a bit flat after the initial wave of novelty wears off. Game B of Gyromite follows the same Professor Hector as he sleepwalks forward. The player must control the environment around the professor to help him safely reach his goal. Once again, the Player 2 controller, which Rob uses, controls red and blue gates. As the levels move on, the puzzles and timing get significantly more difficult, especially with Rob in the co-pilot seat. They aren't, however, so quick that it's impossible to achieve with the robot's help. It hits a nice middle ground between challenging and unfair. What makes this game unique, however, was the lack of control given to the player. This would actually be the first of 2 games in the black box set, the other being Gumshoe, which we'll get to much later, which turned the typical autonomous gameplay of the era on its head. However, the game is quite dull and repetitive. Rob, once again, doesn't do a whole lot to keep the player engaged, and it ends up being more of a bonus game than anything. So, how influential was Gyromite? It functioned as a game that Nintendo's research and development threw together to excite customers about Rob's functionality. It's a puzzle platformer that utilizes a peripheral quite well, and provided players with an experience like never before. And, well, nothing like it has ever been made since. While there might not be a lot to say about the actual game, the same cannot be said about Rob itself. Rob's very existence and success would begin Nintendo's legacy of goofy peripherals and one-off, later abandoned gimmicks that would continue to this very day. On the NES, there was the Power Pad and Zapper, which saw little to no utilization outside of a few games. On the Super Nintendo, we got the Super Nintendo Mouse and Super Scope, which once again were hardly utilized outside of Mario Paint and Yoshi's Safari. The N64 got the DD in Japan, the GameCube had bongos and a keyboard controller, the Game Boy Color had a printer and depth calculator, the Game Boy Advance had e-reader cards, the Wii had motion controls, a Wii wheel, a gun accessory, and so many more. The 3DS had 3D, the Switch had Labo and Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, and the list goes on. Rob sparked a trend in Nintendo's marketing that seemed to work. Introduce an exciting, novel idea to get people interested in a system or game, and slowly stop supporting it when the target item catches on, in spite of its gimmick. This is where Rob's influence lies. Even if Gyromite wasn't a groundbreaking game, it was enough to give Nintendo the head start that they needed. As previously mentioned, only 2 games utilized Rob the Robot. The other one was probably just as unassuming, right? Well, let's talk about Stack Up, the second and wildly inferior title featuring our favorite robot friend. Nintendo was in quite the hurry to get out titles featuring Rob at the launch of the NES in America. Evidently, it was quite difficult to come up with engaging concepts for the bulky peripheral. Development for Stack Up seemed to be quite rushed. Similar to Gyromite, the game had a Famicom adapter in the cart to save time in porting the Japanese version, called Robot Block. And, once again, the title screen remains untranslated. The music for the game, composed by Hirokazu Tanaka, is dated as May 5th, 1985 in the game's code, only a couple of months before the game was officially released in the States. Due to the long development period after the initial programming of NES carts, this would suggest a serious time crunch. It's my and many others' assertion that, rather than begin development as a fully fledged title for Rob, Stack Up started as a development tool for the robot and was hastily cobbled together to create something that somewhat resembled a game. The same rushed feeling can be said about Gyromite, but its added puzzle platformer aspect makes it feel much more finished. As such, rather than Stack Up's failing being the exception, it's more surprising that Gyromite was a playable, somewhat fun title. Gyromite has a clear sense of direction, allowing it to succeed where Stack Up fails. Rob's lack of feedback to the NES means that a player has to be very self-motivated in order to derive any joy from these games. As mentioned previously, Gyromite could easily be played with a second controller instead of Rob to the same effect. However, this would remove most of the point of Rob's existence. Stack Up required the same player motivation, but with even less structure surrounding the actual game. In the main game mode, Direct, a confusing layout is shown on screen. Dr. Hector takes up the bottom 2/3, while the top left is occupied by a string of words and numbers, and the top right shows 2 configurations of blocks. Essentially, the goal is to get your pile of blocks on Rob the Robot to match the pile shown on screen. That's right, similar to its counterpart, Stack Up came with a slew of accessories necessary to play the game as intended. Stack Up retailed for $34.99, a solid $5 markup over the more premium games in the original launch lineup, and a large enough hike to expect a solid game. The box came with a set of extra parts, including 2 hands, 5 trays, and 5 colored blocks, embossed with a silver Nintendo logo. The craftsmanship of these parts is quite good, as expected from Nintendo, a company that spent many of their prior years in toy manufacturing. As Jeremy Parrish points out in his Stack Up retrospective, there is a non-zero chance that these blocks were repurposed poker chips from Nintendo's prior history in the gambling industry, and I can definitely see it. The blocks have divots on the bottom to ensure that they fit securely with the others, as well as the tray that attached to Rob's base. The actual control of Rob changes as well. In Gyromite, there are only 3 height settings, whereas in Stack Up there are 5, allowing Rob to pick up each block individually. With this understanding under our belts, let's get back to the actual gameplay of Stack Up. The main issue that arises with each and every mode in the game is the lack of feedback from Rob. Stack Up works off of the honor system. The player could verify that the stacks have been completed correctly or just bypass Rob entirely. Of course, this would defeat the entire purpose of the game. Without a real sense of motivation, Stack Up's whole premise simply falls apart. While later stages of direct mode do get somewhat challenging, it's hard to imagine anyone, child or adult, actually sitting through hours of the mind-numbing sound of Rob slowly moving a pile of blocks to various positions. The second game mode, Memory, is slightly more interesting. It essentially functions as a mini programmable mode, where all movements are planned out in advance, requiring spatial reasoning skills to get the blocks to the next location in the fewest amount of button presses possible. It still suffers from the same drawbacks as Direct, but innovates enough to provide marginally more enjoyment. And I suppose it acts as a sort of preview to coding for kids who may have been interested in that. It may be a bit of a stretch, but I'm doing the best with what I've got here. Bingo mode is the most game-like aspect of Stack Up, although that isn't saying much. Once again, the player must move configurations of blocks to match what appears on screen, but in order to get an input to go through, they have to step on every button in the row or column lining up with the movement. There are two bugs that could interfere with this task. Spike, who moves randomly and kicks Hector off the platform if they come into contact with one another, and Flipper, who bounces across rows and columns, causing Rob to move in random ways and messing up progress. There are no lives, nor is there a timer in this mode, so Spike is little more than a mild inconvenience. However, Flipper can cause some real setbacks if the player gets too tunnel-visioned. The two-player mode gets rid of Flipper, and basically becomes a free-for-all of who can get the most blocks to their side. At the end of the day, though, the game is shallow. Again, there's no feedback whatsoever. The actual game serves as little more than a rulebook than an actual interactive experience. Stack Up is everything the NES was attempting not to be, a poor quality, expensive video game with little to no content. It's the very thing retailers were so fearful of when allowing Nintendo to set up in their stores. This fear was almost certainly recognized by Nintendo, as they pulled the game very shortly after the official NES launch in 1986. There are only 5 known prints of the game, stopping with the NES-GP print around late 1986 or early 87. This also contributes to the cost of the game in today's market. Anyone going for a full NES or black box set knows the struggles of finding a complete in-box Stack Up, the second most expensive game only to Donkey Kong Jr. math. Gyromite also stopped with the round seal of quality prints as far as I can tell, meaning they halted production in late 87 or early 88. This essentially means that Rob was only out for about a year and a half after launch. Rob quietly faded away from the mainstream, providing a fantastic path for the NES's introduction to US markets, but not a whole lot else. Since the 80s, Rob has cameoed in tons of first-party games as a nod to fans of Nintendo's early history, such as F-Zero GX and Zelda Majora's Mask 3D, as well as appearing as a playable character in Mario Kart DS and the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. However, assessing the impact of the games themselves proves quite difficult. The Robot series of games have no real comparison by today's standards. If a company attempted to create a comparable peripheral, it would certainly not stick around for long in today's landscape. To put it simply, the honor system doesn't work for video games. Interactivity is the cornerstone of the medium. Forgoing this in an era far before postmodern awareness of what it means to be a video game was a costly mistake. Of course, this wouldn't have happened if Nintendo didn't attempt to convert a developmental tool into a full-fledged launch title, but I suppose that's what happens. And so we bid adieu to our robot friend, and the first of 2 peripherals included in this project. Goodbye, Rob. Earlier, we discussed Nintendo's debut into the field of electronics through their beam gun in 1970. Well, we're now entering the first of 3 1985 titles that utilize the same technology, the Light Gun series. But before we delve into Duck Hunt, let's briefly talk about the NES Zapper's place in this whole equation. The NES Deluxe set and pre-Deluxe test market set before the official launch of the console in 1986 came bundled with Gyromite, Duck Hunt, Rob the Robot, and a Zapper. While we've already talked about the importance of Rob, there's another piece of the puzzle that I left out. It's been well established that Nintendo was doing anything they could to distance themselves from the word video game. Rob did a great job of this by pulling the focus towards the toy aspect of the system. The Zapper was the second line of defense. While the gun was used for quite a few different games that certainly aged a lot better than Rob's releases, it was also portrayed as a toy gun that could be used with the power of imagination in several commercials that aired at the time. It was never far from its robot brother, really attempting to highlight the futuristic aspect of the NES. By turning the consumer's attention away from the console and towards the new and exciting peripherals, something only a few video game consoles had done, and typically just as a gimmick, Nintendo was really selling the interactive aspect of the system. This, however, was far from the only benefit that the Zapper afforded them. We've talked about the financial dilemmas Nintendo faced when launching their console overseas, but a key part of the difficulty they encountered came in the form of cultural differences. This was the 1980s. Those who served in World War II had a major influence in all American markets, and Japan being the first nation that attacked American soil had certainly not left their memories. Anti-Japanese sentiment was still widely prevalent, exacerbated by the moving of one of America's biggest markets, automobile production, overseas to Japan, which had been producing much more fuel-efficient cars than Detroit. Nintendo had their work cut out for them. They had to work their way into the hearts of Americans before they'd get a chance at their wallets. While Nintendo began their overseas presence in 1979 with the opening of their New York offices, they had been steadily building up a presence in America, coming to a head with the success of their arcade cabinets starting in 1981. They had developed distribution branches for these arcade cabinets, the popular Game & Watch handheld devices, and their many toys and gadgets by the early 80s, spearheaded by Minoru Arakawa, the first president of Nintendo of America. Although the headquarters, and with it the final decisions, remained squarely in Nintendo's hometown of Kyoto, the intricacies of marketing to American audiences was made up of just a few employees in the States. Nintendo of America didn't have many people working for them yet. Outside of Arakawa, they had Howard Lincoln, the vice president, Howard Phillips, a warehouse manager, and Gail Tilden, the advertising manager, and these three were often consulted for their opinions on what to launch the NES with. Howard recalled being presented with a list of Famicom games and writing down which he thought would best fit in a presentation he gave at CGE 2012.
And then we needed games for it. So Mr. Arakawa came in and said, well, by then there was about 40 games available in Famicom in Japan. He said, so which games should we release? And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, we want a range of games. We need about, a dozen, 18, something like that. Which games do you think? So I wrote up a list and wrote up my reasons for all of that. Again, I'm just a warehouse guy, but I've been running the route and doing all that stuff.
The Nintendo of America team also played an important part in changing the NES's design to fit with the American market, and concocted many of their most successful advertising campaigns. These groups had to determine what games would fit into the culture of America, represented by the products shipping alongside the NES for its test market debut. Rob had already been determined as a must-have choice, but something was missing. Wait a second. What do Americans love? Oh yeah, guns. Including the Zapper was a no-brainer, but deciding what game to pair it with would prove no easy task. When reviewing the sales data from the Nintendo Versus system, which utilized light guns for Wild Gunman, Duck Hunt, and Hogan's Alley, it was clear that Duck Hunt was the winner in terms of popularity. And so it was ultimately decided to ship the test market system with none other than Duck Hunt. Duck Hunt was a fairly standard point-and-shoot title, but its easy accessibility and many quirks certainly won at the hearts of Americans, both within its testing phase with the Versus system and its official 1985 release. It was produced by Intelligent Systems and directed by Shigeru Miyamoto, whose influence can be felt throughout the wacky character design and casual gameplay. The game consisted of 3 modes: 1 duck, 2 duck, red duck, and blue duck. And clay shooter. Game A's 1 duck served as the intro to the game as a whole. The player's dog would sniff around on screen and jump into the bushes, accompanied by a dog woof sample, which, considering the NES's limited sound capabilities, was quite impressive for the time. Ducks would periodically fly out of the brush, and the player would have 3 attempts to hit them before they flew away. If they missed, the dog would tease the player with a laugh, making fun of them for being a poor shot. Looking at the blurb given to Duck Hunt on the back of its box shows us that this humor was actually a major selling point of the game. If you miss, even your dog laughs at you. Although the player's canine companion was, at the end of the day, a helper, it may be that Nintendo overshot the obnoxiousness of the character, landing slightly farther than silly and into the frustrating camp. However, the Nintendo-style humanization of their characters, not often seen in the prior years when video games were intended to be a serious alternative to other media forms, certainly stuck. Its true players from this era grew to loathe the dog, but it's undeniable that this contributed to the unforgettableness of the game. The two-duck mode was intended for players who had a little bit more experience under their belt. Two ducks would fly up from the brush at a time, and if there was a second player, they'd control one of the ducks, intending to make life as difficult as possible for the shooter. This was a refreshing take on the classic two-player game modes, where, typically, the second player would just take over the controls and try to beat the first player's high score, but the bar for interactivity was pretty low. Game C's clay shooting was the third and final game mode, forgoing any ducks and instead serving as a skeet shooting simulator. This mode didn't have the personality of the first two, notably lacking the dog, but was intended to be the ultimate challenge of Duck Hunt, at least according to the advertising. While Duck Hunt was certainly a solid light gun title, it did lack some of the depth present in Hogan's Alley. However, its choice as a pack-in even after the end of the test market and deluxe sets print runs certainly show how ingrained the game was in the NES's life. It famously came on a double cart with Super Mario Bros. And later on a triple cart with Mario and World Class Track Meet. It appeared in another console bundle, the NES Action Set, and would continue to be promoted well beyond Rob's last breath. Even if there weren't many light gun games made for the NES, Nintendo's insistence on continuing its production all the way into 1994 makes sense with the intense legacy it left. There are still two other 1985 Zapper games to cover, unless I will leave my light gun legacy till the end of the series. But, for now, I'll go over some of the influence Duck Hunt itself had on future titles. It's difficult to understate how iconic the Duck Hunt dog is. Besides the one-off cameos in other NES titles, such as Barker Bill's Trick Shooting, he notably got his own character in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS and Wii U. His smugness has even led to many fan theories of potentially nefarious origins, culminating in Duck Season, the 2017 VR indie horror title. This game comes from an era of indie horror in the mid-2010s, working off the trend of nostalgia horror brought on by the hit game Five Nights at Freddy's. This adaptation of the dog to an entirely new genre 4 decades after his initial debut speaks to the immense cultural impact that he had. In terms of gameplay, while far from the first point-and-shoot arcade-style title using a gun peripheral, Duck Hunt was one of the best of its time. Nintendo ended up making another light gun peripheral for the Super Nintendo, called the Super Scope. Super Scope 6, its first game, was also developed by Intelligent Systems, and was a massive step up from Duck Hunt in nearly all aspects of gameplay, sound design, and graphics. Mole Patrol, a minigame, seems to be heavily inspired by Duck Hunt, from its colorful character design to its use of small woodland creatures as targets. In 2006, similar to how Wii Sports took many concepts from the black box sports titles and repurposed them as mini tech demos for those new to video games, Wii Play was another side of the coin, taking casual activities and turning them into games for the whole family to enjoy. The first game in the bunch, Shooting Range, starts with a flurry of familiar-looking ducks flying out of some bushes. In fact, the whole first stage is incredibly reminiscent of Duck Hunt, albeit without the game over screens or the rude dog. While shooting targets or balloons, the player may hear a dog woof, after which a duck shoots across the screen, granting the player bonus points if shot down. In Wii Play Motion, a 3D version of this concept is implemented, showing off the new and improved Wii Play Motion Plus of the Wii Remote in 2011. With Duck Hunt, Nintendo created a simple game that would remain relevant as a standalone title years after its launch, something that can't be said about most black box games. The playfulness of the environment and wacky character designs of Miyamoto set the foundations that many later point-and-shoot titles would build off of. Even by today's standards, if one can find a CRT and a Zapper, Duck Hunt aged quite gracefully. It may not be the deepest of light gun games, but it certainly is the most iconic. The Zapper itself has quite the interesting design. The initial American version was space gray, with a long, exaggerated barrel and a sleek, futuristic look. This differed greatly from its Japanese counterpart, which looked to be a realistic replica of a Colt-action revolver straight out of a Western. The reasoning for these design differences is multifaceted. First off, the lack of guns seen in Japan made a replica seem novel by comparison, while in America, this could be quite dangerous. If a kid's parents owned a gun, for instance, there is a non-zero chance that they could confuse the replica with the actual firearm, leading to a relaxed sense of danger around the weapons or, worst case scenario, injury to property or themselves. In addition, Nintendo is really trying to push the imaginary side of the Zapper. By designing it similarly to Rob, copying many of the colors and soft edges of its robot buddy, they could convince parents and children that the device would have function outside of gaming. If they remained tied down to a replica of a revolver from the 1800s, it's safe to say that they may have had to change their angle to marketing in the United States. Gun peripherals had actually been seen before in the gaming industry, a few times. The Magnavox Odyssey's Shooting Gallery was the first game that included a light gun peripheral, released in 1972. Its pack-in was just a bit too similar to a rifle, something that would be copied by countless manufacturers in the 70s and up until the early 80s. While Nintendo's American design was far from realistic, it was forced to conform to a color change when, in 1988, the federal toy gun law was passed. There had been a rise in police shootings involving toy guns that looked too real. The statute required manufacturers to add obvious colors to guns in order to curb any danger that could stem from toy misidentification. Its gray styling was replaced with bright orange in 1989, as can be seen in the NES Action Set and beyond. By this point, popularity in the device had faded, and the Zapper, and certainly not Rob, were no longer the selling points for the console. Nevertheless, it had certainly done its job with its time in the spotlight, starting with 3 1985 games in the Light Gun series. Speaking of, let's continue our exploration with the second of the 3. The Rootin', the Tootin', the Pointin', and the Shootin', Hogan's Alley. Out of all of the Light Gun series games available at the NES's launch, Hogan's Alley and Wild Gunman didn't stand out too much from one another. While Duck Hunt was full of colorful, lively characters, from the background to the character design, these two games had a similar aesthetic to them. Wild Gunman was set in the Wild West, a place filled with bandits and earth tones. Meanwhile, Hogan's Alley was populated with a similar crowd of criminals, instead portrayed as gangsters according to the game's lore. The difference in these sprites was quite minimal, however, and lacked the cartoony charm that Miyamoto was no doubt a part of creating with Duck Hunt. This carried over to gameplay as well. The first 2 game modes of Hogan's Alley had very similar objectives to Wild Gunman. Shoot the bad guys before they shoot you. I'll get more into Wild Gunman in the next chapter, but for now, I'll reiterate that, outside of the 3rd game mode in Hogan's Alley, the 2 games had very few differences. Hogan's Alley was based on a special police training school by the same name. Game Mode A gave the player a list of 6 characters, 3 gangsters and 3 good guys, including a policeman, a librarian, and a lady. They would have to quickly react to sets of 3 cutouts of randomized characters, shooting only the gangsters in the allotted time while avoiding the good guys. Similar to Duck Hunt's Game Mode A, it served as the introduction to the Meteor sections. Game Mode B involved an on-rails shooter through its mock town with a similar goal: shoot the gangsters as fast as possible and avoid hitting civilians or allies. The difficulty in both of these modes arose in the similarities between sprites. While the woman was a bit difficult to confuse for a gangster, the librarian's red hat looked similar to Gangster A's red hair, and the policeman's black outfit and hat looked similar to Gangster C's and Gangster B's, respectively. The other difficulty lay within the actual aiming of the gun, at least in Game Mode B. There is a fair amount going on screen at any given moment, so in addition to identifying bad guys as quickly as possible, the player would also have to be quite the sharpshooter. Hogan's Alley's Game Mode C, Trick Shot, is where the title really distinguishes itself from the other Light Gun series games. The premise is simple: shoot the cans into different gaps on the left in order to get the highest score possible. Up to 3 cans at a time can appear on screen, and when the player is forced to juggle all of them at once, it does get pretty difficult. Even though this mode doesn't feature any high-stakes shootouts or intense action shots, its simple charm is enough to provide a good amount of fun to those who got sick of the repetitive earlier game modes. As with many black box games, the gameplay isn't very deep. All of the sub-games are high-score based and relatively limited in scope. However, Nintendo was still able to take inspiration from Hogan's Alley in future titles. Several mini-games from the WarioWare series featured cameos from Hogan's Alley, including a Shoot the Villains, Spare the Innocents game in Mega Microgames. The final boss of WarioWare Touched's 9-volt stage is based on the Trick Shot game mode, in which the player has to juggle cans continuously. This concept was also adapted to Wii Play's Shooting Range minigame, in which the player would have to juggle cans by shooting them repeatedly, gaining points the longer they're kept in the air. Once again, Nintendo modernized their old IPs, bringing attention back to their roots in America. By revamping light gun games to work with 2006 motion control technology, they were able to bring back the charm that the original titles delivered in 1985. Like the other light gun games, Hogan's Alley was also brought back on the Wii U eShop, featuring motion controls as a stand-in for the Zapper. Hogan's Alley's Game Mode B was also one of the first rail shooters to really take off. The genre, characterized by limiting the player's movement options, instead relegating them to wait for the camera to reveal enemies, would see a massive increase in popularity in the mid-1990s, with games like Yoshi's Safari for Super Nintendo, Panzer Dragoon for PC and PlayStation 2, and House of the Dead, present in both arcades and consoles. While these titles certainly had a lot more going for them than Hogan's Alley did, it is undeniable that the popularity of the NES title, at the time, did pave the way for these games to follow. Although it did have some notable impact on future shooting games, when it came down to it, Hogan's Alley seemed as though the game was better suited for arcades. While Hogan's Alley topped arcade charts in 1985, ending as one of the highest grossing cabinets of the year, it never saw the same success on its console port. The high score-based mechanics got old pretty fast, and, unlike Duck Hunt, in which you could essentially carry on forever, Game Mode B became virtually impossible quite quickly, as the speed needed to react to gangsters became inhuman as it progressed. The game hasn't aged poorly in terms of gameplay, but it certainly doesn't maintain its fun for long. While it may not be as iconic as Duck Hunt, Hogan's Alley did serve as a perfectly functional light gun game, padding the peripherals lineup nicely. And, well, it succeeded in that right. Nintendo's third light gun game makes you feel like a cowboy. Wild Gunman makes its debut? Well, not exactly. But before we get into the game, it's important that we take a step back. We've talked a lot about the light gun series so far, but I've neglected to mention the technology behind it all. Let's start at the beginning. Nintendo's laser clay shooting system and Kosenju SP, the toy replica, worked as true light guns. Their barrels would emit a narrow beam of light that, upon striking sensors, would register a hit. It is a common misconception that the Zapper worked in a similar way. However, this would never work for a TV, as televisions can't read light from an external source, unlike these specialized devices. Instead, Nintendo's genius lies within repurposing previous contraptions. The technology inside the Zapper is almost identical to that inside Rob the Robot, but with a bit more interaction. Rob read light from the screen and reacted differently depending on what flashes it received. However, it wasn't actually plugged into the console at all. It only got to interact with the game through various smaller parts that would eventually lead to the pressing of a button. The light gun was plugged directly into the controller port on the NES, so was able to give direct feedback to the console. Thus, when the trigger is pulled, there are a few different things that happen, depending on the game. In Duck Hunt, the screen would turn black for one frame. Then, where the ducks were, a white rectangle would appear. If the Zapper was lined up with the rectangle, it would count as a hit. The next frame would cause the background to reappear, but the duck would be absent. During this frame, the feedback would be transmitted between Zapper and console. If a hit was registered, the game would play the duck falling animation. If one wasn't, the duck would eventually fly away. All of this happens in just 3 frames of the 60 frames per second cycle, so the player would have minimal interference in normal gameplay. Hogan's Alley works slightly differently. The 1 frame of black would also occur, but afterwards the game would cycle through 1 frame for the gangsters and 1 for civilians. If a target was in the sensor, the Zapper would check to see which frame it was present for to determine if it was a winning or losing hit. Meanwhile, Game Mode C used the same principles as Duck Hunt. Wild Gunman's Game Mode A had no accuracy check at all. It was simply seeing if the player pulled the trigger faster than the allotted time, which we will get into shortly. For the other modes, it was essentially the same as Hogan's Alley. It is important to get into why exactly the Zapper had the first frame of black, though. In order to keep the peripheral cheap enough to mass produce, the technology was quite rudimentary. The gun could register light, but wouldn't be able to determine the light to be from a TV or any other source. The Zapper has to sense a change in light level for a single frame in order to register anything as a hit. This prevents cheating. Without this safeguard, the player could point the gun at any continuous light source to register a hit. While this check did prevent dishonest players, it had some unintended consequences. Because it needs exactly one frame in order to register anything, it also means that the zapper isn't usable on anything that isn't a CRT TV. If you've ever watched fighting game tournaments, you may have wondered why they only use these older TVs. Newer televisions have a few frames of lag between input and output, meaning that inputs for technical games are less precise. While this doesn't impact the average person in the average game, it does make the likes of Super Smash Bros. And Street Fighter very difficult when many inputs are frame perfect in nature. It also means that the technology of Rob and the Zaptor is incompatible. Of course, emulation for these games exists through various first and third-party methods, as Nintendo did re-release these three 1985 games on the eShop for Wii and Wii U. However, there is something to be said for experiencing these games on their original hardware. As time goes on and technology breaks down, it will become more and more difficult to properly play these games as the developers intended. With this depressing intro out of the way, let's talk about one forgettable light gun game that won't be missed by the slow march of time: Wild Gunman. At its surface, Wild Gunman's premise is even simpler than that of Hogan Alleys or Duck Hunts. Shoot the enemy as quickly as you can. However, when you go a bit deeper, Nope, that's basically the entire game. The three game modes are simply different variations on this theme. Game A is against a single enemy, Game B is against two enemies, and Game C features whack-a-mole style shooting against several bad guys in a saloon. As previously mentioned, Game A doesn't actually check for accuracy, making the mode feel like a reaction test with Nintendo aesthetics. The one speck of depth I can gather is that, while players progress through the game, they will likely be able to identify which characters are faster than others. This is implemented in Game B, which can get a bit tricky. Precise aim is necessary here, and identifying which cowboy to shoot first becomes quite useful. However, it does get repetitive fast. Game C is a boiled-down version of Hogan Alley's side-scroller, with no fake-outs and only 5 windows to pay attention to. Overall, the gameplay is quite lacking, and certainly did not age particularly well when compared to its two other 1985 competitors. While it is true that Wild Gunman is better known today than the other Zapper titles, such as Hogan's Alley or Gumshoe, this can mostly be attributed to its popularity as an arcade machine and the pop culture references that ensued. Wild Gunman actually came out as an arcade cabinet in Japan in 1974, and it was quite popular then. When it was brought to the US in 1976, it celebrated similar success. The game also made several cameos in the Back to the Future franchise. In Part 2, Marty McFly is seen playing an arcade cabinet resembling Wild Gunman's Versus System version, attributing his sharp aiming skills later in the film to his many hours of practice on the game. There isn't a whole lot to say in regards to Wild Gunman's impact on future video games. In Kirby's Adventure for the NES, Quick Draw is a minigame that takes inspiration from the likes of Wild Gunman. Similar to the black box title, there are 5 characters with increasing speed that Kirby must beat in a shoot-off. The fact that this concept was relegated to a minigame in a title also made for the NES says a lot about the standing of Wild Gunman itself. It is undeniable that the simple design of the game worked very well in arcades. It just didn't translate particularly well to the console experience, which was better suited for more complex titles that allowed for replayability. That's not to say every aspect of the game was subpar. The 5 gunmen's character sprites were large and detailed, and it is possible that Nintendo took inspiration from themselves when designing the characters in Punch-Out! The sprites look similar, and notably have the same exaggerated, surprised expressions when the player successfully strikes them. The iconic gunmen also get a cute little cameo as Duck Hunt's Down B in Super Smash Bros. 1-2 Switch features a quick draw game that brings the concept of Wild Gunman into the 21st century. But beyond that and its re-release for the Wii and Wii U's eShop, that's where the game's legacy ends. Wild Gunman had its moment in the eye of the public, but without the push that it received from the film industry, it is very likely that it would have fallen into obscurity a lot faster. And so, we wrap up our look at the 1985 Light Gun series titles on a bit of a low note. After all, Wild Gunman's most well-known clone is the Human Benchmark's reaction time test. Between Wild Gunman's middling gameplay and the realization that these titles may soon be unplayable, it may feel as if all hope is lost. But don't worry, we will soon jump into a whole new series of black box games, starting with one of the best in the entire set. Stay Stay tuned, because up next we've got a small group of oddballs included in the programmable series. The next section of our journey takes us into an interesting category of black box releases entitled the programmable series. Let's start it off with Excitebike. All games in the programmable series included a level editor as a game mode, allowing the player to make custom stages utilizing the mechanics of the base game. Two of these titles came out in 1985, Excitebike and Wrecking Crew, while the third, Mach Rider, would be released the following year in the US. As far as I can tell, the trend of customizable stages started with 1982's Pinball Construction Set, a game for the Apple II by Bill Budge. The game featured different bumpers, flippers, spinners, and more for the player to adjust, and even allowed changes to the gravity and physics of the ball. These creations were saved to a floppy disk and would be playable on other computers, not needing their base software to be downloaded. The game's impact was massive. It sold incredibly well for the time, shipping over 250,000 units after its initial release. Steve Wozniak himself called it the greatest program ever written for an 8-bit machine. Many other creators dashed to get on top of this movement, including Lode Runner for PC and Commodore 64, and Dandy Dungeon for the Atari 8-bit home computer. It was only natural for Nintendo to get in on this trend with its shiny new toy releasing in America. Thus, rather than classifying Excitebike or Wrecking Crew under the Action series, they added level editors and put them in a separate group. While, in theory, the concept of making your own video game levels is quite cool, Nintendo didn't really deliver on the idea, at least in the West. While stage creations could be played while the system remained on, as soon as the power was switched off, they would disappear into the void. While the games did feature a save and load function from the title screen, they never ended up being functional in any way. In Excitebike's manual, a note reads, "Save and load manual selections are not operable in this game. They have been programmed in for potential product developments." This would be an empty promise. While Nintendo did create a Famicom data recorder in Japan, allowing players to save their data to an external disk, this would ultimately never see a release outside of the country, meaning that these features were essentially duds in the American games. Nonetheless, the titles in the programmable series have a lot more going for them than just their customizable options. And that brings us to Excitebike. Excitebike wasn't the first racing game Nintendo created, at least for the Famicom in Japan. F1 Race, a 1984 game developed by HAL Laboratories and published by Nintendo, was one of the titles that never made it over to the West, along with Devil World, Mahjong, and a few others. The reasoning for these cuts, at least for traditional games, was quite straightforward. Culturally, a game like Mahjong would have very little compatibility with the average American, and Devil World was a title that, during a time of general moral panic, would almost certainly stir up controversy upon hitting store shelves. F1 Race, however, seemed at first glance to be a fine fit for North American audiences. This begs the question of why it ended up being replaced by Excitebike in the black box set. Excitebike was designed and directed by Shigeru Miyamoto, creator of Donkey Kong, several games in the original NES lineup, and eventually Super Mario Bros. Miyamoto's style was distinct and effective. He approached video game design from the perspective of an artist rather than a programmer, pushing the limits of technology to create something unique and thrilling. The focus on motorbikes as the vehicle of choice, rather than race cars, which had traditionally been used, is one such design choice that helped Excitebike to stand out. The sprites on the bikes have cute little animations for falling over or jumping off a ramp, and the many different color variations make the game really pop. Cars, on the other hand, feel a lot less personal. The player never really gets to see the drivers, and animations are limited in scope. Mechanically, F1 Race was a perfectly fine game, but it would do little to stand out from the rest of the black box set. Excitebike, on the other hand, had several more defining characteristics that didn't limit it to being yet another simulation. It would be an entirely new experience. The game features two modes, bar the design section, each containing 5 tracks. Selection A is a solo time trial in which the player races to complete the track as quickly as possible, hopefully scoring high enough to end up on the winner's pedestal. Selection B adds other racers into the mix, but the win condition remains the same. The computer players act only as obstacles to avoid when trying to finish the course as fast as possible, rather than real racers to compete against. There may not be much in Excitebike in terms of game modes, but what it lacks in variety, it certainly makes up for in depth of gameplay. While racing, the A button acts as the acceleration for the bike, while the B button activates a turbo boost, giving a short increase in speed at the risk of overheating the engine. At the bottom of the screen, there's a temperature meter that beeps when it's about to overheat. If the bike does overheat, the player pulls over to the side of the track, waits a few seconds, and then continues onwards. However, this meter resets when an arrow on the course is driven over. In order to beat any of the races, the player must be aware of their engine heat, while still accelerating appropriately in order to make it over tall jumps in the course layout. Speaking of jumps, these features are an integral part to Excitebike's fun. After reaching a jump, the player can control their momentum in the air by pressing forwards or backwards. While landing on the back wheel gives the player a lot more balance and makes it less likely for them to fall over. Depending on where they land, it may be optimal to angle the front wheel down, which maintains as much speed as possible. It's easy to pick up the game and perform well enough, but with enough time, the player gets a real feel for each track and the physics of their jumping and landing. The controls for these movements feel almost platformer-esque. The physics used to determine landing angles are also very precise, akin to the control a player has over Mario jumping in Super Mario Bros., Miyamoto's next big project. The side-scrolling nature of Excitebike also contributes to the platformer feel. While other racing titles, notably Atari's Rally Speedway or Nintendo's F1 Race, had a top-down or behind-the-wheel perspective, Excitebike looked like a Matchbox racing track from the horizontal perspective. This worked very well on the NES's technology. While the base system struggled to load certain vertically moving frames, it scrolled sideways without any delay. This can be seen throughout the gameplay of Devil World, also directed by Miyamoto. When the devil moves a screen up or down, it jumps clunkily, skipping out on several pixels. When it moves left and right, however, it goes off without a hitch. This focus on horizontal movement would be seen with many of the Black Box's best titles, notably Balloon Fight, Super Mario, and Gyromite. Overall, the easy-to-play, difficult-to-master nature of Excitebike solidified it as one of the most notable Black Box games. This, combined with its classic Miyamoto charm and excellent level design, helped it age quite well by today's standards. The popularity of Excitebike meant that it saw several re-releases, remasters, and even sequels over the years. Excitebike 64 and Excite Truck were such successors, and although they never performed particularly well, very few games from this era got any sequels to speak of. In addition, the base game got a remaster for Japan's Famicom Disk System, adding customizable options for lap count and multiplayer action. It's also been included in every Nintendo Virtual Console since the Wii, meaning that Nintendo has seen it as an important enough title to keep its legacy alive. Within Nintendo, I would argue that the basis for the Mario Kart franchise is heavily inspired by the likes of Excitebike. Both feature non-traditional vehicle courses, and both brought a new layer of fun to racing games. Miyamoto also went on to produce Super Mario Kart, but was no longer limited by the NES's hardware when designing the game. Speaking of Mario Kart, Excitebike Arena was featured as a downloadable stage in Mario Kart 8, allowing players to experience the course from the driver's perspective. However, where Excitebike's real influence was felt was with the production of Super Mario Bros. The same team created both titles, and the technological knowledge gained from producing Excitebike ultimately led to the masterpiece side-scroller of Mario. Many design features, such as the smooth acceleration when boosting and the jump physics, are clearly present in Super Mario, which takes them to the next level. Excitebike was a game that, by all accounts, feels extraordinarily modern. Its controls are tight, its graphics hold up just fine, and it carries with it a sense of uniqueness not present within previous racing titles. It's clear why Nintendo decided to launch the NES with it instead of F1 racing. Excitebike's charm helps it stand out as a real winner in the Black Box set. Mario wasn't always the super adventuring plumber that we know and love today. Let's take a look at his storied past and recap his origins before talking about our next game, Wrecking Crew. According to numerous news outlets and polling websites, Mario is one of the most well-known fictional characters of all time, surpassing even the likes of Mickey Mouse, say the results of this poll conducted outside of Japan in the 1990s. However, before he became the icon of Nintendo and a main character in their best-selling franchise, he was relegated to a myriad of odd jobs, serving as Nintendo's plug-and-play character suited to every genre, giving animators a simple sprite to remaster in between titles, and consumers a recognizable face. Mario's, or rather Jumpman's as he was known in Japan, debut came with 1981's Donkey Kong. Notably, Nintendo did intend to use Popeye for this position, as they had utilized him in video games previously. But due to licensing disagreements, Miyamoto ultimately came up with a new design for an original character. In his first game ever, Mario sported his most iconic blue-collar look as a brave carpenter, showcasing a red hat, blue overalls, and his famous Italian mustache. He was the game's protagonist, saving his damsel in distress, Pauline, from the clutches of an evil gorilla. In the next entry in the series, Donkey Kong Jr., he would reappear, instead as a villain, caging up the ape to prevent him from meeting with his son. A couple of years later, he would appear alongside the debut of Luigi, his brother and a recolored version of Mario's same design, in Mario Bros. For arcade. This was his first iteration as a plumber, showing off his familiarity with pipes in the underground, later staples of the Super Mario Bros. Franchise. Mario would then appear in an assortment of Game & Watch games, the handheld Nintendo introduced in the early 80s, acting as anything from a zookeeper to a fireman. In the black box set, we've already gone over a couple of positions we've seen Mario in. He was the main character from golf, still sporting his mustache and dad bod, and the referee in tennis. He also made an appearance in Pinball in the bonus stage, helping the player rack up points while saving Pauline. Essentially, wherever Nintendo needed Mario, they put him. His role in their games was ambiguous and wouldn't be fully sorted out until Super Mario Bros. While Mario did still make cameos in various Nintendo games, he would be given a true identity as Nintendo's mascot, due to the commercial success and critical acclaim from Super Mario Bros. However, before he made it there was one more job Mario had to complete: working for Spike the Foreman in Wrecking Crew. Mario wasn't actually slotted to be used in this title. It was Miyamoto who recommended to Yoshio Sakamoto, Wrecking Crew's designer, that they use him, as Mario's really easy to draw and people recognize him. And so it stuck. Just about every game we've talked about so far has had multiple game modes to experiment with. However, other than the design mode in Wrecking Crew, it only had one single-player experience. This doesn't mean it's lacking in content though, far from it. Wrecking Crew features 100 different stages, each with their own puzzles to solve in this vertically based puzzle platformer. The basic premise, like many other black box titles, wasn't particularly complicated. The player had to smash all destroyable blocks in a section of scaffolding, utilizing Mario's hammer, carefully planning their way up and down the environment. This planning was the key to success. If a player accidentally destroyed a ladder leading to a higher section, for example, they could end up making a level completely impossible to finish, necessitating a restart. To hinder Mario's progress, 3 different enemy types appeared, sometimes multiple on a single stage. Gotcha wrenches, which would chase Mario directly at different speeds depending on their color, eggplants, which would sprint around randomly, and Foreman Spike, a character that couldn't directly kill Mario, but would attempt to make his life as difficult as possible by hitting him down to the ground floor with his own hammer. Spike was particularly dangerous, as in certain levels that required Mario to stay up on higher floors to start, Spike's hammer would send him tumbling down to the floor, meaning a reset or suicide would be the only way out. Additionally, fireballs would occasionally appear on either side of the screen on the level that Mario occupied. These functioned in the same manner as they did in the Mario Bros. Arcade game. They forced the player to move around, never feeling comfortable where they were and making them quickly think of ways to escape from tight situations, as to ensure that they wouldn't get cornered by any enemies. Dissimilar to other appearances of Mario, he was actually unable to jump in this game, something reminiscent of Professor Hector from Gyromite, which would be released a few months after Wrecking Crew in Japan. When taking a look at the game's credits, this makes quite a bit of sense. The 2 games were both developed by Nintendo's Research and Development 1, produced by Gunpei Yokoi, directed by Satoru Okada, and had soundtracks composed by Hirokazu Tanaka. These 2 titles would also be the only puzzle platformers present in the entire black box set. While these developers did come together to work on later Nintendo games, they would shift their focus to action platformers, along the likes of Super Mario Land for the Game Boy. Wrecking Crew did a fantastic job of milking every last drop of gameplay that could be found with its simple mechanics. While it did get overshadowed by other games that launched right beside it in the 1985 release, most notably Super Mario Bros. It holds up very well for its age and is still fun to this day. It also saw a direct sequel in the form of Wrecking Crew 98, initially releasing for the Super Famicom's Nintendo Power download service, and later as a physical cartridge. While, unlike Excitebike 64 to Excitebike, it felt like more of a reinterpretation of the original title. As it transitioned to a Tetris game akin to Puyo Puyo, it is still one of the few black box games to receive the honors of a follow-up entry. Once again, Nintendo gives a nod to its roots in the Super Smash Bros. Franchise, where the theme of the game plays upon picking up a golden hammer item. Shortly after Wrecking Crew's release, a small influx in puzzle platformers began making their way into the NES, starting with Solomon's Key in 1986 and continuing onwards with titles such as Snow Bros in 1991 and Fire and Ice in 92. While these games didn't necessarily follow the exact direction of Wrecking Crew, it is likely that programmers took note of the way in which the game optimized its mechanics to create complex, single-screen levels that still felt innovative. As mentioned previously, the team that worked on Mario's last part-time job ended up working together on several more projects, including Super Mario Land and Metroid, a game that single-handedly revolutionized platformers. Metroid was produced by Yokoi, directed by Okada, assisted by Makoto Kano, who helped to design Wrecking Crew, and featured music by Tanaka. There are also many similarities between the titles. While Wrecking Crew focuses on a single screen, probably because of the hardware limitations present at the time, it does require the player to think ahead before making any actions, lest they have to backtrack to destroy a different block. Metroid also has heavy emphasis on planning, but, due to advancements in technology, implements multi-screen action and encourages backtracking. Both games contain few complex mechanics, but utilize them extraordinarily effectively. While Wrecking Crew may have been overshadowed at the time of its release, it is important to acknowledge the stepping stone the game served as for Mario, the developers, and the future of puzzle platformers on the NES. It may not be the most memorable game, but it's a surprisingly deep title with quite a bit of value, even by today's standards. And with Spike's upcoming appearance as Mario and Luigi's boss in the new Mario movie, we may see a few more people trying it out. Maybe it'll get more of the recognition that it deserves. Although the arcade series wouldn't be released until 1986, with Pinball, we get a little taste of what's to come. Tabletop pinball had become popular around 40 years prior to the NES game's release, with the invention of the modern pinball machine. One of the main draws of home video game consoles was the ability to bring the arcade to your own living room. As such, the tried and true arcade experience of pinball was an obvious choice when deciding the best games to bring to early consoles. However, the physical nature of the game was quite difficult to accurately simulate in an electronic setting. While there were a few attempts at this in the 70s, including Atari's Video Pinball, which, like many other Atari games, looks laughably bad, the real breakouts occurred in the early 80s. Most notable of these was Pinball for the Intellivision and Pinball Construction Set developed by LucasArts for the Apple II, both released in 1983. Although its graphics were rudimentary, Intellivision's take on the game was still significantly more detailed than anything that came before it. Pinball Construction Set, as previously talked about, took this idea to a whole new level by allowing the player to create and edit their own stages. 1 year after these hit the market, the Famicom put out its own pinball title, aptly named Pinball. The game of pinball transcends cultural barriers and has always been appreciated by Americans in their arcades, so bringing it over to the States was a no-brainer. The actual name of Nintendo's game wasn't the most interesting, but we mustn't judge a book by its cover. So, what's the deal with Pinball? Pinball was the very first game to be developed by HAL Laboratories, though it was published by Nintendo. Although HAL was their own company, they worked quite closely with Nintendo, publishing 4 of the 30 black box games, including Golf and the 1986 titles Balloon Fight and Mach Rider. Notably, the former president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata, was a head programmer on every one of these games, as he recalled in a 1999 interview. There have been many people that have covered the life and accomplishments of Iwata, so I'll leave that for them to explain, and I have linked a few notable ones in the description below. Out of the HAL-developed games that were released for the Famicom and NES, Pinball certainly seems to be the most lacking in scope. The game functions perfectly fine and is, technically speaking, a huge step up from all other pinball video games that had previously come out. Gameplay-wise, it functions exactly as pinball should. There are two screens that the ball goes down through, acting as a top and bottom portion of the cabinet. There's also a bonus stage that pays homage to Atari's Breakout and features Mario and Pauline, known from their exploits in Donkey Kong. If Mario breaks through the blocks holding Pauline and catches her, she safely makes her way off-screen, rewarding the player with bonus points. Pinball is also chock full of little details, helping to give the game a certain charm. For example, if the player reaches a score of 100,000 points, the flippers would turn invisible, giving them more of a challenge. Even though there's nothing here that's groundbreaking by today's standards, for the time it was just about the best pinball simulation one could hope to get without setting foot in an actual arcade. It's also probably important to mention the fact that HAL's Pinball would lay the groundwork for several future projects of the company. Nearly all of these were later published by Nintendo, leading me to believe that pinball had an impact not just confined to the realm of video game design. HAL ended up developing just about every pinball-related title for Nintendo up until around 2003. This includes Kirby's Pinball Land and Pokemon Pinball, although HAL did also produce Pinball Spectacular for the Commodore 64. The impacts of this original Famicom release could be felt in each of these games. The multi-screened action was also present in each of the aforementioned titles, although with notable improvements to the base formula. Kirby's Pinball Land actually featured 3 vertical screens with tons of variation and was incredibly detailed for a Game Boy game. Data compression was one of Iwata's specialties. He was able to cram all 18 holes into the black box title Golf, and later fit 2 entire regions into the games of Pokemon Gold and Silver, which was thought of as impossible at the time. So it's no surprise that, with his help, HAL games were able to hit new highs in the respective fields. Nonetheless, it's not too much of a stretch to infer that HAL reused their old physics engines for these updated titles. After all, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A good portion of Nintendo's early relationship with HAL had to do with developing third-party titles for popular Nintendo IPs. Their masterful production of pinball could have been a real boon for the company, and part of the reason why Nintendo decided to work with them at first. I can't find any first-party sources that confirm this, but this conclusion isn't much of a stretch when you take a look at the amount of pinball games they developed for Nintendo over the years. Other pinball games on the NES quickly outclassed the original launch title in detail and concept. 1989's Pinball Quest was a new take on the original, featuring seamless transitions between screens and interesting combat with medieval creatures. Although a little later, Sega's Sonic Spinball was another notable pinball title and what amounted to Sega's direct competition with Nintendo in the field. I would argue, however, that HAL nailed the controls and physics a lot better than their competitors. Although HAL and Nintendo's Pinball may not have lasted that long in the public sphere, it is a perfectly acceptable title to pick up and play for a few minutes here and there. Because of this, it's been ported to every Nintendo eShop thus far, and even had a cameo in Animal Crossing for GameCube. As with the more popular black box titles, it was included in the lineup of e-reader cards released during Nintendo's 2003 attempt to bring its customers back to their roots. Pinball's legacy has certainly been felt in the over 35 years since its original release. It's a solid title that earned its spot on the 1985 launch lineup. Clu Clu Land may be the least recognizable title in the entire black box set. Maybe it's because of its similarities to Pac-Man, or maybe it's because of its funky name. Let's figure out what all the fuss is about and dive into Clu Clu Land. Up until this point, Nintendo's games have remained generally generic, at least in terms of the American black box releases. All the games in the Sports and Light Gun series have been more or less commonly recognized activities reconfigured into video games to appeal to as broad an audience as possible. The robot games and Wrecking Crew have been the most experimental thus far, but they are relatively tame compared to what Nintendo is known for nowadays. That's right, before the modern Nintendo that we know and love, famous for bringing new ideas and gimmicks to the table while avoiding competition from Sony and Microsoft, Nintendo took a much more milquetoast approach to gaming. After all, before Nintendo's breakout hit of Donkey Kong, they were really only known for making about 1,000 Space Invaders clones, which resulted in them having to repurpose their last failure into the famous platformer. While copying the concepts of other titles certainly wasn't successful for the company, it was what many video game producers of the time resorted to. However, by the time Nintendo launched the NES in America, there were very few notable clones in their game lineup. While many of the games may have had derivative names and concepts, I hope I've done a successful job at showing that many of the titles did revolutionize their respective genres. And thus we arrive at Clu Clu Land, Nintendo's second attempt at a Pac-Man clone, yet wonderfully original by its own accord. You may be thinking, what do you mean second attempt at a Pac-Man clone? What even is a Pac-Man clone? Which is a perfectly reasonable thought to have. As we've well established, every successful video game title has its fair share of knockoffs. When Nintendo came out with Donkey Kong, this could not have been more evident. There were literally dozens of Donkey Kong clones, from Crazy Kong to King Kong, that did very little in the way of evolving the gameplay of the original. These attempted to capitalize off of Nintendo's success with parents who wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the original and a ripoff, and it did work to a certain extent. Copying game concepts wasn't just limited to small companies. Nintendo had as much a right to do it as anyone else. When Pac-Man fever spread across the world, they also did their best to capitalize on it. However, rather than making bootleg versions of the original, they tried two very different games that built off the basic ideas of their predecessor. The first was Shigeru Miyamoto's first home console title, and his only game to never get ported to the US, Devil World. Its similarities to Pac-Man are extremely noticeable on the surface, but diffuse the deeper into the gameplay you look. The player is put in a maze filled with dots and crosses. The devil himself commands his minions to move the perspective of the maze up and down, while the player looks for crosses in order to eat all of the dots scattered around. The game is about planning and spatial awareness, as if the player gets caught between the wall and the minions, they die, meaning they must come up with outs for every situation. This differs slightly from the original Pac-Man formula, where each ghost has a specific AI. Instead, the devil moves randomly, forcing the player to stay on their toes at all times, although the RNG aspect does get quite frustrating. It's no wonder this game didn't see a release in the US market. Nintendo was trying to remain as morally neutral as possible. Any allusion to religion could breed controversy, which is the last thing they needed when entering an already wary market. So, instead of bringing Devil World over, they brought the next best thing, Clu Clu Land. The development of Clu Clu Land and Devil World were hypothesized by Jeremy Parish to have been concurrent but without collaboration, which I wholeheartedly agree with. At the surface, Miyamoto's quick and quirky style, oftentimes containing storytelling within gameplay, is present in Devil World, but is nowhere to be found in Clu Clu Land. Although credits are not present in any NES black box games, at least on the surface, digging deeper found that it is likely that entirely different departments within Nintendo worked on each title. Both of them may have been Pac-Man remixes, but neither were knockoffs by any stretch of the imagination. Clu Clu Land worked off of Pac-Man's spatial control mechanic in an entirely unique manner. The story was more advanced than Pac-Man in the sense that one did exist. The main character, Bubbles, had to find the hidden gold bars present throughout each stage that the evil sea urchins had hidden. This was actually highlighted in the description on the back of the box, meaning that this narrative element was seen as a selling point of some sort. Unfortunately, the extent of her personality is seen in the end level screen where she does a little dance, and that's about it. The controls are quite tricky to master. Bubbles will continuously move in a direction and can only change by grabbing onto turn posts, allowing her to swing around and let go when facing the right way, or by hitting the wall, in which case she makes a 180-degree spin. Throughout each stage, sea urchins move around and take a life from Bubbles if she is hit, although she can fire an electric shock that stuns them, allowing her to kill them by running them into the wall. There are secret rubber traps, as the manual calls them, within stages that also slingshot Bubbles in the opposite direction, as well as black holes that suck her down into the abyss if she's not grabbing onto a post. There are hidden treasures, including fruits and bonus sacks, that award the player more points, as well as the rarely appearing bonus flags that earn an extra life. The gold bars and rubber traps are not at all randomly placed throughout. Each color level has one of 4 possible patterns that typically draw out something, like a house or a butterfly when completed. These were all listed in the manual for easy access, but upon replaying stages, players would almost certainly be able to identify the pattern present and plan out their path more efficiently. There is only one game mode, but the variety of levels and layouts helps it stay fresh upon subsequent plays. And while the controls are difficult at first, I found the game to be quite rewarding the further I got into it. Bubble speeds up as you go on, and patterns get less and less picturesque, turning into shapes rather than nouns. Overall, the game is quite fun. However, it ended up doing quite poorly in the American market, a fact that we can be sure of due to its limited amount of print runs and the high price it demands in the game collecting market. The latest print of Clu Clu Land I've found thus far can be dated to early 1987, if not slightly earlier than that, meaning it likely didn't make it more than a few months after the NES's official launch in '86. As such, it is one of the 3 most expensive and hardest to find black box games, up there with the likes of Donkey Kong Jr. Math and Stack Up. This unpopularity can be attributed to a number of factors. First off, the game premise was just kind of odd. The puzzles were solid, but when most advertising for the action series was focused on Super Mario Bros., it meant shining through would only become more difficult. In a release populated with mainly inoffensive and recognizable games, including tennis, baseball, and pinball, Clu Clu Land, a title derived from a Japanese onomatopoeia meaning to go around and around, kudu kudu, was just not going to stick. As we've seen, the public's perception of a title has very little to do with how much it actually impacted its respective genre. Can the same be said for Clu Clu Land? Well, one thing is for certain, Nintendo truly loved the game. It got an expanded edition for the Nintendo Versus system called Versus Clu Clu Land that included double the puzzles, added a new enemy type, and used new level themes. This saw a release in Japan on the Famicom Disk System, but would, of course, never be ported to America pre-2000. However, Animal Crossing strikes again, allowing the player to experience both the rebooted version, titled Clu Clu Land D, and the normal version by purchasing them from Crazy Red. It would also see a re-release on the e-reader during Nintendo's Let's Cater to Our Loyal Customers phase. It's featured in NES Remix, and was put out on the Switch's eShop. Several nods to the game are present within the Super Smash Bros. Franchise, including remixed music and the bonus flag appearing as an item. The Legend of Zelda, a game that came out 2 years after Clu Clu Land, reused several sprite arts within the game, most notably the ingots as rupees, the currency of all Zelda games to follow. A couple of enemies within the original Zelda, including Octoroks and Digdogger, both recurring enemies in the franchise, look quite similar to the urchins in Clu Clu Land. Zelda and Clu Clu Land were both developed by entirely different teams. Miyamoto's Research and Development 4 produced Zelda, but by looking at the similarities of the two projects, we can see that, although Nintendo did have separate divisions, they did almost certainly share employees and ideas. This is mostly just speculation, as Nintendo certainly didn't release any of this information to the public, but by looking at game design and asset similarity, it isn't too much of a stretch to come to this conclusion. The impact that Clu Clu Land had on the future of puzzle games isn't as obvious. The game didn't sell very well, so it's doubtful that other companies were eager to work off of a concept that underperformed. The biggest approximation I can think of is the 2005 title DK King of Swing that utilized a similar momentum-based movement. However, this may be entirely coincidental. While Nintendo did publish both games, King of Swing wasn't developed in-house. Although the games are comparable in design, as Jeremy Parish wrote in his review of the title, DK has far more control over his actions than Clu Clu's Hero. In accordance with its predecessor, it also sold quite poorly. On a different note, attributing Pac-Man-like titles to the release of Clu Clu Land would neglect the fact that this title itself was inspired by the newly emerging genre. The game is quite fun, but its importance lies with the understanding it lends us to Nintendo's creative processes and inner workings, more than as a standalone title. However, Clu Clu Land is as important a piece to the puzzle as any other in understanding this period of video game history. And if you haven't played it, maybe you should give it a try. Nintendo sure does like to re-release it, and maybe that's for good reason. Another game involving eggplants. Is this more than just a coincidence? Well, up next we've got Ice Climber. Super Mario Bros. Was the pinnacle release of the black box set in 1985. It was one of the main reasons the NES really took off in America, and it redefined many aspects of not only what made a good platformer, but made a good video game. Many of the games that came before it helped contribute to its ultimate design, including the arcade games Donkey Kong and Mario Bros. And Excitebike, which I touched on previously. I haven't talked about the arcade releases yet, as they came out on the NES in 1986. However, to make it extraordinarily simple, Donkey Kong introduced the idea of platforming as a movement-based game mechanic, jumping over barrels, while Mario Bros. Integrated it as a combative technique. Excitebike wasn't a platformer, but was one of the first Famicom games to implement side-scrolling, a technique that made movement feel seamless. All of these concepts, and a few more I'm sure I'm missing, combined to form what we know as Super Mario Bros. But before we had that, we had Ice Climber. From Excitebike onwards, these games shared a similar team. They were produced by Shigeru Miyamoto and Masayuki Uemura, and programmed by Kazuaki Morita and Toshihiko Nakago. The same team worked on Ice Climber. However, rather than it becoming the last big piece of the puzzle before Super Mario Bros., it seemed to me to be more of an attempt to utilize past mechanics to create the next big hit. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. The opening cutscene of Ice Climber involves a condor flying an eggplant to the top of a mountain. On a side note, eggplants have come up quite a bit in early Nintendo games, and at this point you might be wondering why. In Japan, Hatsuyume is the first dream of the new year. It's considered to be particularly good luck if one dreams of Mount Fuji, a hawk, and an eggplant, which would perfectly explain why a condor is bringing an eggplant up to the top of a tall mountain. The other eggplants present in Nintendo games can be drawn back to Yoshio Sakamoto and Toru Osawa. In an interview, they stated that, when they work together, they bring out each other's humor. For some reason, part of that humor involved eggplants. Sakamoto was a designer on Wrecking Crew and Kid Icarus, while Osawa created Kid Icarus and was influential on Sakamoto's earlier works. Both of these games feature eggplant-themed characters, so it seems that the Nintendo eggplant obsession was the result of two pranksters who thought they were funny. And I guess they were. But I digress. The goal of Ice Climber is to summit the mountain and retrieve the fruit taken by the condor. There are 2 parts to each level, 8 layers of ice blocks and a bonus stage. The first section involves breaking ice in the above layers in order to make enough room for the 2 titular characters, Popo, the blue Ice Climber, and Nana, the pink one, to jump up to the next level. Once they get a certain way up the screen, the camera will remain there, causing the player to lose a life if they fall below it. There are a few different enemies that appear, making this task more difficult. Topi are Yeti-like creatures that walk back and forth, sliding ice cubes into broken spaces to hinder the player's progress, while nitpickers fly down slowly and can be a real pain to avoid while jumping. Luckily, Popo and Nana have hammers to defend themselves against these enemies. They can smack it on the floor to kill Topi, and if nitpickers come into contact with the hammer on a jump, they also fall. The last major enemy is a polar bear. While there is no technical time limit on the first half of each stage, if the player is taking too long to progress, a polar bear will come along and force the screen to move a level upwards. Essentially, the polar bear functions as fireballs in Wrecking Crew or Mario Bros. Arcade do. It forces movement from the player, always keeping them on their toes. There are also a few environmental hazards the player has to remain aware of. Moving platforms, which the manual refers to as clouds, populate the mountain, as well as conveyor belt-like sections of moving floor that force the characters left or right while stepping on them. This conveyor belt-like floor actually pops up in Donkey Kong for the Famicom and later for the NES. It seems to me like some assets were reused to save time or money. If the player manages to get to the 9th floor, the bonus stage begins. This one is timed and includes no enemies, but it's not required to beat in order to pass a level. If the 5th bonus stage is reached, then the player has the chance to earn an extra life by collecting a piece of corn. However, because every stage can be accessed from the main screen, dying isn't much of a concern. The only thing that would be lost is a high score. As you can probably tell by watching the gameplay footage, Ice Climber was a game based in the vertical plane. The entire point of the game is to get to the next floor, which is located vertically above you. After all, you're scaling a mountain. However, because the same jump physics are used in it and Mario Bros., it feels very clunky. Mario Bros. Didn't need to implement horizontal jump physics. Tight jumps weren't that important, as the platforms present in the stage were quite large. The same could not be said for Ice Climber. Many times, the player has to perform jumps that land them from a moving platform to a single tile of floor. The jump physics presents a noticeable problem here. It's not possible to change the momentum of your jump in midair, meaning that whatever amount of horizontal speed was put into the beginning of the jump carries through to the action. This becomes incredibly frustrating, especially in later stages. It's exacerbated by poor collision detection, especially with the moving platforms. Oftentimes, a jump looks like it should make it, as Popo's sprite is above the platform, and then he falls right through. Because you can't jump through any types of platforms, these design choices cause diagonal movement, the basis of the entire game, to feel painful. It is important to remember that these frustrations in platforming were the norm for the time. Ice Climber was, by pre-Super Mario Bros. Standards, a fine game. But playing this after experiencing the smooth controls of Mario makes it feel like a massive downgrade in quality. It seems like the team working on the game realized the failings and decided to try out a few new things for their next big project. Instead of working vertically, Super Mario Bros. Is a side-scroller, akin to the likes of Excitebike. They reworked both the jump momentum and platform collisions, making successful jumps feel earned and diminishing the amount of times the player hits a platform only to seemingly pass through it. The main issue is that both Ice Climber and Super Mario Bros. Were launch titles for the NES. While Japan got to see the progression of the platforming genre between the two games, as Ice Climber predated Mario by almost an entire year, America was given both at the same time. Action series games retailed for $25 in the US, but accounting for inflation, that's $68 today. Games were expensive, limiting most families to choosing only one title. It's just undeniable that Mario was more bang for your buck than Ice Climber. Ice Climber is another title that Nintendo has coddled since its release. Of course, the Famicom Disk System received a port of Versus Ice Climber, a much beefier version of the original Famicom cart, adding a super bonus stage, an additional 16 levels, and a counter to keep track of which player, if any, conquered the mountain. It got e-reader cards during the retro resurgence of 2002, as well as a port to the Game Boy Advance as part of the classic NES series. It's also been ported to every eShop that Nintendo's made, ranging from the Wii to the Switch. Most notably, Popo and Nana are playable characters in Super Smash Bros. Melee and Smash Ultimate, where they each have their own mountain-themed stage complete with polar bear and moving cloud platforms. While many people recognize the theme and character from these re-releases, the actual gameplay of Ice Climber has fallen into relative obscurity, and for good reason. The game didn't have much of a legacy outside of the fact that it was the last platformer to come out before Super Mario Bros. Regardless, it did certainly play an important role in creating the prize jewel of the Black Box series, and that's important in its own right. The second Black Box game developed by Irem and an homage to a couple of iconic Kung Fu masters, let's take a look at Kung Fu the video game. Kung Fu originated in arcades under the title of Kung Fu Master, hence my little pun in the intro there, or Spartan X, as it was called in Japan. It was made off the back of Moon Patrol, a side-scrolling shooter with the same director, Takashi Nishiyama. Nishiyama expanded upon the idea of his previous action game by reworking the premise. In a market saturated with futuristic space shooters, Nishiyama took inspiration from one of the final scenes in Jackie Chan's 1984 film Wheels on Meals, in which Thomas, Chan's character, fights the main villain to save the damsel in distress. It is astounding how much this fight looks like a 2D fighting game by today's standards. The characters are shown from the side in a Street Fighter-esque manner years before the title would release. While the choreography is complex, the camera work rarely is. The actors don't look like they're brawling in a 3D arena. I know little about cinema, but I would presume that this choice was made to simplify the viewing experience, allowing spectators to gawk at the physicality of the fight without becoming confused by the characters' general whereabouts in relation to one another. The other piece of media bearing striking resemblance to the game is Bruce Lee's unreleased movie from 1972, Game of Death. This film follows Lee as he ascends a pagoda with 5 levels, defeating various enemies that get tougher as he continues onwards. The influence of these films is extremely evident within Kung Fu the game. The main character's name is Thomas, and he must climb a pagoda with 5 stories to save Sylvia, his girlfriend, from Mr. X, the main antagonist. Sound familiar? The combat from Wheels on Meals is translated quite well, considering the NES's technological limits. The character only has the ability to attack high and low with punches and kicks, but the controls are fluid. They also have the ability to jump, which, combined with the crouching, adds verticality to the combat of Kung Fu. The game may feel like a beat-em-up, but at its core, it functions like a platformer, requiring the player to work within the 2 planes available to avoid enemies while striking appropriately. Speaking of enemies, there are several that live within the 5 floors of the tower. The Gripper is the most basic enemy and comes in droves. If Thomas doesn't defeat them fast enough, they'll latch onto him, slowly sapping his health until the player mashes the controller hard enough to escape. There are knife throwers who prefer to attack from a distance, tossing their projectiles both high and low, forcing the player to jump or crouch to avoid them. Tom-toms are children, maybe, that can only be defeated with a jump kick or low kick, but they seem to jump attack Thomas randomly, causing them to be a real nuisance. On later floors, there are several other non-human enemies, including poisonous moths that pop out of the wall. To put it simply, these things are the worst. They deal a significant portion of Thomas's health, are almost impossible to avoid, and never stop spawning. While I was playing through the game, I only made it past floor 2, where these moths are abundant, a couple of times at most. At the end of each floor is a unique boss that takes several hits to defeat. The higher the floor, the more difficult the boss, concluding with Mr. X himself. By defeating the boss and beating the floor in the allotted time, the player proceeds to the next floor, continuing indefinitely until Thomas runs out of lives. Kung Fu is a high score-based game, but it does provide real incentive for the player to earn points. Every 50,000, a new life is added, giving the player a much-needed second chance at the more unforgiving levels. The audio is also quite innovative. The game utilizes the one sample channel on the NES for a laughing voice produced by Mr. X. Each successful hit on rows of enemies yields satisfying sound effects. Kung Fu does a fairly good job of maintaining its replayability, even though it is a high score-based home console port of an arcade title. The game is simple, precise, and rewarding, and that's commendable in its own right. The impact of Kung Fu Master cannot be understated. Notice how I'm specifically referencing the arcade cabinet here. While the NES port did have its own piece in the puzzle, it is important to keep in mind that it was adapted by Miyamoto and his team, meaning Nishiyama had very little involvement in the project. This video isn't focusing on arcade games, and that's an entirely different area of research that I'm not very well versed in. So to very briefly touch on the cabinet, Kung Fu Master was the first ever game in the beat-em-up genre, characterized by near-continuous combat against a large number of enemies. It was also the founder of the belt scroll genre, which was a more specific sect of beat-em-up games focusing on hand-to-hand combat, side-scrolling action, and a downward camera angle. The game's creator, Nishiyama, would move from IREM to Capcom, where he would go on to produce another early NES release title, Trojan, which would take many of the ideas from Kung Fu Master. However, the thing he's best known for is his co-creation of the Street Fighter franchise in 1987 with another programmer at Capcom, Hiroshi Matsumoto. This series is best known for establishing the conventions of almost every fighting game to follow. Gameplay-wise, the first entry in the series feels like a 1 vs 1 sequel of Kung Fu Fighter. These are the major beats of the arcade game, and I'm sure I'm leaving a lot out, but there's quite a bit left for me to say about the actual NES Black Box port. The idea of fighting games had originated in 1976 with Heavyweight Champ, but didn't really take off until Karate Champ's release in 1984. Kung Fu built off of this concept to some extent, adding an action feeling to the genre. Within Nintendo's own releases, though, there's another game that bears the title of the first pure fighting game on the NES, Urban Champion. We'll go into much further detail in the 1986 section, but essentially it adapted the style of combat from Kung Fu, high and low punching and kicking, into a single-screen fighting game. Although the success of this is debatable, it was, nonetheless, one of the better examples of fighting games on the home console market before the release of Street Fighter. Most notably, Kung Fu was, in Miyamoto's own words, one of the key titles that helped him to come up with the concept for Super Mario Bros. Similar to Excitebike, there was heavy emphasis placed on horizontal exploration. The game wasn't confined to a single screen like so many other titles that were popular at the time. In addition, the experience Miyamoto gained from the technical know-how of these two games helped to guide many design decisions that would later be present in Super Mario Bros. In many ways, the titles Miyamoto had a hand in producing within the 1985 black box set built off of one another, culminating in the release of Super Mario Bros., a game that almost single-handedly sold the NES in America. Kung Fu was the last part of this journey. Unlike many other black box games, Nintendo has never re-released Kung Fu, probably due to the litany of licensing issues that surround the title. Third-party re-releases are never easy, and, similar to 10-Yard Fight, Nintendo didn't actually own the rights to the game. Thus, the only way to properly play this hugely influential title is on the NES. If you're a fan of fighting games or the beat-em-up genre, this is a must-play. It may be difficult to find the proper hardware to do so on, but it would be a true misstep to say that this game is much Kung Fu about nothing. Do yourself a favor and try it out. We've been building to this for 16 episodes. While all the games we've gone over thus far have certainly had their important place in video game history, none have been so wildly popular as Super Mario Bros. The end of 1985 is near.
Let's go!
There's no understating how integral Super Mario Bros. Was to the NES's initial success. Unfortunately, I can't talk about specific dates in regards to its release or reception. Super Mario has perhaps the most contested release date of any black box game. Frank Cifaldi's fantastic article goes into detail on this, but to summarize, the test market launch of the NES in America was documented by Nintendo to be October 18, 1985. Unfortunately, there's no way to substantiate this date, so take it with a grain of salt. Matte sticker-sealed copies of Mario, while rare, do exist. This was characteristic of test market NES games, so we can gather that Super Mario Bros. Did come out in 1985. Some sources, like this Macy's ad, say it launched with the system. Consoles from this period of early Nintendo history had very low serial numbers, between 0 and 100,000, and included the game pack for Super Mario Bros. As a sweepstakes prize on their warranties. And yet, pinning it down to an exact date in 85 is impossible. It could have shipped after the rest of the games, as it launched in Japan in September of that same year, and there was typically a fair amount of wait time before the US got their version of the game. It could have shipped at the same time as the rest of the set. We have no idea, but the important part is that we know it came out in 1985. So I can certainly still analyze its importance in regard to the NES test market success. While the early stages of its advertising may have centered around Rob and the light gun, Nintendo of America ceased the promotion of Duck Hunt and Gyromite once they realized how popular Super Mario was becoming. No matter how good their marketing was, they would still need to achieve that one key title that would sell their system. This phenomenon can be seen throughout history. In the second generation, being able to play Pac-Man at home, no matter how poor the quality was, sold the Atari 2600. Halo sold the Xbox. Wii Sports sold the Wii, and so on. About twice as fast as the sluggish Rob the Robot could get into the ready position, kids' interest in the device faded. Super Mario had already drawn their attention, and it's not hard to see why. Mario was intended to be the final boss, so to speak, of Famicom cart-based games. The Famicom Disk System, a Japanese exclusive add-on that allowed for enhancements to audio, graphical quality, and size of games, was slated for release in late 1985 or early 1986. This project would be the last of the so-called first generation of Famicom games, and the team working on Super Mario wanted to go out with a bang. Designer Shigeru Miyamoto pulled ideas from many of his previous works. Devil World, his first console game, was his initial introduction to horizontal versus vertical scrolling. While Excitebike may have been a racing game, the quick thinking required to achieve a fast time pulled many concepts from platformers like Donkey Kong. Players would fly off of massive jumps, having to remain balanced upon landing and takeoff. They'd have control over their speed when moving from left to right, experiencing a smooth increase from slow to fast over a short time. And notably, this movement was accompanied by smooth side-scrolling that helped reacting to upcoming obstacles feel natural. His last pre-Super Mario work, Kung Fu, combined the ideas of jumping, side-scrolling, and combat into one game. Unlike Excitebike, which scrolled in one direction until the end of a level, Kung Fu switched up the directions on each floor. Players would be able to move backwards and forwards through stages as they pleased. While it might not be much of an adventure, it did allow for a level of exploration that had not previously existed. Jumping added to the verticality of this exploration, and combat made sure that the player would have to constantly be planning their next moves or succumb to an enemy. All three of these quote athletic games, as Miyamoto called them, lay the foundations for Mario's design. But we mustn't forget about the unsung heroes of Super Mario Bros., the programmers. While it's easy to track the progression of design between these three titles, it's also important to recognize how Mario was developed from a technical standpoint. The two main programmers of Super Mario, Kazuaki Morita and Toshihiko Nakago, developed their skills through several titles. While Nakago worked with Miyamoto on the likes of Excitebike, Morita's first game was Ice Climber. As Morita recalled, this was the warm-up for Super Mario Bros., and it can certainly be felt in the jump physics of the game. But we'll get to that later. It was Nakago and Morita's job to translate Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka's concept into tangible code, and they did a fantastic job. Even though Super Mario Bros. Sounds like a sequel to Mario Bros., the arcade title that was released 2 years prior, they actually have very little in common. It took the titular character and his brother, Luigi, for two-player modes. It had similar aesthetics in the underground stages, including pipes and reptilian enemies, and it utilized similar methods of combat, having players punch blocks above them to defeat foes. But that's about where the similarities stop. Everything else Super Mario Bros. Brought to the table was entirely original, from its sprawling worlds to its colorful power-ups. Speaking of, Mario consists of 8 separate worlds, with 4 substages each. And to put it simply, the level design is masterful. The first of these acts as a basic tutorial. The player is placed into an open area starting on the left side of the screen. The whole first level has a constant push to the right. Pipes lead to the right. All mushrooms that come from blocks would move to the right, and most coins were situated in a path leading right. Enemies, on the other hand, would move towards the player from right to left. Upon realizing that the screen doesn't scroll backwards, players would be prompted to jump over them, to the right, to avoid any danger. The first thing players are greeted by is a mushroom with angry eyes waddling right towards them. It's immediately clear what they have to do: avoid the creature. Upon continuing onwards, they'd notice a series of blocks. The flashing question marks invited them to be hit below via jump, which would reward players with a power-up or some coins. A little further to the right, a series of pipes would scroll on screen, and, well, why wouldn't you try to go down one? This introduces the concept of subworlds, and is the first of many secrets hidden throughout the expansive levels. Super Mario Bros. Was far from the first game to implement these ideas, but it was the first to do so in a way that was friendly to the average person. No prior knowledge was required to figure out how to get underground. No special button combination was necessary, and no ultra-specific hidden block would have to be destroyed. The collision on the pipe itself was actually quite large. Players could stand nearly anywhere near the center and still get sucked down. Now, this isn't to say that there were no elaborate secrets in Super Mario, but its genius lies in part with its stellar prediction of players' behavior. The developers knew that players would try to get on top of the level in level 1-2, and rewarded them for it with a warp area, letting them get to later worlds. They put hidden blocks in areas that just begged to be jumped into, revealing extra coins. Certain obvious blocks, when hit, would spawn a vine, transporting players into a Jack and the Beanstalk-esque environment, letting them run on clouds and collect coins to their heart's content. And some of the secrets would only be discovered by veterans of the game, or those who had just jumped around randomly. Believe it or not, random jumping was something that probably happened quite often. The jump physics in Super Mario were unlike anything that had come before it. It actually felt right. Gone were the days of fixed horizontal jumping, like in Donkey Kong, or frustrating jump arcs like in Mario Bros. Or Ice Climber. Jumping in Super Mario Bros. Allowed players to change their momentum in midair. When jumping from a standstill, tapping forward arced Mario just slightly to the right. Holding it would send him further. Walking and jumping got more distance than this, but running and jumping let him jump nearly a third of the screen's length. Things we take for granted nowadays, like speeding up gradually while dashing or being able to jump on top of a block situated directly above you by shifting momentum in midair, got their start in Mario. The change in run speed is particularly notable. The game was developed on the same engine used for Excitebike, which allowed for smooth acceleration. The movement feels great and holds up amazingly well over 35 years later. The design of Mario built on itself throughout the game. Stages would introduce concepts that would later be explored in further depth, and, as the game progressed, would stack with other concepts in new and exciting ways. For instance, while level 1-2 first showed off continuously rising and falling platforms, 3-3 took the idea to the next level with weight-sensitive platforms and balance lifts. 2-2 was the first underwater level, utilizing the same physics that Satoru Iwata coded into Balloon Fight, that introduced the basics of swimming, while 7-2 utilized the same layout but added more bloopers to up the challenge. Super Mario wasn't the first game to implement side-scrolling effectively. Williams Electronics' Defender used it in tandem with shooting, and Jump Bug is widely seen as the first side-scrolling platformer. Pac-Land, which came out in 1984, is perhaps the most similar to Super Mario in its mechanics and concept. Miyamoto actually told Toru Iwatani, the lead developer on Pac-Land, how influential his work was, at least according to Iwatani himself. Regardless of the statement's truth, Super Mario Bros. Wasn't breaking new ground, but it was the most refined version of the platforming concept. It gathered what worked and made the best version of it that could be made on the system available. I could spend several more hours analyzing the genius of the enemies and level design, or going into depth on Koji Kondo's masterpiece of a score, but this has already been done by minds much more qualified than mine. Super Mario Bros. Was the best-selling game on the NES. It's the reason why people gave the console a chance and was the subject of nearly all of Nintendo's promotional material in the 1986 and early 1987 seasons, at least before The Legend of Zelda released. Just to reiterate, Nintendo used this one game as its main selling point for the NES for 2 entire years. That's an eon in early video game history terms, if you remember the fact that, just 2 years before Mario came out, the entire video game market imploded. Nintendo put Mario on every type of memorabilia imaginable. He was the main subject of the first 2 publications of the Nintendo Fun Club magazine in early and mid-1987, featuring massive Q&A sections on how to beat certain sections of the game. There really is no way to overstate how big of a deal Mario was. A man who got his origins as a carpenter rescuing his girlfriend from his pet gorilla was now a character more popular than Mickey Mouse. Of course, the many hours that kids spent on the game caused concern among parents. Although not the first instance of video game addiction hysteria, there certainly were worries. Some news stations were trying to portray the sudden influx in children talking about and playing Mario as the beginnings of a nationwide Mario epidemic.
Watching the kids play, seeing the intensity of their interest, the word obsession comes to mind.
Nothing really came of this but a few funny news segments, but all of the added advertising probably helped to sell the game even more. As soon as the first NES system bundles stopped selling in stores, Nintendo began packaging consoles with Super Mario Bros. Carts, and then combo carts of it and Duck Hunt. This helped Mario to become the best-selling game on the NES, and one of the best-selling console video games of all time. This isn't to say that it didn't sell well on its own. Super Mario Bros. Is one of the only black box games that has a lineup of 11 individual box prints, meaning that the standalone copy must have sold immensely well. Speaking to the impact of such a game is a difficult feat. Countless titles that followed Mario utilized a similar design not because they were intending to copy it, but because it literally laid a new groundwork for what video games were, what they'd look like, what they'd sound like, and how they'd interact with players. Super Mario Bros. Kicked off the 3rd generation of game consoles in America. It's the reason why Nintendo became a household name, and it's the standout title of the black box set. We are now entering 1986. Since the NES's test market launch in October of 1985, there hadn't been any other games published for the system, besides Super Mario, and that's just because the release date for it is quite messy. However, the NES's relative success in New York, as well as Nintendo's generous plan to buy back systems that didn't sell, gave retailers the security that they needed to allow consoles back on their shelves. In February of '86, Nintendo was able to expand their soft launch to Los Angeles. This didn't quite coincide with the next wave of software. That wouldn't come until June, but it likely gave Nintendo much more information on exactly how to navigate the American market. Deciding to wait until June to put out a large chunk of NES games did make sense though. The last thing Nintendo wanted to do was oversaturate their console with games, one of the main factors that led to the death of the video game market a few years prior. 8 months may be considered a bit excessive, especially considering the fact that most of the first wave games could be experienced in full within a few hours apiece. Regardless, it did ensure that there would not be any chance of overwhelming consumers. In addition, it gave new customers the chance to get fully acquainted with how the system and its games worked before throwing more complex content at them. Remember, Nintendo's plan to revitalize the industry relied, in part, on the ability to appeal to a new audience of consumers. Perhaps the long gap in games was part of that plan, but there's no way we'll ever know for sure. The second wave started with the series of games that had been out in arcades for several years by this point. I'm of course talking about the arcade series. This included the likes of the Donkey Kong trilogy, Popeye, and Mario Bros. These games didn't premiere on the NES, nor was that where they garnered the majority of their popularity from, leaving me with a bit of a predicament. This project deals specifically with the history and impact of the black box games, not arcade cabinets. However, most of these games did further their predecessors. Home console ports gave brand new audiences, particularly women who were infrequent patrons of most arcades due to their male-centric culture, a chance to experience these titles. They also gave players of the originals a nostalgia kick, allowing to play the highest quality arcade ports to home console possible. They were hardly featured reasons to buy the NES. At this point, the likes of Donkey Kong's platforming mechanics was left in the dust by far superior titles like Super Mario. It's been suggested by many historians that the Famicom was explicitly designed to run Donkey Kong, the game that gave Nintendo its own identity in the industry, but that was in 1983. We're 3 years past that in an entirely different market. Donkey Kong wasn't even released for the NES until 8 months after its initial launch. If that doesn't show the change in priority from old to new, I'm not sure what would. Because of the similar conditions from which these 5 arcade series games came, I won't be going through each individually. After all, assessing the impact of Donkey Kong the arcade title is much different than assessing the impact of Donkey Kong the black box game. So, I'll first be going over the Donkey Kong trilogy together, and then Popeye and Mario Bros. Separately. Without further ado, let's get into it. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well, and he's finally back to kick some tail. It's the Donkey Kong trilogy. I kind of misspoke earlier. Calling this loose collection of games a trilogy is a bit of a stretch. While the games feature most of the same characters, they don't really share much else. Donkey Kong introduced the idea of platforming as a genre, being the first game where jumping was an integral technique for movement. Donkey Kong Jr. flipped the ideas of Donkey Kong on its head, having players do a lot more climbing rather than running, and putting an emphasis on vertical rather than horizontal movement. Donkey Kong 3 didn't really fit in anywhere. It was the black donkey of the trio, so to speak. Its main mechanic was shooting. In order to make this section as cohesive as possible, I'm first going to go into each of these separately, and then assess the impact of all 3 together. So let's start at the beginning. Donkey Kong first came out in arcades in July of 1981, the result of the first president of Nintendo of America, Minoru Arakawa, and his incompetence. Nintendo of America was a relatively new subsidiary at the time, and Arakawa was chosen to lead it due to the fact that he married the president of Nintendo, Hiroshi Yamauchi's daughter. Arakawa had no prior experience in business as far as I can gather. He graduated from Kyoto University with a degree in civil engineering and later got a master's in the subject at MIT. It seems to me that he was in the right place at the right time. He spoke English, married the president's daughter, and lived in Vancouver, Canada. I guess this was enough qualification to reward him the position of president of a multi-million-dollar company attempting to establish themselves overseas. In 1981, he decided to order 3,000 machines of radar scope, an arcade cabinet that did quite well in Japan, for distribution in America. It ended up a critical failure in the States, only selling 1,000 copies. Nintendo of America was in trouble. Arakawa poured nearly their entire budget into these cabinets. Luckily, he got bailed out by Yamauchi, who sent him conversion kits and a brand new concept developed by Shigeru Miyamoto, a relatively new Nintendo employee. This concept was none other than Donkey Kong. There had been a general evolution in complexity during the arcade era of video games. What started with only vertical movement in Pong turned into horizontal movement with an action button in Galaga and Space Invaders. This later evolved to four-way movement with Pac-Man, leaving the perfect opportunity for a new concept to take over. At the time Donkey Kong hit arcades, Pac-Man had been out for a year. Miyamoto's creation retained the four-way joystick that made Pac-Man intuitive, but added a single button that allowed the player to jump, and so started the genre of platformer. Donkey Kong featured 4 unique screens, making it the most fleshed-out arcade cabinet at the time. When a player completed a level in Space Invaders, everything would respawn on the same screen, but the enemies would move faster. The same can be said with Pac-Man. These games lacked any type of story or variation to keep players engaged for long periods of time. Donkey Kong's level got progressively more complex, from the 25-meter stage's diagonal bars to the daunting 75-meter stage's bouncing springs and moving platforms. The story isn't much to write home about. Mario's pet gorilla escapes and steals his girlfriend, Pauline, climbing a construction site. Mario then decides to rescue her, ascending the obstacle course. But the small cutscenes that played in between levels gave players something to aim for when getting to the top of the screen. Donkey Kong was actually the earliest instance of a game's story unfolding on-screen. While many other games had stories as key components, they were described in the manual or perhaps on the arcade's marquee. The reward of a new environment and a new story beat was more motivation than had previously existed to continue onwards. It's no surprise that Donkey Kong sold exceedingly well. It was such a massive success that, according to Masayaki Uemura, one of the chief developers of the Famicom and NES, it sparked former President Yamauchi's interest in developing a home console. The primary goal of the Famicom was to play a perfect game of Donkey Kong, an obvious choice for a launch title. Of course, this wasn't the only reason the Famicom was developed. There was bound to be a decline in Game & Watch handheld sales, and Yamauchi knew it, but capitalizing on Donkey Kong's success was certainly one major reason for developing the console as soon as possible. The Famicom and NES port of the game is, all things considered, quite good. There were some minor differences involving item placement and sound design. The scaling had to be changed, as Donkey Kong would be displayed on a smaller, less vertically oriented screen. This didn't alter too much, but it did mean that hammers in certain levels were placed in different locations. The effects sounded slightly different between versions due to the fact that the arcade version used analog circuits, while the NES used a sound chip. However, a number of more sizable changes were implemented in order to save space on the NES carts, which is where the bulk of the differences lie. These ranged from removing the transitional "how high can you get" screens and blue barrels in the first stage to all but the final cutscene disappearing. In addition, the infamous cement, or pie factory level, was completely dropped. This could be because of spatial restrictions within the cart, but it's also possible that the NES wasn't capable of displaying so many on-screen sprites to allow for smooth movement within the stage. The cement, fireballs, conveyor belts, and items may have been too much for the NES to handle at the time without sacrificing gameplay quality, but there's no way for us to know for sure. The NES black box version did actually add a key component: the title theme composed by Yukio Kaneoka. This little tune would go on to be quite influential in its own right, but I'll get into that more later. Let's venture back to the arcade. A sequel to Donkey Kong was all but required. It was then that Nintendo made an interesting decision. Rather than keeping the same formula that worked so well with Donkey Kong, adding a few new levels and perhaps involving some new story beats, they decided to completely rework the characters, environment, and gameplay of the original. This aversion to iteration is something Nintendo has done with many of its sequels. See Super Mario Bros. 2, which shifted the focus of combat from jumping to throwing, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, which changed the open-world 3D environment of the first game to a 2D platformer, and so on. Donkey Kong Jr., as the second game in the franchise would be named, started this trend. Released in June of 1982, nearly a year after its predecessor, Donkey Kong Jr. was its own self-contained experience. Instead of playing as Mario, players would control Donkey Kong Jr., the son of the previous game's antagonist. In a twist nobody saw coming, Mario was now the game's villain. After the events of the first game, Donkey Kong was captured by Mario and caged. Donkey Kong Jr., sad that he won't be with his father, takes it upon himself to retrieve the key from the abusive owner, who can be seen attempting to whip Donkey Kong in the arcade version's ending, and save the day. This may be the first video game to ever feature a shift between the original and sequel's character lineup, having the player go up against the previous game's protagonist. This storytelling technique is usually quite dramatic. The player's familiarity with Mario, a man they got to know so well over the past year, had disintegrated. Their trust was broken. But rather than dwelling on the loss of a good man, players would have to rise up to put an end to the mustachioed man's antics. Genuinely, I applaud Nintendo for taking such a unique approach to the sequel from the narrative lens. Similar to Donkey Kong Jr.'s arcade version plays several fun intro cutscenes involving an extremely sad-looking young ape. These, once again, act as the motivation for completing levels. While scoring high certainly did matter, Donkey Kong Jr.'s focus on story only served to further push the player to question why they were motivated to reach a high score. And that's pretty much where the similarities end. Donkey Kong Jr.'s gameplay flips the platformer of Donkey Kong on its head. While Donkey Kong focused heavily on horizontal movement in the form of running and jumping, Donkey Kong Jr. focused on vertical movement in the form of climbing. Donkey Kong Jr. was, after all, a gorilla. Gorillas are known to be fantastic climbers, but not so great on the ground. Thus, all the game's levels were designed with this in mind, featuring a multitude of climbable vines throughout. The first couple of levels do feature a fair amount of running and jumping in the beginning portions, likely to help ease players into the transition of mechanics from Donkey Kong. After that, though, it's off to the races, or rather, the speed climbing championships. Other than Level 3's horizontal running and jumping sections intersected with climbing, the game drops this movement nearly entirely. Climbing actually gives Donkey Kong Jr. more room to experiment than Donkey Kong had with its running and jumping. Mario could also climb ladders, but only up and down. Donkey Kong Jr., on the other hand, is able to alter his speed of ascension and descension depending on if he grabs one or two vines. If he climbs up using only one vine, he proceeds slowly and cautiously. However, on descent, he slides like a fireman. Using two vines to ascend doubles Junior's speed, but halves it upon descent. Each of these movements come with their own risks. For instance, it may be painstakingly slow to climb upwards on only one vine, but it also shrinks Junior's weak spots, making it an ideal method of climbing when multiple enemies are coming from above. The intuitiveness of the mechanics lends to their ease of learning, but the many situations presented in the game means that it's difficult to master. Donkey Kong Jr.'s NES port also didn't have many differences from the arcade version. Again, the sounds are different, and there were some adjustments that had to be made in regards to the screen resolution. All but the final cutscene were removed, meaning we didn't get to see a very sad DK Jr. flying over the ocean with an umbrella. Also, the final cutscene was actually altered. In the arcade version, Mario runs after DK and his son, presumably trying to whip them, but ends up getting booted away. On the other hand, in the NES version, he just falls to his death. I have no clue why this was changed. You'd think Nintendo would be as family-friendly as possible, but I guess this was their one exception. Rip to Mario. While Donkey Kong Jr. didn't sell as well as Donkey Kong in both arcades and on the NES, it feels like it aged better, according to the standards set by a post-Super Mario Bros. World. The original's fixed jump physics became very obviously outdated by the time 1985 rolled around, but Donkey Kong Jr.'s climbing didn't get an overhaul in the same way. Now, you may be wondering, where does Donkey Kong 3 fit into this picture? Spoiler, it doesn't really fit at all. It's clear that Nintendo didn't want to simply reproduce the material of earlier titles and re-release them as sequels, but we've kind of covered the most important aspects of a platformer in running, jumping, and climbing. Where could Donkey Kong 3 possibly go to break even more new ground? The first of many major differences between DK3 and its predecessors was that of character selection. When Donkey Kong 3 came out in September of 1983, Mario had already found plumbing work with his newly created brother, Luigi, in Mario Bros. So he was replaced with Stanley, an exterminator who first appeared in the Game & Watch game, Greenhouse. Mario's iconic design was missing from a series that so prominently featured him in all of the other games, replaced with somebody that just kinda looked like a nondescript dude. Donkey Kong is back to his role as primary antagonist, but he seems to have been shoehorned in. There's no opening cutscene, nor is there a cohesive story of any kind. Donkey Kong climbs down into Stanley's greenhouse, hitting beehives and trying to retrieve flowers. Why could Donkey Kong possibly want to do this? I have no clue, and it doesn't seem like the game knows either. It's not like Donkey Kong or Donkey Kong Jr. have awe-inspiring stories, but at least they were told through cutscenes interspersed between levels, serving as motivation for the player to move forward. Donkey Kong 3 completely drops this and replaces it with nothing. There are only 3 levels in Donkey Kong 3 as opposed to the 4 included in the previous entries. This may not seem all that significant, but it did cut 25% of the content. Stages in DK3 are determined by how quickly the player can push Donkey Kong off of the screen, which in some cases may be nearly instant. If Stanley picks up the Super Sprayer, it may only take a few shots to send DK on his way, ending the level in literally a few seconds. Speaking of, the gameplay of DK3 is half platformer, half shooter. While Stanley can move around and jump in order to push Donkey Kong up and out of the greenhouse, the play area is confined to 3 platforms on the bottom third of the screen. Similar to how Stanley's appearance pays homage to the Game & Watch games, the shooting aspect takes from Nintendo's Space Firebird, a Galaga clone that was first launched in 1980. The controls and physics certainly functioned better than its predecessor, but shooters had been on their way out for years. The decision to round out the trilogy with such a strange break from the Donkey Kong formula is an odd one to say the least. This, combined with the fact that the game was released in arcades during the video game crash of 1983, translated to its relative obscurity and poor sales figures when compared to its peers. The NES version of Donkey Kong 3 removed several animations, including Donkey Kong's expression when getting shot and the ending cutscenes. Notably, when Stanley dies in the arcade version, he gets swarmed with bees that seem to eat him. In the NES version, though, he just keels over. This could have been removed due to censorship, or because of data limitations. And that's pretty much it. It's not like there was a lot for Donkey Kong 3 to adapt for a home console release. It's pretty clear that Nintendo was running out of ideas on what to do with Donkey Kong by the time DK3 came out. The series saw a decline in sales and popularity by 1983, but at this point, Nintendo had moved on. This isn't to say that Nintendo simply dropped their most popular IP. Donkey Kong has gotten more re-releases than any other game in the entire black box set, ensuring that the original is always playable. Right after the black box releases of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. ceased, the 2 games were released in 1988 on a compilation cart called Donkey Kong Classics. In 1994, Donkey Kong for the Game Boy came out, featuring the original 4 levels and then adding a whopping 97 additional stages. These levels didn't just stick to Donkey Kong 1's mechanics. They featured sections requiring Mario to pick up and throw items, similar to Super Mario Bros. 2, climbing heavy features, like from Donkey Kong Jr., puzzle platforming, new jump types, and more. It's a fantastically underappreciated game that goes well beyond the original. Emulations for Donkey Kong, up until recently, were of the NES version and not the original arcade release. This means that they have continued to omit the cement factory level for whatever reason. The one exception to this was in Donkey Kong 64, where, in the game, a 100% faithful emulation of the original arcade release can be found. Other re-releases of the NES version were made available on the Game Boy Advance, both in e-reader packs and as a standalone title, Animal Crossing for the GameCube, the NES Classic console, and on every eShop ever made by Nintendo. The Switch's eShop finally brought the arcade version into the modern era, releasing the arcade and NES editions separately from each other in 2018. Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong 3 both had e-reader card packs as well, along with subsequent releases on all of Nintendo's eShops. While I cannot attribute the NES port of DK to the advent of the platformer genre, there are a few things I can directly attribute to it. The return of Donkey Kong was supposed to be Donkey Kong's next break on the NES. It was mentioned in the official Nintendo Player's Guide and Nintendo Fun Club Issue 5, but pictures of the game have never surfaced, and it's unknown if it even made it past the conceptual stage. The next installment in the Donkey Kong franchise would be on the Super Nintendo with Donkey Kong Country, developed by Rare and published by Nintendo. Finally, Donkey Kong had something to do. He was no longer tied down by Mario. He was free to be his own gorilla. The game didn't function at all similarly to the NES version, but it's likely that DK's continued success led Nintendo to revisit his likeness when searching for new concepts to work off of. The tune at the beginning of Donkey Kong is actually used as the introductory music in Donkey Kong Country. Kanaoka's iconic opening theme was one part of a lengthy career at Nintendo. He ended up working as a sound programmer for a sizable chunk of black box games, including everything in the arcade series. He also went on to compose the NES Sports Series jingle, all of the music for tennis and baseball, and much more. Kanaoka mentored some of the most famous video game composers of all time, including Hirokazu Tanaka, who worked on too many games to count, and Koji Kondo, the man who composed the Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda themes, among many, many others. Video game sound design isn't focused on nearly enough, and while Kanaoka might not be as well known as his contemporaries, his work deserves its own praise. Donkey Kong Jr., while arguably more fun than its predecessor, didn't break from the platformer genre enough to warrant its own individual impact. It did spark the trend of Nintendo games sequels not simply improving, but rather innovating on their previous entries, but that can be attributed to the arcade version more than the NES's port. Donkey Kong Jr. the character was actually used more than Donkey Kong himself, at least until DK Country came out. Jr. was a playable character in Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo, Mario's Tennis for the Virtual Boy, and Mario Tennis for the N64. This is likely because of his father's prior roles as a primary antagonist. Until the adult DK got his own game, he wouldn't truly be a part of the combined Mario universe. Now, fully grown Donkey Kong is like a cool uncle. He shows up in Mario Party, gives you a star, and leaves. He replaced his son in Mario sports titles, or rather, according to fan theories, DK Jr. grew up and turned into the new DK, which doesn't really make sense seeing that Mario Tennis came out after Donkey Kong Country, but honestly, who really cares? Donkey Kong 3 marked the end of the road for Stanley. Out of every black box game I've talked about thus far, it may legitimately have the least tangible impact. I could not find anything that the game did that's even remotely noteworthy. It wasn't included in any DK compilations for a reason. It just wasn't good. Maybe its significance lies in its lack of significance? Actually, no, that's just giving it too much credit. And that's it, the original Donkey Kong trilogy and its impact. This section might be the longest yet, but there was quite a bit to cover. Donkey Kong is one of Nintendo's pinnacle franchises, characters, and games. I hope I did this part justice. Honestly, it would drive me bananas if I didn't.
Help Donkey Kong Jr. save his papa on your ColecoVision, Atari 2600 VCS, or Intellivision video game system.
Game players everywhere, please help me save my papa.
Let's take a little break from the arcade classics and talk about one of the top 10 most famous sailors in the world, Popeye. At first glance, Popeye might seem like an odd franchise to make a video game out of. The character, originating from a 1929 comic strip, hit peak popularity in the 1960s when the animated TV series first kicked off. It's a pretty standard 60s cartoon. Popeye, the scrappy seaman who gained great strength from spinach, got into scraps with the hulking Brutus, his rival, over the attention of Popeye's girlfriend, Olive Oil. Shenanigans ensued. Popeye became a symbol for patriotism, a marketing gimmick for several food brands, and has remained a greatly iconic character. But making a video game for him in the 1980s was just kind of odd. Well, post-war Japan was fascinated with a lot of American IPs, sometimes more than Americans were. They began to really embrace American culture in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and Popeye was one such example. Nintendo was no stranger to working with third parties and utilizing their popular characters in collaborative projects. If you recall from the introduction, Nintendo partnered with Disney in the late 50s and 60s to include their characters on playing cards, a successful move that gave Nintendo the financial security they needed to go public. Working with King Features Syndicate, Popeye's parent company, was a well-planned move. Combining the genius of Shigeru Miyamoto with the likeness of Popeye was certainly not a bad idea. This wasn't the first time Nintendo wanted to make a game featuring Popeye. Here's a fact I'm sure none of you have heard. Popeye and his crew were actually slotted to be the stars of Donkey Kong, at least before Nintendo failed to negotiate the rights of the characters. I kind of have to mention this, but this is one of those pieces of trivia that's as boring as Mario's initial name being Mr. Video or Jumpman. Anyways, we should all be glad that they didn't get those rights. Having another company own part of their most successful franchise would have been a disaster in the long run, making every part of the production process more complex. So, yeah, coming up with their own characters was one of the best things that Nintendo ever decided to do. A year after the sensation that was Donkey Kong, King Features Syndicate worked out a deal with Nintendo, allowing them to develop an arcade title using their characters. The result was the 1982 arcade cabinet Popeye, which is adapted to be one of the Famicom's launch titles, and an arcade series game that the US got in 1986. Let's go over a couple of the differences between the arcade and console releases. Popeye's arcade cabinet came out in November of 1982, a year after the first Donkey Kong and a few months after Donkey Kong Jr. By this point, due to Donkey Kong's success, having multiple levels within an arcade game was being implemented into other titles, including Data East's Burger Time. Popeye did feature 3 unique levels, but this wasn't as impressive as it could have been had it been released a year earlier. The main draw to the game, at least in my opinion, were the graphics. Popeye, Brutus, and Olive Oil all had incredibly detailed portraits that were a pleasure to look at. They stood out in arcades full of games with subpar pixel art, like that of Galaga or Centipede. Unfortunately, the home console port couldn't replicate the sprites to the same level of detail. Once again, the intro cutscene is removed, likely due to hardware limitations. While neither of these changes are all that bad, per se, they do detract from a lot of the arcade game's value, considering that the gameplay doesn't really bring anything new to the table. Similar to the other games we've gone over so far, the level design from arcade to console remained mostly untouched. Outside of removing Wimpy from the lever in level 2, and allowing players to walk up and down the ladder on level 1, there aren't any drastic differences. The overall premise relies not on jumping, like Donkey Kong, but rather on climbing and punching. Popeye is able to punch projectiles that come his way, destroying them and earning a few extra points. While this alone doesn't dictate a failing, the step back from Donkey Kong's approach, integrating storytelling into gameplay, does. Basically every game from this time involved clearing a board, from Space Invaders to Pac-Man to Asteroids and so on. Donkey Kong was a game focusing on adventure, get from here to there. It may be a far cry from modern games like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, but it was one of the first times that players were encouraged to go somewhere in order to progress a story. Popeye forgoes this leap forward, instead opting for a collectathon. Each board features collectibles, including hearts, musical notes, and letters in the 3 stages respectively, that Olive Oil tosses down from above. The player has to navigate the screen to collect these items without running into Brutus or getting hit by projectiles. When the 3 screens are beaten, by gathering enough hearts and notes to fill in the box or tune in the top left, or collecting enough letters to build a ladder up to the top mast of the ship in the 3rd level, it repeats with some added difficulty in the form of the Sea Hag, who starts throwing bottles at Popeye from off-screen. The mechanics are nothing to write home about. Other than climbing ladders and collecting trinkets, Popeye can eat spinach, which temporarily turns him into a powerhouse. He can knock Brutus off-screen if he can catch up to him, but it does cost Popeye the ability to climb. Speaking of Brutus, he really is the best part of the game. He chases Popeye around with some real conviction. He can completely bypass the platforms both above and below him, reaching down or jumping up to attack the hero. He negates distance by throwing projectiles from across the screen, or jumps down with a terrifying shake of the screen to get closer to his target. He's what I can only assume players would have expected from Donkey Kong if he was able to move around freely. There are no differences between the port and arcade cabinet when it comes to Brutus, which is certainly a positive. Popeye ended up premiering on the Famicom because there were few other well-received Nintendo games that had come out before it. It came out in the US to pad out its lineup before the official launch of the NES in September of 1986. It was already an obscure title in America by that point, and for good reason. It didn't pack that same punch that Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. had. This was further exacerbated in June of 1983 with the release of Mario Bros. Popeye's one saving grace, the fact that it was Nintendo's most recently published game at that point, no longer reigned true. All of this isn't to say that nothing came out of the game. Nintendo did have the rights to Popeye for a little while longer, and so they published Popeye no Ego Asobi, or Popeye's English Game, an edutainment title that may have been worse than Donkey Kong Jr. Math, which we will get to soon enough. The game modes consisted of translate this Japanese word into English, and compete against your friend to spell out an English word. Riveting stuff, I know. It wasn't even particularly good at what it set out to do, as the Japanese words would only be spelled out in katakana, an alphabet not used for several of the words presented. This would be the last Popeye-themed game to be published by Nintendo, and would, for obvious reasons, never see a release in the United States. Popeye's video game legacy didn't die there, though. A Japanese-exclusive Game Boy game featuring the character came out in 1990, produced by Sigma Enterprises. It forwent any aspects of platformer present in the arcade game, instead turning into a puzzle game featuring mazes. And it wasn't really that good. A couple of decades later, in 2008, Namco Networks came out with an enhanced port of the arcade game for mobile phones. And then Popeye's trail in the world of video games went cold for another 13 years. Until Sayback Limited decided to publish a revamped 3D remake of the original arcade title, featuring Brutus, falling collectibles, 3 different levels, and everything that made the arcade version so great. Wouldn't that have been fun? Well, it's actually one of the worst games to ever grace the Nintendo eShop. Tons of videos have been made pointing out the many issues with this quote remaster. I use the term extraordinarily lightly, including the assets being flat out bought from the Unity store, the absurd amount of bugs that make the game borderline unplayable, the horrid adaptation of the original concept from 2D to 3D, and much more. Needless to say, I don't think we'll be getting any more Popeye video games until the character reaches the public domain in 2024. Popeye may not have had many successes over the years, but its original iteration did provide Nintendo with the confidence they needed to drop the idea of licensed characters, instead relying on their own teams to come up with mascots. It's in this way that Popeye's influence lay more with what could have happened than what did. I, for one, am happy that I don't live in the alternate dimension in which Donkey Kong featured Popeye characters. The NES port has never, and likely never will, see a true remake, as it's extremely unlikely that Nintendo would ever shell out the money necessary for such a feat. So, this is another one of those games that you'll need an NES to play. It's not like you're missing out on much, though. While Popeye's history with Nintendo may be quite important, the game itself is more equivalent to raw spinach than anything else, in that it's sort of bland. I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. The last arcade game in the black box set, and Luigi's first appearance. Up next is Mario Bros. Mario Bros. Marks an interesting turning point in terms of Nintendo's approach to arcade games. While we've already gone over the history of Mario in the black box set, his past can really be split into two distinct parts, the arcade days and the NES days. Mario the character had first appeared 2 years prior to Mario Bros. As the protagonist in Donkey Kong. He then turned into an abusive pet owner and was the antagonist of Donkey Kong Jr., caging up DK and whipping him relentlessly. It's likely that Nintendo wasn't sure what to do with the character. His namesake and design was already extremely recognizable, but his role was unclear. In Donkey Kong, Mario was officially classified as a carpenter, but Shigeru Miyamoto, one of the directors and designers of Mario Bros., instead insisted on changing his job title to that of a plumber. This, along with his classification as a courageous hero, has stuck ever since. Afterwards, Nintendo started using Mario as a recognizable self-insert into just about everything they could, but that didn't start until later down the road. Mario Bros. Was also the first appearance of the palette-swapped Mario, otherwise known as Luigi, controlled by Player 2. There were no differences between the two characters, but Luigi would become nearly as iconic as his brother, showing up in just about every Mario game to date. Mario Bros. Marked the beginning of the end of Nintendo's arcade era. The Famicom released on July 15, 1983 in Japan, and Mario Bros. Came out in June of the same year. Most of Nintendo's resources were focused on promoting their new system, which ended up becoming a massive success. From then on out, they recalibrated to mainly focus on home consoles in terms of game development and advertising. This isn't to say that Mario Bros. Wasn't popular, though. It was incredibly successful in both America and Japan, even if its advertising campaigns weren't as successful as Nintendo's other arcade games. But it is the last big arcade-exclusive hit that Nintendo is often known for. Mario Bros. Was the second to last arcade game Miyamoto developed, in tandem with Gunpei Yokoi, the same team that made Donkey Kong. The two went back and forth on how to design the gameplay and characters. In Donkey Kong, Mario isn't able to fall further than he is tall without dying. Miyamoto wanted this to remain a hard and fast rule, but Yokoi recommended giving Mario some superhuman abilities in order to make the player feel more powerful. The idea to implement combat was put forth by Yokoi as well, who recommended hitting enemies from below to knock them out. This ended up being too simple though. Instead, the team settled on each enemy requiring a minimum of 2 hits, at least one from below, and then a kick from the side, in order to defeat a foe. Turtles, also known as shell creepers, were conceived as the perfect enemy, as the first hit from below would knock them onto their shells, and the second would send them flying. These weren't the same species as Koopas, which would appear in Super Mario Bros., but it was the first time that Mario faced off against reptiles. A couple of other enemy types also graced these sewers in later levels. Crabs were a bit tougher than turtles. On the first punch, they'd speed up out of anger. One more hit is required to take them out. Fighter flies moved slowly but would jump, requiring good timing to knock them off their feet. Slip ices turned entire stretches of platform icy, making running more difficult, but were defeated by a single hit. While the strategies for defeating these enemies weren't all that complex, Mario Bros. Made use of impressive physics to deepen the gameplay. The ripples that appear on the floor when Mario jumps determine which direction an enemy gets launched. If Mario jumps up to attack an enemy from behind, they move forward, while if he jumps from ahead, they get sent backwards. These physics were intuitive and added a whole new level to the game. They made precise jumps necessary to beat later stages, as hitting foes down to the player's own level was the only way to deal with the sheer numbers that would appear. It also encouraged players to plan their attacks, as lining up and kicking a row of Koopas would reward extra points and the chance at a bonus round. Speaking of physics though, let's talk about Mario's jump for a moment. Mario Bros.' jump is much floatier than Donkey Kong or Donkey Kong Jr.'s, which does make stylistic sense. Mario is no longer bound to reality. He was specifically designed to feel more super than human, although this moniker wouldn't stick until a couple of years later. However, the actual physics of the left-right jump movement remain relatively unchanged. Mario's momentum is determined the second he leaves the ground, and cannot be altered mid-air. At the time, this was standard, but if you've played nearly any modern platformer and then go to Mario Bros., it does feel awkward. Ascending platforms that are directly above Mario is the biggest challenge in the game. A running jump is required, which leaves you vulnerable to enemies while building up speed, especially in later stages. This difficulty is exacerbated by the presence of fireballs, another classic enemy that made its debut in this arcade game. They spawn in and move from right to left, forcing the player who may be lingering in a certain row to move around. They're actually destructible and can be eliminated the same way as all other enemy types, by hitting them from below, but doing so is often more trouble than it's worth. Ultimately, Mario Bros. Was a step both forwards and backwards from Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. Many arcade games from the late 70s and early 80s were focused on clearing a board, and as we discussed in the Donkey Kong Trilogy section, these games broke from that standard. Mario Bros. Returned to it. Well, it didn't entirely return to it. There was one presence that made each stage feel like a continuation of the last: the POW block. Jumping into it functioned as a hit on every grounded enemy on screen, giving the player a get-out-of-jail-free card of sorts. To balance this, the POW could only be used 3 times in a series of phases, and uses would only be reset upon reaching a bonus round. However, by virtue of the game saving the progress of its use, it made each stage feel more connected to one another. Players would have to save POW uses for particularly dire situations only. Other than this though, the game took place on one unchanging screen. It does use wraparound, which adds an illusion of space to the playing field, but it doesn't patch up the problem of homogeneity that Mario Bros. Suffers from. The lack of variation wasn't an issue in its predecessors. Even Popeye had multiple different stages. Mario Bros. Patched this up with its biggest strength, which lay in how it introduced combat to the franchise. Mario was an adventurer in the past, sure, but now he was given the power to defeat his enemies without the need for a special hammer. It's very likely that Miyamoto and his team drew upon this title when looking for inspiration regarding Super Mario Bros.' combat. It paved the way for Super Mario to experiment with jumping on top of enemies to deal damage, a series staple to this day. Mario Bros. Also marked the debut of Nintendo's friendly and/or competitive 1v1 modes. 2 players could choose to work together, destroy each other's progress, or both. The game gave each player a separate score when levels were completed, which certainly helped to edge on duos. Adding a competitive point counter certainly irked many into sabotaging their partner's game, and there were plenty of ways to sabotage a game. Hitting a platform from below did the same thing to players and enemies. By timing it right, players could knock their opponents into deadly situations. Or they could re-flip a turtle right before their partner kicked it. The possibilities were endless. Other games, like Atari's Pong, had already introduced the idea of 1v1 play, but there weren't many popular cooperative titles. Fire Truck was perhaps the first instance of a true co-op game, as it let one player steer the front of a bus and the other steer the back, but it didn't provide incentive for a player to harm their friend's progress. Williams' Joust was the first game to give players the option to harm their player to their own benefit. Attacking their friend could net them more points after completing a stage. However, the mode wasn't constrained to any one way of play. Individuals got to decide how they wanted to approach the 2-player modes, competitively or cooperatively. This ambiguity was polished by Mario Bros. While players couldn't directly kill their opponents, they were forced to use more nefarious means. This would become a Nintendo staple of cooperative games from this point forwards. And, speaking of, several mechanics from Mario Bros. Can also be seen in early Nintendo titles. Ice Climber, along with Balloon Fight, included a competitive 2-player versus mode, which gave plenty of chances for players to kill their friends. The jump physics also changed very little between Mario Bros. And Ice Climber, meaning that traversing vertical platforms was just as frustrating. The Fireball was also essentially transformed into a polar bear in Ice Climber, which shifted the screen upwards, forcing the player to move faster. This exact Fireball also appeared in Wrecking Crew, where it functioned and looked exactly the same. Think of it as a sort of default tool in Nintendo's arsenal, at least during this era. The actual NES version of Mario Bros. Had very few differences from its arcade counterpart. There are some changes in screen resolution, and the sprites are generally less detailed. But outside of this and some sound adjustments, the NES version is a great port. Unfortunately, it didn't perform well enough to really make a name for itself. When Mario Bros. Released in June of 1986, it was already completely outshined by its sequel. In fact, looking up anything regarding the arcade version is quite difficult. Nearly everything done on Mario Bros. Has to do with the Super version. The large majority of people who have played a Mario game have most likely never touched this one. Nintendo has brought it back on every eShop, but it just can't be as iconic as its evolution. Mario Bros. Did see some upgrades as time went on though. Kaiteki ta Mario Bros., a game that launched exclusively on the Famicom Disk System, was more of a remake with commercial advertisements than it was an actual sequel. Peppered throughout standard gameplay were cutaways asking players to mail in info in order to potentially win a prize. It obviously did not see a release in America. Good news though, it did see a direct sequel in the form of Mario Clash on the Virtual Boy. Even though this could be the worst-selling game in the entire Mario franchise due to its exclusive release on the worst-selling Nintendo console of all time, it's actually a pretty fun little game. It takes the basic mechanics of Mario Bros. And puts them in 3D, having players chuck turtle shells at Koopas in the foreground and background in order to defeat them. Overall, it's pretty good. It's just a shame that you can only play it for 15 minutes at a time without developing a headache. The influence of Mario Bros. Is actually quite unique, in that it's likely that people have been exposed to its items and mechanics without even realizing it. The game has been ported and reskinned countless times, including in Mario All-Stars, Mario Advance, and as recently as Super Mario 3D World. The POW block is an iconic item in Mario Kart Wii and the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. Modern-day Wigglers, a Mario enemy that wouldn't get its start until Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo, were a sort of spiritual successor to Crabs, in that they too speed up when hit once. And we cannot forget the fact that the original featured the debut of Luigi. The two-player mode's influence has become a staple in tons of Nintendo games to this day. New Super Mario Bros. Wii and its sequels have 4-player co-op, but rather than playing as a team, each player could compete with one another for a high score. The same can be said in Super Mario 3D World, which adds a crown to the highest scoring player to encourage violence against them. Outside of Nintendo, these unfriendly cooperative modes, so to speak, can be seen in titles like LEGO Star Wars or even Halo Combat Evolved. You can, of course, just get through the story modes together, or you could become the biggest threat to each other outside of the actual enemies. Mario Bros. Was a fun game that introduced many cornerstones to Nintendo's IPs. It's addictive, intuitive, and influential. Even if it'll never achieve the same fame as Super Mario Bros., it'll remain an iconic part of Nintendo's arcade history, and it was a great port in the black box set. Nintendo enters into the educational games market with one of the most popular, influential, and functional video games of all time, Donkey Kong Jr. Math. That was, of course, sarcastic. Nintendo's attempt at an educational game did extraordinarily poorly, both critically and commercially. To many, it holds the highly competitive title of Worst Black Box Game, or even Worst Donkey Kong Game of all time. Nonetheless, taking a close look at Donkey Kong Jr. Math can help our understanding of Nintendo's rationale when choosing games to port over to the NES in America. Donkey Kong Jr. Math certainly wasn't the first educational game published, but few preceded it. 1964's The Sumerian game, which was developed with the education of elementary school students in mind, was the first video game to be categorized as edutainment. It isn't as much video game as it is multimedia experience, but it did use a computer terminal as a major part of its design. Unfortunately, it was never widely experienced due to the immense cost of computers at the time. The first somewhat successful educational title was The Oregon Trail, released in 1971. It didn't necessarily set out to teach history, but rather intended to give students important computer skills necessary for a changing era. It was successful in the school district it was developed for, but once again, due to the expensive nature of consumer electronics, it wouldn't see widespread success until later in its life. Fast forward to the early 80s. We've discussed the boom of games and consoles from this era and its many consequences. But, to recap, this was a time when the technology for developing games on both home console systems and personal computers was cheaper than ever. The video game industry was worth over $3 billion, but it wouldn't last. The market imploded in 1983, tanking the value of the industry and forcing companies that did survive to reassess their strategies. One of the reasons for the market's collapse was the stigma that had been placed on video games in Reagan's conservative America. Moral panic was rife. Video games were getting a bad rap for their, quote, violent nature, even with these graphics. The target market for video games was largely kids, but parents were the ones actually buying the product, so appealing to them was necessary. Enter the renaissance of edutainment. Educational video games, specifically for home computers, which were seeing much more success than their console counterparts, seemed to be an excellent solution to the crisis. Several companies were founded on the principle of making educational games, such as Davidson and Associates and Broderbund, the developers of Math Blaster and Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, respectively. The Oregon Trail became massively successful, as the cheaper cost of home computers meant schools could afford computer labs. Many of them ended up using the Oregon Trail as an intro to computer learning, and it would remain permanently ingrained in the memories of millions of 80s and 90s kids. While educational games were often chocolate-covered broccoli, so to speak, they did do a good job at quelling parents' fears of their kids turning into serial killers because they played too much Pac-Man. If Nintendo wanted to succeed in America, they needed to remain as parent-friendly as possible. Luckily for them, they had already developed 2 educational titles for the Famicom in Japan, Donkey Kong Jr. Math and Popeye no Ego Asobi, or Popeye's English game. Both reused assets from their home-ported arcade titles, Donkey Kong Jr. and Popeye, but functioned as a bare-bones way to pad out the Famicom's library in its early days. It was clear which of these 2 games would be chosen to come to the States. Hint, it's not the game about English learning. Nintendo's initial 1985 test market launch was a solid success, but there were still gaps to be filled in their content library. They had planned for an education series since '85, but according to several newspapers from the time, ended up releasing it around June of 1986. Donkey Kong Jr. Math is yet another example of Nintendo not knowing when their own games came out. The company had it originally categorized as a 1985 release. However, the first known printing of the game is a gloss sticker seal, denoting a 1986 release. Check the section on print importance for a recap on print identification. This is also corroborated by every electronics journal I could find. Anyways, now that we've got a release window squared away, let's see how Donkey Kong Jr. Math compared to its competitors. DK Jr. Math has 3 game modes: Calculate A, Calculate B, and Operations Exercise. The Calculate modes place one normal DK Jr. and one pink one on either side of the screen, while Donkey Kong Sr. displays a number at the top. In Calculate A, this is usually between 1 and 100, while Calculate B adds larger numbers or negatives to the mix. The player's job is to write equations using the numbers and operations scattered throughout the screen to get to the goal before the other player. I played this mode with a few different people, and it wasn't all that terrible. Trying to steal numbers and signs before your opponent can get to them is actually pretty hectic, and it makes learning math at least a little bit interesting. This all falls apart when played alone, though. The manual states that these modes work as both single and multiplayer experiences, but there's no AI programmed on the opposing Donkey Kong Jr. This oversight is one of the ways DK Jr. Math feels incomplete. This is definitely not the first black box game that is woefully underdeveloped. Stack Up was a game that was shoehorned into the NES's lineup in order to give the Robot series another playable title. It was clearly rushed and felt like a testing tool for Rob rather than a standalone game. Stack Up's Famicom release was only a few months before its US counterpart. On the other hand, Donkey Kong Jr. Math came out on the Famicom a full 3 years before it launched on the NES. Perhaps Nintendo was straining their resources by focusing on more important projects, but 3 years was plenty of time to give Donkey Kong Jr. Math some much-needed touch-ups. Getting back to the game, the operations exercise is literally just do math. There are several options to choose from, but they all function the same. An equation appears on the top half of the screen, and the player is tasked with filling out the numbers by climbing ropes. There are 10 rounds per equation type, and the goal is to go for a high score. This mode isn't even poorly designed fun. It's literally doing math problems on the NES. The fun aspect may have derived from the fact that doing math on an electronic device was a novel experience, but with other learning games like Math Blasters already synthesizing the combination of fun and education quite well, it's clear that DK Jr. Math only existed to make the NES seem as if it could provide something other than pure entertainment. And it does this quite lazily. Reusing assets from its arcade counterpart is not a problem in and of itself, but leaving the music with the same 2 bars of repetitive beeps and boops brings it to a whole new level. Surprisingly, in a conversation between Shigeru Miyamoto and Masanobu Endo, who designed Xevious and several other popular games, they both comment on how fun DK Jr. Math is. Miyamoto even remarked how popular it was with employees at Nintendo. I guess this makes sense. I doubt Miyamoto would have put out a game if he didn't find it fun, considering that making video games fun is kind of his whole mantra. But it doesn't seem like the fun translated to the masses. In the 1980s, there were very few publications dedicated to video games, especially in a market that had proven to be so tumultuous. However, looking at the earliest reviews I could find, the game had been continuously bashed, with such stunning compliments as Donkey Kong Jr. Math offers less instructional value than a $1 pack of flashcards, and roughly the same amount of entertainment. It's evident that parents caught on to this pretty quickly. While Nintendo has never released sales data for most of their black box titles, there are only 5 identified prints of DK Jr. Math. This means it had the smallest print runs of the entire set, tied only with worse sellers Stack Up and Gumshoe. You know what else a small print run means? A very high price on the secondary market. DK Jr. Math is by far the most expensive game in the entire black box set, reaching prices of over $5,000 in recent sold listings. This game is typically the set killer when it comes to those trying to obtain all the black box games, complete in box at least. Of course, it's silly that one of the worst games Nintendo ever made is so valuable, but quality certainly doesn't always equal cost, at least for collectors, myself included. Nintendo did actually have plans for a sequel to Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Donkey Kong no Ongaku Asobi, or DK Jr.'s Fun with Music. It seems to have featured Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong Sr., Pauline, and Mario all jamming out together. Other than a few screenshots and a very brief magazine article, nothing is really known about the game. But there was confirmation from a Hudson Soft employee that it was well into development before it got cancelled. For better or worse though, Nintendo wouldn't attempt another educational game for quite a while. But perhaps this was for the best. Their next edutainment title, Mario Paint for the Super Nintendo, rectified the many issues of Donkey Kong Jr. Math. Mario Paint sought to give kids a digital interface for creative freedom. It had programs on music composition, mouse control, animation, digital art, and more, and had a real lasting impact. The main difference between it and its educational predecessor was that, unlike Donkey Kong Jr. Math, that developmentally seemed to start with the intention to educate, Mario Paint feels like it began with an interesting premise, adding the educational aspect after the thought. This isn't to say that all of Nintendo's attempts at edutainment were successful. Published by Nintendo but not developed in-house, Mario's Time Machine and Mario is Missing were 2 educational games that had cross-platform releases on the NES, Super Nintendo, and PC. These games followed in the footsteps of DK Jr. Math, in that Nintendo truly believed that injecting their titular character into a boring concept would somehow make it fun. They were met with middling reviews, but never took off like Mario Paint. In 2005, Nintendo introduced a new line of games that sought to appeal to a broader audience, entitled Touch Generations.
Challenging enough for even the most experienced player. Whether it's taking your Nintendo for a short walk, playing Tetris in a whole new way, or flexing your brain with Big Brain Academy.
Included in this series was Brain Age and Big Brain Academy, two educational games that were incredibly successful and have spawned many sequels. Unlike Wii Sports, which seemed to be a modern adaptation of the black box sports games, it's improbable that Donkey Kong Jr. Math had a direct influence on the decision to add edutainment games into the series of Touch Generation. But it does look like Nintendo decided to reuse parts of their initial framework, doing their best to introduce new people to video games through the power of education. So while Donkey Kong Jr. Math certainly didn't break new ground, it could have been Nintendo's first attempt at advertising to a market that typically wasn't capitalized on. And that's the story of Donkey Kong Jr. Math. Truth be told, this entire essay has been made so I can write off my purchase of the game as a business expense. And as one final fun fact, this was actually the only video game that my mother has ever beaten me at. I am notoriously bad at math, but she still deserves a congratulations. The next 4 games released were the last to come out before the NES's official nationwide launch on September 27, 1986. This doesn't necessarily bear any particular significance, but I do see this stretch as Nintendo's last push to publish just a few more games to pad the NES's library. The first of these was a good example of a title that did just that. Gumshoe, the last Zapper game in the black box set and Nintendo's first American exclusive NES game. In an era where nearly every region-exclusive game remained in Japan, this was a significant outlier. Why was this game different from the rest? While there are no primary sources that explain why Gumshoe was never released in Japan, by looking at Nintendo's history when it comes to region-exclusive games, we can determine a few different possibilities. It's clear that the Zapper was more popular in America than Japan, at least during the time of Gumshoe's release in 1986. It's important to remember that Japan had other light gun games like Duck Hunt and Hogan's Alley in 1984, a full year before America got them on the NES. By the time Gumshoe had been released, it was nearly 2 full years later. The Zapper had been dropped as the peripheral of choice, instead replaced with the Famicom Disk System, released in February of '86. Nintendo put most of their effort into advertising this new add-on, meaning the light gun fell by the wayside. Cultural factors also seemed to play a significant part in Japan's abandoning of the peripheral. While shooting was certainly novel, it's such an iconically American sport that it probably didn't resonate as well with the Japanese audience, at least for longer than a couple of years. Gumshoe was just the first Nintendo-published light gun game that was exclusively launched in America. Nintendo's 1990 game, Barker Bill's Trick Shooting, was also an American exclusive. If we look a bit further down the line to the Super Scope, which essentially amounted to the Zapper's sequel for the Super Nintendo, the same can be seen. It was a big part of early advertising campaigns for American audiences, but only saw a very limited release in Japan, a year after it hit store shelves overseas. So, it's entirely possible that Nintendo knew that Gumshoe would be dead on arrival in Japan. Nintendo likely felt that they had to bolster the lineup of Light Gun series games, and so they handed the job off to a relatively new designer. The game was directed and designed by Yoshio Sakamoto, the same man who brought us Wrecking Crew, Balloon Fight, and later, Metroid. Sakamoto began his work at Nintendo designing pixel art for early Game & Watch titles, most notably Donkey Kong, and even helped Miyamoto with the art for Donkey Kong Jr. His first experience with general game design came in the form of Wrecking Crew, released just a year prior to Gumshoe. Nintendo likely put the task of developing another light gun game on Sakamoto so that more experienced groups could focus on larger projects. However, even though he was relatively new to the field, every game Sakamoto touched brought new ideas to the table, and Gumshoe was no exception. Wrecking Crew experimented with puzzle mechanics that had to be planned for in advance. If certain obstacles weren't destroyed in the correct order, levels may be entirely impossible to complete. Balloon Fight brought with it a fantastic side-scrolling adventure with Balloon Trip. Metroid would go on to start its own genre of exploration-based platformers. Gumshoe was Sakamoto's interim project, and just the second game he had designed, but it too introduced a variety of interesting mechanics. The muddy release dates of the game also contribute to the theory of Gumshoe being shoehorned in when compared to other black box titles. It's been well established that Nintendo is the least reliable source when it comes to their own games' launch dates. They say that Soccer came out in 1987 when it came out in 1985, that Donkey Kong Jr. Math came out in 1985 when it certainly came out in 1986, and that Gumshoe came out in June of 1986. Well, this date kept getting pushed back. By taking a look at a couple different issues of Computer Entertainer newsletters between June of 1986 and October of 1986, we can see that Nintendo likely intended to get Gumshoe out with the rest of the arcade series. The release month got pushed back to July, and then to August, and it looks like it finally came out in September, according to the October issue of the magazine. These delays are the hallmark of a rushed project. I sincerely doubt Nintendo put many resources into Gumshoe, but they didn't want to ship any more incomplete messes like Donkey Kong Jr. Math or Stack Up. So, they gave Sakamoto and his team some extra time, and this was well worth it. Now, let's take a closer look at how Gumshoe took full advantage of the zapper. Gumshoe follows Mr. Stevenson, an ex-FBI agent turned detective, as he attempts to rescue his only daughter Jennifer, who was kidnapped. In order to do so, he must collect 5 Black Panther diamonds from around the world. There are 4 total stages, but it's quite unlikely that anybody watching this has even made it past the first. The game is extremely difficult. The player acts as Mr. Stevens' babysitter. He'll move forward continuously, completely unaware of the many obstacles that stand in his way. It's the player's job to keep him out of trouble by shooting approaching enemies. Not being able to directly control the main character may sound familiar. In 1985, Nintendo published Gyromite, a game that includes a similar mode in its Game B. However, unlike Gyromite, in which the player can only control Professor Hector's surroundings, Gumshoe grants the player some control over Stevenson himself. The detective is actually completely bulletproof. Shooting him causes him to jump into the air, allowing him to get to high platforms and avoid oncoming vehicles. The game's difficulty arises with the sheer amount of enemies that are present on the screen at any given time. While most of them can be defeated in a shot or two, they move so quickly that accurately shooting can be really challenging. Stevenson can be shot as many times as you please, but a single hit without a power-up is enough to do him in, for some unknown reason. Also, the player has a limited amount of bullets with which to shoot enemies. This increases with every balloon popped, but it's sometimes impossible to reach these when so many birds are flying at Stevenson. In addition, the actual shooting mechanic doesn't fit the layout of the game. While aiming high on the screen, the gun's butt obscured my view of the bottom of the TV, meaning I couldn't anticipate my next move. This resulted in many a game over as I'd accidentally lead Stevenson right into a skull block upon his landing. The only saving grace is that, when you do reach a game over, you can shoot one of the letters to continue. Regardless, Gumshoe is very, very hard, not only due to the level design, but because of the physical requirements of using the zapper gun. However, it was special in more ways than one. It was the first American exclusive game in the black box set, sure, but it was also one of the few Nintendo-developed black box games featuring entirely original characters that has never seen a re-release or sequel of any kind. I would pin this on its general unpopularity. By looking at what we know about its print history, we can determine that Gumshoe was one of the worst-selling black box games in the entire set. For some reason, I own every known print of this game, so here's a quick visual guide on how I came to that conclusion. The first print of Gumshoe comes with a gloss sticker seal, similar to all other 1986 releases. However, the back of the box is not the same as other second prints. Gumshoe's box has NES GP present, which is a box that came out in late '86. It's reasonable to conclude that the game used leftover stickers from earlier production, which would explain that discrepancy, but its code gives away the fact that it likely came out in the latter half of '86. The latest known print of Gumshoe is a 6th print, meaning that, on the back of the box, it has a code in the top left corner, a built-in hang tab, and a TM after NES. This print was produced in mid-1987, which means that, best case scenario, Gumshoe was around for a bit under a year. This would make Gumshoe tied with Donkey Kong Jr. Math for the black box game with the least amount of prints. Just about every other black box title, even Stack Up, saw a longer production cycle, so it can be assumed that Gumshoe just wasn't very popular. What it lacks in direct sequels and virtual console releases, it more than makes up for in influence. Gumshoe was one of the founders of the endless runner genre, along with Irem's Moon Patrol and Namco's Metrocross. Both of these games leave the horizontal movement out of the hands of the player, giving them responsibility for the shooting or jumping, and lane changing in Moon Patrol and Metrocross respectively. Gumshoe was the next step in this evolution, adding a peripheral and quite a few movement options to the mix. This genre has seen many entries since then. Pepsi Man, for one, comes to mind, and even went through a bit of an explosion in the early days of mobile game development. Titles such as Temple Run, Subway Surfers, Jetpack Joyride, and even Flappy Bird bear a striking resemblance to Gumshoe. Some of these are played from the first-person perspective, some in the third person, akin to the traditional endless runners, but something they all share in common is that they're significantly more addicting and fun than their predecessors. Nintendo's 2005 DS game, Yoshi Touch and Go, seems like an homage to Gumshoe in more ways than one. Yoshi constantly runs to the right, and the player uses the stylus to shoot down enemies and clear the path. It checks all of the boxes. It's an endless runner, it utilizes a peripheral for most gameplay mechanics, and it was developed in-house by Nintendo. It's pretty likely that the team working on this game looked through the depths of Nintendo's early NES titles and dug up some inspiration. In the end, Gumshoe is one of those games that's really hard to play, both in terms of gameplay and literal accessibility. It's not surprising that the game has faded into obscurity since its initial debut. However, it's a unique title that certainly had a sizable impact on the developing genre of endless runners. On a side note, the wonderful people at the cutting room floor found several unused graphics in Gumshoe's code, including this sprite of one of King Dom's men. For some reason unknown to mankind, he is gradually becoming more and more naked. I truly wonder what happened to this, and I'm quite disappointed that it didn't make it into the final cut of the game. Well, I'll leave you guys to ponder this. Good luck. The last game in the programmable series, Mach Rider, makes its debut. Mach Rider's name and general concept was likely taken from the Japanese exclusive Hasbro Mach Rider toy called the Mach Rider that Nintendo licensed in 1972. The futuristic-looking car would be loaded into a launcher and shot out at high speeds, hence the name. Outside of these two traits, the similarities end pretty abruptly. The actual video game is filled with guns, women, and aliens. This begs the question, what could possibly appeal more to Americans? Mach Rider was the second racing game to make its way to the NES after Excitebike. Unlike the multitude of colorful, happy-go-lucky games that debuted with the console in 1985, Mach Rider embodied a grungy post-apocalyptic setting. It wasn't a simple racer. There were enemy aliens that could be shot at and obstacles to avoid, adding more action to the mix. Plus, the future of the human race lay in your hands, at least according to the manual. The game seemed to be tailor-made to appeal to an American audience, and by looking at the development history behind the title, this could very well be the case. Mach Rider was developed by HAL Laboratories, a name we've seen quite a few times in our journey. HAL also worked on the very similar-looking title F1 Race in 1984. However, this basic racer would never see a US release. Americans just don't really care about Formula 1 racing. But, rather than let a game with a solid engine and controls go to waste, HAL and Nintendo decided to repurpose F1 Race to work better for an American market. There is no way for me to unequivocally prove this, but by looking at the two games back to back, it's pretty clear how they have a lot of overlap. Mach Rider was released a year after F1 Race and added several new features to the base game. For example, while F1 Race only had 2 gears, high and low, Mach Rider had 4, allowing for more precise shifts in speed. Mach Rider also added a rear view mirror, replacing the map view, which was instead shown at the beginning of each stage. The game functions as both an evolution and Americanization of its predecessor. In addition to distinguishing itself from F1 Race, Mach Rider looked to separate itself as much as possible from pre-video game market crash hit Pole Position. Pole Position was one of the first and most influential racing games, cementing itself as a must-have for home consoles in the early 80s. As we've discussed previously, Nintendo did anything and everything to keep themselves as far away from this era of video game history as physically possible. While Mach Rider certainly comes off as a new take on the racing genre, F1 Race was a much more generic-feeling title, and almost acted as the Famicom's answer to the Atari game. The popularity of Pole Position was immense, so it would be within Nintendo's best interest to bring a similar-looking racing game to the NES. However, something like F1 Race, which shares many blatant similarities to Pole Position, could remind retailers of a time they were terrified of repeating. So, in order to best appeal to both consumers and retailers, Mach Rider was conceived. Again, this is entirely speculative, as neither Nintendo nor Satoru Iwata, the head programmer at HAL, has spoken on Mach Rider's development and release history. Regardless, this explanation does make sense when considering how generally out of place Mach Rider feels from the rest of the black box games. In addition to the shooting mechanics, Mach Rider's fighting course mode gave the player the ability to choose their path in each stage of the game. There are a total of 10 sectors, each with 2 potential courses to choose from, giving the game solid replayability. These choices didn't differ in difficulty by much, but did serve to make the player feel as if they can customize their play experience. Speaking of customization of play, the game was also launched under the Programmable series, rather than the Action series. Although it had been almost a year since the release of Excitebike and Wrecking Crew, Mach Rider's manual still bears the haunting phrase, "Save and load menu selections are not operable in this game. They have been programmed in for potential product developments." And just like the other 2 games in the series, there would never be any product developments. Japan got the Famicom data recorder, and America got nothing. Even though a quarter of the game's advertised modes didn't work, it did still have 2 more sections to check out. The Endurance course placed the emphasis on making it a certain distance within the time limit. Solo course was the same as Endurance course, with no enemies. So at least there's some variety in gameplay. Mach Rider also had exceptional music, composed by Hideki Kanazashi, HAL's composer in residence that also made the music for F1 Race. It's been remixed in later Nintendo titles more than once, including Super Smash Bros. Melee, which really made the theme quite iconic. I've been sparse on my criticism of Mach Rider thus far, but there are quite a few issues with the game. The NES does not do a good job of scrolling vertically. It performs significantly smoother when going side to side. But unfortunately, Mach Rider insists on keeping a first-person point of view. This means that, with every extreme turn, of which there are many, the player becomes very disoriented. It becomes significantly more difficult to focus on obstacles or enemies when the course jerks upwards. I don't usually suffer from motion sickness, but playing it for a while did make me a little bit carsick. In addition to this, the removal of the minimap means that, unless you've played through each sector multiple times, you have to rely on reaction times to make it through a stage. On another note, the story of Fighting Course never even sees a finale. It just repeats ad nauseum until the player runs out of lives. Mach Rider didn't have an issue separating itself as a different game from Pole Position, but it did have an issue finding its footing among the other extremely well-designed racing game in the black box set. It's clear which game between the 2 Nintendo has favored over time. While Excitebike got several features, including an e-reader card pack, GBA port, Mario Kart course and more, Mach Rider only got an appearance in the Wii and Wii U Virtual Console. That's not to say it wasn't an important title. Nintendo's premier Super Nintendo racing game, 1991's F-Zero, borrowed many of Mach Rider's components. There was a top-down perspective, as the Super Nintendo had a much easier time loading vertically moving graphics. It was also a game that took place far into the future, and while many people credit it as starting the futuristic racing genre as a whole, I would argue that Mach Rider takes home the prize of being the first. That being said, the first is rarely the best, and that certainly holds up here. The other legacy Mach Rider had, at least that I can reason, is that it was one of the first appearances of a partially unclothed woman as a reward for beating a stage. Yep, that is pretty specific. It is important to note that this only happened in the Versus system release of the game. I doubt Nintendo wanted to ruin their squeaky clean image by adding a partially naked woman to their home console version. As each sector is beaten, another small section of the woman, who may or may not be the rider, it's a little bit unclear, is revealed. This is very similar to Metroid's ending, where Samus will take off more clothes depending on the clear time of the game. These two events are probably unrelated, but it is still a silly parallel between the two games. Before we conclude the programmable series as a whole, it's probably a good idea to mention the massive amount of games that included customizable level editors following the NES's success. I'm not attempting to equate correlation and causation here, other than within Nintendo themselves, but there were plenty of other companies that made improvements to the formula. While several games included level editors as gimmicks, including 1990's Game Boy title Cat Trap and 1993's Doom, several titles took a page from Bill Budge's Pinball Construction Set book and were exclusively game creation systems. Arcade Game Construction Kit for the Commodore 64 was a game that sadly launched on a doomed console, but gave those who were interested in game design several ways of dipping their toes into the field. It also included 4 floppy disks, which allowed players to save their work for several projects without having to buy more storage devices. Nintendo also took heavy inspiration from themselves when it came to building levels in games. Several of their most popular franchises have some sort of stage editor, including nearly every game in the Smash Bros. Franchise and several in the New Super Mario Bros. Line. Other games they published made it their entire premise, like WarioWare Do-It-Yourself and the Mario Maker franchise. Not only can these levels be shared online, but they also actually allow the system to save their data, which is a huge step up from 1986. Ultimate Chicken Horse is an online party platformer that implements level editing in a competitive fashion, facing players off against each other. They each attempt to design a level that they can beat, but nobody else can, which flips the standard level editor idea on its head. I haven't played it yet, but the reviews look excellent and it is a fascinating idea for a game. Unfortunately, Mach Rider itself never really took off. Its concept did draw people in, but its gameplay left much to be desired. HAL went on to produce dozens of games for the NES, another of which we will talk about very shortly. They're also responsible for just about every Kirby game made to this day, and still work very closely with Nintendo. Mach Rider was just a bump in the road for them, and that's a perfectly fine thing for it to be. HAL Laboratories and Satoru Iwata helped Nintendo lift off with their next 1986 game, Balloon Fight. We're now shoulder deep in the black box set. We've seen several third parties develop games, later published by Nintendo. IREM had 2, 10 Yard Fight and Kung Fu, but the clear favorite of Nintendo was HAL Laboratories. This is the third and final black box game published by HAL. The previous titles, Golf, Pinball, Mach Rider, and F1 Race as a Japanese exclusive, all held a certain level of polish that surpassed the average black box game. And this makes sense. At its core, HAL was an establishment with one particularly skilled programmer, Satoru Iwata. I've talked about Iwata's previous accomplishments, including his skills at data compression, showcased through the inclusion of 18 holes in golf, and how his creative vision allowed Mach Rider to take shape. Balloon Fight is very different from those two games. In fact, it's arguably one of the most unique games in the entire set. Not because it broke new ground, far from it, but because it is a nearly identical copy to Williams Electronics' popular 1982 game, Joust. Say what you will about Nintendo's black box lineup, it has its fair share of absolute garbage. Stack up. But each game, regardless of their critical success, does bring something new to the table. Seeing a clone of an already successful arcade title on Nintendo's home console seems antithetical to their entire approach to the market in America. So how did Balloon Fight get past Nintendo's filter? Nintendo wasn't always the company focused on forging its own path that we know of today. A lot of their early game development history involved ripping off popular arcade games. For example, one of their earliest video games, Radar Scope, bore striking resemblance to Galaxian. The Famicom's Devil World was very similar to Pac-Man, and the list goes on. Nintendo had been in the business of copying ideas for video games for years. However, even the other black box game that seems to be inspired, this word is taking on a heavy load here, by Pac-Man, Clu Clu Land added something to the genre. It's true that Balloon Fight's first two game modes are blatant copies of Joust, but I don't intend to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's important to acknowledge its third mode, Balloon Trip, which added a good deal of depth to the game. This, combined with a few mechanical differences and a more playful styling, changed up Joust's formula enough for Balloon Fight to remain a relevant title to this day. This dive into black box games is mostly focused on the console release rather than the arcade versus system versions, so I should clarify that Iwata and HAL Laboratories worked on the home console port of Balloon Fight, not the Versus System version. Just like many of the other Versus System versions of black box games, there are many differences between the two. Iwata's work on the NES version improved the physics from that of the Versus System, changed the enemy AI, and added the Balloon Trip mode, which is what I'm focusing on here. Now let's get back on topic. Before I get into the divergences, let's go through the gameplay similarities between Joust and Balloon Fight. The goal of game modes A and B are to fly above enemies. This is what they're officially notated as in the manuals. I cannot identify the species that these fall under. To knock them out of the air. While they're falling, the player has to hit them again, causing them to fall into the water and disappear. Joust's premise is nearly the same. The player is also tasked with knocking their opponents out of the air and hitting the egg that falls before it hatches into another ostrich. A few different enemies also pose a challenge. In Balloon Fight, lightning can strike, causing a small electric ball to fly around the screen, taking a life from the player if run into. Joust has a pterodactyl that will spawn and is impossible to defeat, serving much the same purpose as lightning. In both games, flying requires mashing the A button repeatedly. The physics of this movement in the game's NES releases are remarkably similar, likely because they were both programmed by Iwata. Yes, the NES port of Joust was developed by HAL Laboratories as early as 1983, and was actually the first game that Iwata ever worked on, according to this interview with Yash Terakura, a co-worker of his during the time. It's not too far-fetched to conclude that Balloon Fight is just a reskinned version of Joust. During a time when Nintendo was likely struggling to find ideas for games to release on both the Famicom and NES, it would make sense for them to turn to some previously rendered games for inspiration. Joust didn't actually come out for the NES until 1988, meaning Balloon Fight didn't have a whole lot of competition on the home console. So yeah, the two games were extraordinarily similar, and this could probably explain why. Balloon Fight did change a lot to make it more appealing and accessible to the NES's target audience in America. The ostrich fighters were replaced with colorful balloons, and the flying animation was changed to show the little man flapping behind him to achieve liftoff. The art design and graphics are also far superior to Joust's. Once again, Nintendo's less realistic approach let them produce a title that still looks quite good over 35 years later. In addition to the graphics getting an overhaul, the gameplay was made to be more forgiving. In Joust, the player can only get hit a single time before they lose a life. The little guy in a Balloon Fight, who actually doesn't have a name, has 2 balloons attached to his helmet, meaning he can take 2 hits before perishing. However, when the player only has 1 balloon to work with, it does become more difficult to properly steer when flying. It was quite the feat to code this into the limited memory of an NES card, and it adds to the already impressive flying physics present. This wasn't the only improvement between the titles. Balloon Fight had 12 unique sets of stages before looping, while Joust reused the same layout endlessly. Another small detail changed was the hitbox of the player character. In Joust, If the player was hit anywhere on their body, they would be killed. Balloon Fight changed the hitboxes such that only bonks to the top of the head counted. The extra mistakes these allow for adds much leeway in gameplay, which is especially helpful in later stages, when a dozen enemies can assault the player at a time. Where the two games really diverged, though, was with Balloon Fight's third mode, Balloon Trip. This adventure added several hours of fun to the gameplay, repurposing the physics of the main game and throwing them into a collectathon of balloons over the open ocean. The bonus music plays throughout this section, showcasing Hirokazu Tanaka's excellent composition. This was one of the first games to play a theme throughout all of gameplay, and in many ways revolutionized how sound interacted with the medium. If you want more info on that, be sure to check out my video on how the Famicom raised the bar for video game music as a whole. That's the extent of what Balloon Fight has to offer. It may seem that a game that was based off of another title might not have a lot to its name, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Arguably, Balloon Fight's biggest impact comes in the form of a game we've already discussed as part of the 1985 releases, Super Mario Bros. Toshihiko Nakago, one of the programmers for Versus Balloon Fight, repurposed Iwata's improved physics for Mario's swimming physics in Super Mario Bros. When playing the two back-to-back, this is very clear. They're both smooth and as precise as they should be for underwater and aerial movement. Balloon Fight is also one of the few black box games to receive a true sequel in Balloon Kid for the Game Boy. This relatively simple game built off of the concept of Balloon Trip, fleshing out the side-scrolling adventure into a full-on platformer, if you were flying and you couldn't jump. It added a variety of new enemies and environments, including multiple stages and an actual plot. It even featured bonus stages that mimicked balloon fights, letting the player pop as many balloons as possible to earn points and potentially an extra life. This wasn't Nintendo's only callback to Balloon Fight. Of course, it received the treatment that many other popular black box games did. A cameo in Animal Crossing, an e-reader card pack, and several Super Smash Bros. Appearances, including a theme stage in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. In 2012's Nintendo Land, a game featuring a theme park of Nintendo's most notable IPs through the years, Balloon Fight's breakout game mode received a beautiful remaster in the form of Balloon Trip Breeze. This multi-staged game serves as the third entry in the Balloon Fight franchise, at least in my eyes. It remains faithful to the original concept, continues to build off of the many features added in Balloon Kid, and updates the graphics, sound, and level design of both. Similarly to the likes of the Wii Sports and Wii Play series, reworking the basic designs of the Sports series and Light Gun series games respectively, Balloon Trip Breeze changes the controls to work with the Wii U gamepad, letting the player swipe to make a gust for their on-screen Mii. The big difference is that this game didn't feel like just a tech demo. It's a full-fledged experience. In fact, I would argue that Balloon Fight's Balloon Trip spawned a genre of flight-based action platformer games. Balloon Fight was the first title that worked off of this formula, but it has since blossomed into several other spheres. D-Pad Studios' Owlboy is an action platformer that uses flight as its main movement mechanic. It's significantly more complex than any game I've mentioned so far, adding a multitude of actions such as combat, ferrying, and more, but it does bear the hallmark of the genre. This captures the platformer aspect of Balloon Kid, but the endlessness of Balloon Trip can be seen in games like Half-Brick's Jetpack Joyride. The player doesn't get to move horizontally, unlike Balloon Trip, but the collecting of coins and special items is incredibly reminiscent of the popping of balloons and destruction of bubbles present in Balloon Trip. It's unlikely that the designers were actively aware of Balloon Fight while Jetpack Joyride was in development, but it acts as a spiritual successor nonetheless. These next are relatively minor, but still important little tidbits. In 2007, Club Nintendo, Nintendo's old rewards program, put out Tingle's Balloon Fight, a Japanese exclusive game featuring Tingle from the Legend of Zelda franchise. It's literally just Balloon Fight with a Legend of Zelda skin, but it's still a cute little spin-off. And lastly, Nintendo DSi Instrument Tuner, a piece of downloadable software for the DSi, features a mode called Tuner Fight, which borrows the sounds and graphics from Balloon Fight, but functions like a rhythm game. Why Nintendo chose to do this is anyone's guess, but it is cute. That wraps up our look at Balloon Fight. It may be a Joust clone at heart, but it expanded on it so much that to boil it down to a simple clone would devalue a number of actual clones Nintendo made previously. Its physics were revolutionary, its stylized graphics are still fun to look at, and its bonus mode's premise was so exciting that it single-handedly started a genre of floating platformers, spawning more than one sequel. Balloon Fight is a solid title with a solid legacy, and that's not me just blowing hot air. Nintendo actually got into the trend of fighting games quite early. Unfortunately, even the folks at Nintendo Power hated it. Next up is the 1986 action series brawler, Urban Champion. Like many of the other black box games, the origins of Urban Champion can be traced back to an earlier project of Nintendo's. Instead of making the transition from toy to video game, like Mach Rider, or arcade cabinet to video game, like Wild Gunman, Urban Champion was an evolution of Boxing, one of the Game & Watch games. To quickly recap, there were a few vehicles that Nintendo released products through before the launch of the NES in America. The company had produced several arcade cabinets since the hit game Donkey Kong in 1981, including Popeye, Mario Bros., and Donkey Kong Jr. They also produced games for the Versus system, an arcade system with interchangeable chips which allowed for multiple games to be played on a single cabinet, not unlike the technology used in the Famicom or NES. The Game & Watch line was another one of their major products. These small handheld devices functioned as rudimentary phone games before cell phones existed. They had built-in clock and alarm functions, and would feature a simple, usually high-score-based game to accompany it. They were quite popular with people commuting to work that needed something to do on public transit, both in Japan and America. They were so popular, in fact, that there are a whopping 60 different Game & Watch variations that were made between 1980 and 1991. One of these games was Boxing, also known as Punch-Out in the United States. This was the first of a few Game & Watches that were intended for multiplayer action, but it could be played solo. It would also be the very first fighting game that Nintendo ever put out, and one of the earliest true fighting games ever to be made. As we've seen a multitude of times, Nintendo repurposed many of their past projects into black box games, making a few adjustments to help them work on a home console. That cannot be said about Urban Champion. The game is almost exactly the same as Boxing, a title that came out on a system with a fraction of the capability of the NES. This disappointing truth is one of the main reasons why the game was such a critical failure. Urban Champion was Nintendo's first attempt at the fighting game genre. The gameplay could not be any more simple. Two players start on opposite ends of a city corner, duking it out until one player gets pushed off the screen. There are only a few moves available: strong punches, weak punches, and blocks, all of which can be positioned high or low. Players have 200 stamina each, and there is a 99-second time limit per screen. There are up to 5 rounds per game. In order to win, one must prevail over their opponent 3 times. Unlike the Game & Watch version it's based upon, Urban Champion is situated on what seems to be an urban block in New York. There are a few elements outside the fighting that play into this theme and help to spice up the game just a bit. A woman can appear in a window, dropping flower pots on the players. If they're hit, they lose some HP and get knocked into a daze, allowing their opponent to land a nasty blow. Every so often, a cop car will drive by, forcing the players all the way to the respective sides of the screen, pretending like nothing was happening. This essentially resets any progress that's occurred in a fight, forcing the players back to square one. These are also some of the earliest examples of stage hazards in fighting games. While other fighting titles like 1984's arcade hit Karate Champ certainly had much better combat mechanics, nearly all aspects of the game revolved around pure skill. In typical Nintendo fashion, Urban Champion's inclusion of luck-based events evened the playing field to a certain extent. Depending on one's view of fighting games, this could be seen as a frustrating choice. However, it is undeniable that the addition of hazards set the stage, so to speak, for more casual fighting games to follow. This isn't the only design feature that would see further growth as the fighting game genre developed. While stamina did exist, the game functioned more akin to a sumo-styled fighter. There was a 99-second time limit, yet 200 hit points of stamina per player, meaning that it would be highly unlikely for games to conclude via fainting. Naturally, knocking your opponent out of the ring was the best way to win. This style split the genre into two halves: fighting games that focused on stamina depletion, and fighting games that centered on pushing the opponent out of bounds. Urban Champion was the first game to experiment with the latter. By placing the emphasis on territory control in addition to stamina management, players had to focus on multiple factors when considering what move to use. Right? Well, Urban Champion didn't actually encourage this at all. Instead, it rewards players who run up to their opponent and endlessly mash the weak high punch, hoping their opponent misses a block, and allowing them to continuously chain this to the other side of the screen. In reality, stage hazards hardly even play a minor role in standard gameplay. Most matches don't last long enough for the woman to drop her flower pots, and the cops hardly show up anyways. Urban Champion brings many incredibly unique design choices to the table, but in the end, it hardly utilizes any of them. It's consistently received poor reviews that mention its overly simplistic gameplay and tedious nature. While it's true that Urban Champion itself made poor use of its many innovations, it would be cruel to ignore its potential impacts. One notable game franchise has consistently implemented sumo-style fighting mechanics and stage hazards. Now, I cannot in any way assert that the connection between Super Smash Bros., one of Nintendo and HAL's most beloved franchises, and Urban Champion, a pitiful attempt at the fighting genre, is rock solid, but there is certainly some overlap between the two games. I can't find an instance of another sumo-based fighting game from after Urban Champion, but before Super Smash Bros. For the N64. I'm sure there exists an obscure title from this era that made use of this style, but it would seem that neither had much of an impact on Masahiro Sakurai, the creator of the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. He has stated in multiple interviews that his inspiration lay with the traditional Japanese game of ohajiki, in which players flick marbles at their opponent's marbles to knock them out of the play area. I find it unlikely that neither of these key figures knew of Urban Champion's existence, but I can't find any interviews in which the game is mentioned to have any impact on the development of Smash Bros. The fighting game genre would go on to prove massively popular. Kung Fu's creator, Takashi Nishiyama, went on to repurpose the mechanics of the original game into Street Fighter, a game that did everything Urban Champion did, but way, way better. One more fighting game of Nintendo's creation would come out on the Famicom, Joy Mech Fight. Though this title never saw an American release, it would be Nintendo's first attempt at a fighting game since Urban Champion, and it was pretty influential in its own right. It would seem that Nintendo has a real soft spot for Urban Champion. It's been re-released more times than almost any other black box game. It got its own e-reader card pack and a Wii, Wii U, and 3DS Virtual Console port. Unfortunately, it would seem that familiarity breeds contempt. Game journalists were complaining about the small cameo it held in Tetris DS. They certainly wouldn't appreciate it coming back 4 separate times. Overall, Urban Champion was a mediocre, yet somewhat influential fighting game. It provides an amount of fun between feuding friends, but it was nowhere near polished enough to become an all-time classic. The only thing Urban Champion won was a place in many's worst of NES lists. Pro Wrestling, Volleyball, and Slalom all released in March of 1987. They were all sports titles, and that's pretty much where the similarities end. The order I tackle these in is largely arbitrary, so let's take a look at Pro Wrestling, the second. Actually, Nintendo got beat by 2 other games on this one. Pro Wrestling was the 3rd wrestling game for the NES. A little overkill, isn't it? The 2 previous wrestling games, Tag Team Match Muscle by Bandai and Tag Team Wrestling by Data East, were not the best simulations to say the least. Bandai was one of the first third-party developers for the NES, but its 3 1986 games, Chubby Cherub, Muscle, and Ninja Kid, had mixed to negative reviews by the public and critics alike. The same can be said about Data East's attempt at publishing quality third-party titles during this era. While the 2 wrestling games share very little in terms of gameplay, they do share one trait. They're bad. The biggest issue with the 2 games is their complexity. Wrestling is a weird sport, making it difficult to adapt into a video game. Rather than scale down the complexity to make it fit within the medium's constraints, Data East and Bandai left the formula of wrestling as is. This makes the games borderline unplayable without thoroughly studying the manual and memorizing each and every button combination. Nintendo's rendition of the game simplified the sport by allowing button mashing to achieve some surprisingly positive results. This isn't to say that the game is an inaccurate simulation of wrestling though, far from it. Pro Wrestling features 6 characters, each with a unique look and set of moves. The names here are ridiculous but memorable. Fighter Hayabusa takes the place as main protagonist, shown first on the character select screen. It's likely that this Japanese fighter was based on Antonio Inoki, a professional wrestler turned politician who was incredibly popular at the time. He had access to the back brain kick as his special move and was an expert in judo, another nod to Inoki's proficiency in the martial arts. There were 2 American fighters, Giant Panther and King Slender, who embodied the American beauty standard of blonde hair and a big chin, and had mundane special moves like backbreaker and headbutt. Kin Korn Karn was from Korea and specialized in Mongolian chopping techniques, while Starman hailed from Mexico and had a luchador mask and fighting style featuring many flying attacks. Lastly was the Amazon, a half piranha, half man from an unknown location who had the ability to bite his opponent into submission. The game functioned on a stamina-based fighting system, but the stamina bars were hidden from view. The goal is to wear down your opponent to the point where they cannot mash hard enough to get out of a floor grab. Pro wrestling is best experienced with another person, meaning it's one of the very few black box games that were actually more fun with 2 players. Another notable example being Urban Champion. Unless your opponent chooses the Amazon and just chomps on your head for the entire match, that is. Anyways, in order to master pro wrestling, one would have to become intimately familiar with the many moves that exist. You can punch, body slam, climb onto the ropes, throw your opponent out of the ring, jump kick, and more, all with the judge keeping a close eye on tackles and time spent outside of the play area. The details, both in terms of gameplay and graphics, are significantly better than anything we've seen up until this point, maybe besides Super Mario Bros. Instead of a gameplay experience supplemented only by sound, pro wrestling has an intense bout of hype music that repeats throughout the entire match. The players are extraordinarily detailed without being too blown up in scale, and the title sequence features an introduction complete with musical number in stark contrast to the few bars of song and then radio silence of previous sports games. Nintendo's transition into 1987 is the first big leap forward that the company had made since Super Mario Bros.' release. The pressure was on for Nintendo to inject their first-party games with as much polish as possible. With the advent of competition, particularly in games such as Konami's 1986 game Gradius or Capcom's Commando, it was becoming clear that Nintendo would need to step up their game or be relegated to the role of console manufacturer and not game designer. Masato Masuda was allegedly the sole designer of pro wrestling, a programmer who would become the staple ingredient to a large number of wrestling games to follow, including Thunder Pro Wrestling Retsuden and Fire Pro Wrestler Combination Tag. It seems likely that Masuda created the game while working at TRY, a company that would turn into Human Entertainment and was contracted by Nintendo. But, as with all early data, it's difficult to actually confirm this. No matter where the game was produced, Nintendo certainly published it. Pro wrestling is a cult classic among longtime players of the NES, and, on a personal note, was one of the very first black box games I played before conceptualizing this video series. My brother was playing as the Amazon, biting my head in-game, when I figured I had to play the rest of the black box set in order to understand how I had gotten to that point. He did end up beating me, but I don't want to dwell on it too much. Pro wrestling's impact can be felt within a lot of Nintendo's later fighting game titles and spin-offs. This is most notable in, and say it with me, Wii Sports. That's right, from the stamina system to the mashing when dropped, I feel that Nintendo went back to this title when looking for inspiration for their Wii Pack-In game. Professional wrestling has always been more of a niche interest than standard boxing, so by changing up the title and streamlining the gameplay to work with motion controls, Nintendo had themselves a wonderful callback to both their later 1987 release, Punch-Out!, and the classic Pro Wrestling. The combination of these 2 games culminated in the iconic scene of getting beaten senseless by Matt the Knee, something I'm sure none of us will soon forget. The winning screen of pro wrestling also turned into a meme in 2004. a wonderful mistranslation that has cemented itself in internet history. The game has only been officially re-released a single time with the advent of the Switch eShop in 2018, at least to my knowledge. Pro Wrestling may not be a game with much of a storied history in terms of gameplay, but the turning point that it showed was an important step in Nintendo's shedding of the black box set. It has been over a year and a half since the first series of games dropped on the NES, and by 1987 the console already took up a majority share of the US video game market. Nintendo was no longer contemplating how to sell the console to this new market, and was instead shifting their focus to creating actually solid titles. While 3 wrestling games within 6 months was certainly overkill, Pro Wrestling showed the public that Nintendo would remain on top no matter who they were up against. They would always have a chokehold on their own console's games. Nintendo's next 1987 release, Volleyball, is the only game in the black box set to include a golden yellow logo. Unfortunately, that might be all I have to say about this sad game. We've already taken a look at Pro Wrestling, a title that brought the black boxes into the next era of the NES. Through its upgraded graphics and gameplay, it was quality enough to keep Nintendo relevant even with the competition from third parties. Volleyball took a step backwards from this seemingly positive change. Volleyball wasn't developed in-house, but was instead outsourced to Pax Softnica. This is no excuse for the game's poor quality, though. Pax Softnica was considered a second-party developer for some time, working very closely with Nintendo for several years. They developed and helped with many other titles for their consoles, including Balloon Kid for the Game Boy and helping with Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. Volleyball was one of the first games that they made in tandem with Nintendo, and based on its quality, I'm surprised they decided to continue their relationship. Visually, Volleyball is a sizable step back from Pro Wrestling. The sprites are hardly as detailed and have this somewhat hypnotic undulating idle animation. In line with the other games in the sports series, there are several male and female teams available to the player, some of which are quite eclectic, including Tunisia, the USSR, Cuba, and Brazil. The manual ranks team strengths for the CPU. The USSR is the hardest difficulty level, followed by China, and so on. Not like this really matters. Upon starting a game, it becomes clear that you'll never actually score a point. Similar to soccer and 10-yard fight, volleyball lets the computer determine the playable sprite. This is the Olympic version of the sport, meaning that there are 6 players per side. Leaving the task of control up to the computer shouldn't be too much of an issue. Soccer did it successfully in 1985, 2 years prior, and yet, in volleyball, it is. Its controls fall apart instantly. It's nearly impossible to tell which character you have control over at any given time, essentially making the rest of the gameplay moot. There are some really cool looking moves according to the manual, like double spiking and feinting, but I couldn't actually experience any of them as I couldn't tell which of my players would be executing them. Volleyball also suffers from a similar timing issue to tennis and baseball. The timing of button presses has to be extremely precise in order to register a hit, even more precise than other sports titles. For the games to be successful on a button-based interface, having more lenient presses is a must, and once again volleyball falls short. At this point, it's clear that Nintendo was scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of sports titles. Why they attempted to adapt Olympic volleyball, an already complex sport, into an NES game is beyond me. Luckily, Volleyball wasn't the only volleyball game made for the NES. Konami's home console port of the EA-developed computer game, Kings of the Beach, came out in 1989, and 1990 saw the release of Super Spike Volleyball, developed by Technos and published by Nintendo. These games fixed nearly all of the issues of its predecessor by simplifying the interface. Instead of simulating Olympic volleyball, they converted the much simpler 2-on-2 beach volleyball into the video game format. At least in the short term, almost every volleyball game that followed would give up on the Olympic rule set. Beach volleyball was both easier to program and more recognizable to the average person, making it a win-win for game studios. This isn't to say that nobody tackled the Olympic version. The Sega Master System's Great Volleyball was a solid example of this format done right, even if it was overshadowed by the NES at the time of its release. Nintendo ended up porting Volleyball to the Wii Virtual Console in 2007, but it hasn't been shown much love since. Remember how I keep talking about Wii Sports in the Impact sections of the Sports Series games? Well, Volleyball might have gotten a callback with Switch Sports, the Switch evolution of Wii Sports, but it's probably not inspired by the NES title at all, as the only thing that it actually had in common was the name of the game. It just added motion controls and was overall completely different. However, it's very difficult to talk about the impact of a game that was so awful for its time that it was quickly outclassed by every attempt that followed. This also is probably the shortest section of my entire project, and I'm not going to extend it any longer than necessary. Volleyball was bad. It was a step backwards in terms of game design, controls, and graphics, and it won't be missed. The end. Slalom marks a point of new beginnings. It's the last game that was released to follow the black box format and the first game made for the NES by a company outside of Japan. It's all uphill from here. Let's take a look at Slalom. Like many of the other games we've looked at, Slalom got its start in the arcades under the Nintendo Versus system, with the title of Versus Slalom. This game, unlike all others up until this point, was developed by Rare Studios, a company situated in England. According to the founding brothers Tim and Chris Stamper, they initially saw great potential in the Famicom upon its Japanese debut in 1983. When they heard it would be seeing a worldwide debut, they applied for a license. Unfortunately, maybe due to Nintendo's unfamiliarity with overseas development partners or their desire to maintain strict control over the games on their console, the request was declined. Not to be deterred, the brothers reverse engineered the NES to produce a demo for Slalom, which they presented to Nintendo at their Kyoto headquarters. Nintendo was impressed. They ended up giving them a massive budget to produce games for the NES. This marked the beginnings of an extensive relationship between the two companies, all starting with a simple downhill skiing game. This willingness to open up the NES's floor to non-Japanese developers was an important turning point in Nintendo's history. Up until now, the NES's games were very tightly controlled. Nintendo was unwilling to give up licenses to anyone outside of the small group of Japanese developers they had previously worked with. During 1985 and 86, this restriction helped the public and retailers warm up to the idea of video games after the catastrophic failure of the market just a couple years ago. But by 1987, Nintendo had already become a household name. The console was selling extremely well, and Nintendo had almost completely monopolized the American video game market. In order to keep up with the demand for new games, it was time for their strategy to change. Nintendo's partnership with Rare was one of the first steps in opening up the floor to a variety of developers. At this point, the reward outweighed the risk. Their need for content outweighed their concern of quality. This isn't to say that they did away with their seal of quality in general. Far from it. The seal remains on all officially licensed Nintendo products to this day, even though it's more of a symbol than anything. Rare was the first foreign company to be awarded the honors of a publishing license. But what was it about Slalom that Nintendo loved so much? At first glance, Slalom is the third Nintendo-published racing game for the NES. The basic rules are simple: get to the bottom of the mountain within the allotted time. But there's a lot more to this game than Mach Rider or Excitebike, and that isn't just limited to the game's mountain setting. Aesthetically, Slalom looks incredibly polished. The mountains and trees in the background are shaded with a level of detail not found in previous racing titles, and the sprite work is very nice. The interface, present on the top bar, is clear and well placed. It contains a timer counting down the mandatory time limit for each run, along with the player's speed, the track name, and a course progress bar. At a glance, it's easy to tell what's going on here. The same cannot be said about some older NES racing titles. Looking at you, Mach Rider. The addition of a progress bar greatly helps with the planning of speeding up and slowing down. Slalom's music is also of exceptional quality. Instead of repeating a few measures in an endless loop, David Wise, Rare's in-house composer, created a 1.5-minute long theme that would seldom repeat while the player made their way down the mountain. This was Wise's first video game composition, and his excellent job on Slalom certainly helped to ensure that he would stick around for years to come. The graphics, interface, and music all do a great job of making it feel like more than a launch title. Slalom can easily be compared to pro wrestling in these aspects, carrying the legacy of black box games into a new era. Slalom's gameplay, while simple, doesn't really get old. There are 3 difficulties of mountains: Snowy Hill, Steep Peak, and Mount Nasty. Each has 8 runs which get progressively more difficult. Players have to dodge other skiers, snowmen, trees, flags, and sledders while racing towards the finish line. Depending on the speed and angle in which they hit an object, they suffer differing time penalty. When missing a flag, the skier slows down only a little. However, running into a tree head-on causes them to flip head over heels, costing significant time. A short jump can be performed to avoid smaller hazards, but they can't be abused to leap over trees. On certain runs, moguls make an appearance, giving the player some airtime in which they can perform a freestyle trick, earning them extra points. And these points actually matter. If a point threshold is reached at the end of a race, the player will get to race completely solo on the next track, removing the obstacle of other racers. Slalom is by no means an easy game. The timer is extremely unforgiving, especially in the more difficult levels. While I was able to beat the easy mountain without too much trouble, I could not complete past level 2 of Mount Nasty without sinking quite a few hours into the game. To me, this is actually a great sign. Arcade-style games were prevalent on the NES, especially during its early years. These often struggle to keep players engaged for more than a pick-up-and-play experience. While Slalom is based off of Versus Slalom, a game designed to eat quarters, its port to home console works very well. Its high skill ceiling encourages players to keep practicing, giving them the aspiration of one day conquering Mount Nasty. This lets them enter their initials on the scoreboard, solidifying them as legends among men. While playing through Slalom for this project, I noticed something pretty interesting. The title theme was entirely different from the standard sports themes present in every other sports series game. While the reasoning for this inconsistency isn't clear, I believe it had something to do with Nintendo's willingness to rid themselves of the idea of uniform designs within their published games. Slalom would be the final game in the black box set, but Nintendo continued using series labels for several other titles, including Punch-Out!, Ice Hockey, and RC Pro-Am. None of these titles featured the black box design, but they are graced by the familiar Sports Series logo on the back of their boxes. They, like Slalom, all have individualized title themes. Maybe there's a connection to be made there, maybe not, but I thought it should be mentioned regardless. Nintendo continued to work with Rare on many key titles, including the Donkey Kong Country series on the Super Nintendo and Banjo-Kazooie on N64. David Wise went on to compose the soundtracks for Donkey Kong Country and, in fact, still contributes to the franchise to this day. His name is featured alongside Kenji Yamamoto in the Wii U and Switch title Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, even though the game was developed by an entirely different studio. Slalom has never seen an official re-release from Nintendo, as Rare was bought out by Microsoft in 2002. However, it does make an appearance in Rare Replay, a compilation of 30 Rare games put out for the Xbox One in 2015. Slalom's impact has more to do with its place in the NES lineup rather than its actual gameplay. It set a new precedent when it came to Western developers and the NES. Nintendo presenting Rare with the rights to develop games gave other companies, particularly American video game developers that had been picking up the pieces of the prior market crash in '83, the hope of once again producing titles for a popular console. This included the likes of Acclaim Entertainment, an American company that published their first set of games for the NES, including 3D World Runner, in September of 1987, and LJN, which also published several games in '87, including the likes of Jaws. This marked yet another transitional point in the NES's history. Not only was Nintendo open to third-party development, but finally, 2 full years after the NES's release, it was giving the go-ahead to America's video game industry, which Nintendo themselves helped rebuild. That's it. We're done. That's all of them. 30 games accounted for, tied up in a neat little bow. We've seen it all. A failed first design, a test market release with mild success, a countrywide premiere that revitalized an entire industry, and a transition away from a chokehold on developers, instead to a chokehold on the very industry that they created. There's much to be said about the many loose ends that I leave, as this look into the black box set was just the beginning. That, however, is beyond the scope of this video. What we've looked at is a set of games that fundamentally changed the video game industry. There's no telling what today's market would have looked like without everything from tennis to slalom. Each and every one of these games, maybe other than Donkey Kong 3 and Volleyball, did something significant, influencing developers, beginning genres, and inspiring marketing campaigns to this very day. I'd like to sincerely thank you for joining me on this journey, and I hope that you learned at least one thing, and I hope that I was also able to portray why I love this set so much. There are a lot of people I'd like to thank for helping me actually get this whole thing together. First off, Patrick Jagoda, my wonderful advisor on this whole project. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make something that I feel pretty proud of, to say the least, and for being there for the last year of my college experience and actually showing me a field that I didn't even really know existed that I can actually get into. Thank you to Michelle O, who proofread many of these essays and also told me when my voice wasn't being expressive enough in voiceovers, and listened to me ramble about this for the last year of my life, and for not breaking up with me throughout all of that. Thank you to my brother for all of the help with the lighting, all of those pictures you saw, all of the short videos of the boxes, which were in basically a light box that he created. Thank you. He also bought me these lights that are on me right now and helped me set up this teleprompter. Thank you to my parents for letting me populate their house with a bunch of retro video games and not getting too mad at me. And also, of course, encouraging me to pursue what I love. And lastly, thank you guys again so much for watching. And I am going to take a little bit of a break, but I will be back soon with some more videos that will be very different from this. So expect those, but I'm not just gonna disappear. This might be my magnum opus for now, but it won't be the end. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys at some point. Bye-bye.